Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had the world stand and fell for Momo? Part 2. This story is Izuku el Héroe del Stand by D97000. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Thousands of things raced through his mind. First his father's disappearance, then his fight with Momo, and now a mission he barely knew anything about. He wasn't in the mood for anything. He noticed how, the moment he grabbed Momo by the neck, everyone looked at him differently, with fear. He was pulled from his thoughts when he crossed paths with a young man with two-toned hair. Todoroki. Hello friend. Izuku. Todoroki. He replied curtly. Todoroki. How are you feeling? I tried to liven things up, but I failed. Izuku. How do you think I feel? Todoroki. Yes, my bad. I'm sorry. Izuku. Sighed softly. I'm sorry, Todoroki, the whole thing with my dad has me really stressed. Todoroki. Well, I'd love to say I understand, but I think you know that's not the case. Izuku. Hey, I guess so. The young man with white hair would place his hand on his friend's shoulder. Todoroki. But if there's anything anything we can do. Izuku. I know, buddy, thank you so much. After that brief interaction, the green-haired boy went to his room, leaving Shoto quite worried about his friend. The next day the freckled boy would be called to the principal's office again, and upon entering he would find the aforementioned Yaoyorozu. Izuku. Entering. Director Nezu. Giving a small bow and Yaoyorozu. Momo. Good morning Midoriya. He said, waving his hand. Nezu. I wanted to inform you that the young woman Yaoyorozu will be your partner on the mission. I'll tell you the locations where the young women have disappeared so you can patrol the area. Midoriya, you'll go in your uniform while the young woman Yaoyorozu will go in civilian clothes to lure the killer. Any questions? Izuku. Are you sure about exposing Yaoyorozu to all of this, Director? Unbelieving question. Momo. With all due respect, Midoriya, I am also an aspiring hero. I must be able to defend myself and do missions like you. Nezu. There's your answer, young Midoriya. Izuku. I see no flaws in your logic. Defeated sigh. Nezu. You can go and change, young people. That's how the two boys left the office. On the way to the dormitories, the dark-haired woman would try to start a conversation despite the sepulchral silence that existed between them. Momo. And, do you know anything about your father? The worst possible question to start the conversation. Izuku. No, Yaoyorozu, he replied curtly. I don't know anything about him, he's been missing for 2 days now. I trust he's alright. Momo. I'm sore. She was interrupted. Izuku. This isn't the time for that, we have a mission. Remember. Momo. Yes, now it was her turn to sigh in defeat. After that brief conversation, they both went their separate ways to change. A few minutes later, they were both at the entrance of UA, the freckled boy in his suit and the dark-haired girl in civilian clothes. Izuku. Well, lady of high society. Ready. Momo. Always. The two young people headed to one of the locations where one of the girls had disappeared to patrol. The green-haired boy remained vigilant, searching for any suspects, while Momo simply walked around like a civilian to attract the killer's attention. They stayed like this for hours, and the killer didn't appear, so they received orders to return to UA. On the way back to the dorms, they started talking. Momo. Who would be capable of doing that to so many innocent girls? I asked, dismayed. Izuku. Only a monster would be capable of something like that, and I'm an expert at hunting monsters. Momo. We'll stop him, Midoriya. I promise you. Izuku. Yes, he said somewhat dejectedly. Without realizing it, they had already arrived at UA, so they went inside. The next day, everything was exactly the same. No one attacked, and no one seemed suspicious, so on the third day, they changed areas. In the new area, everything seemed normal, so the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl decided to take a break by going into a tailor shop. Izuku. Entering. Damn it, he said resignedly, we've been searching all the places where the girls were last seen, that bastard is smarter than I thought. Momo. It's almost as if he knows we're looking for him. The girl approached the counter, seeing that there was no one there. Momo. How strange. Izuku. What? He replied somewhat angrily. Momo. There are no employees here, and it's supposed to be their work schedule. Izuku. I suppose people have to earn a living somehow, though being from high society I don't think you know that. The comment angered Momo, who created a ball and threw it at Izuku's head, who responded angrily. Izuku. What the hell is wrong with you? Angry. Momo. What the hell is wrong with you? Ever since we started this mission, you've been nothing but apathetic. We're supposed to be best friends, and you act like I'm the plague. Izuku. And what do you want me to do, Yaoyorozu? Tell you, wow, Yaoyorozu, everything will be alright, I'll get my father back and stop the villain before dawn. Her feelings exploded. Momo. The Izuku Midoriya I know would do it. He declared angrily. The girl turned around, quite angry, and Izuku calmed down a bit, trying to fix things. Izuku. Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry, the whole thing with my father has me tired. I just want to see him again, even just to know that he's okay, that he's alive. Her gaze darkened as she lowered her head, to which the dark-haired woman reacted. Type. Izuku. But before the conversation could continue, a sound alerted them. One of the doors of the premises opened, letting out a small metallic sound approaching, and before they knew it, a small tank launched itself in their direction. Drink. Sheer heart attack. Momo. What is? The small tank would quickly launch itself at Momo's face, hurting him with its wheels while making a sound as if it were about to explode. Drink. Look here, Momo. What the heck? This thing is going to explode. Izuku. The world. The stand quickly emerged, striking the tank and knocking it away from Momo's face. Once the tank crashed to the ground, Izuku thought it had been attacked, but to his surprise, the small Sha emerged unscathed and launched itself again. Izuku then sent his stand to respond to the attack. The world. Young. Unleashing a flurry of blows. The final blow from the stand would cause the tank to fall to the floor while being held by the world's fist. Izuku. Did it withstand the world's attacks? Impressed this thing is too resilient. While all this was happening, from the door where the tank came out, there was none other than Kira. Kira. Damn it, I knew they had me in their sights. I should have been more careful, they found me the day I came for my suit. That idiot Hisashi Midoriya tore part of the old one, he said, looking at his torn sleeve. Sheer heart attack can handle them for now, there's no need for me to intervene, leaving through the back door. Meanwhile, with the freckled boy, the tank kept making sounds indicating that it was about to detonate. Momo. Izuku. It's going to explode. Creating a shield. Izuku. The world. Open double angle bracket time stands still close double angle bracket. Izuku. I'll finish this now, grabbing the tank and throwing it into the air. The stand then began a flurry of blows. The world. Young. The final blow caused the tank to crash through the ground. Open double angle bracket time returns to normal close double angle bracket. Momo. Did you do it? Lowering the shield slightly, but suddenly the tank came out of the floor heading towards Momo. Momo. I can withstand the blows of the world. Izuku. Atras Yaoyorozu. The world. Young. Throwing several punches, the blows caused sheer heart attack to crash through the wall. Both boys sighed in relief, thinking they had stopped it, but nothing could be further from the truth. It aggressively crashed through the wall again, launching itself at them. Drink. Look this way. Momo. Here he comes. Noticing Izuku's fists were bleeding. Midoriya, you're hurting yourself. Izuku. Stay back Yaoyorozu. Momo. But, Izuku. The world. The stand quickly grabbed the tank by the mouth, trying unsuccessfully to break it. At the same time, the tank was about to explode, so with no other option, Izuku threw it out the window, causing a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, they could see that sheer heart attack was still intact, surrounded by a purple aura. Drink. Look this way. Izuku. That aura. Something clicked in his head. It must be the work of a stand user. Only stands possess that kind of aura. Momo. If it's a stand, its user must be nearby. He might be the killer. Izuku. Do you have a plan to find him? He shouted somewhat desperately. Momo. Yes, creating a flying drone. A stand can't stay too far from its user, right? This drone has a camera. I'll take it into the air to locate the killer. Momo quickly raised the drone, taking it out of the tailor shop and flying it into the sky. He managed to locate Kira with the camera, who was leaving while surrounded by a purple aura. Momo. I see it. It's close. Leaving control aside, but the tank would quickly turn aggressively towards Momo again. Momo. Is he coming for me again? Izuku quickly deduced what was happening, why the stand had them fixed on him. Izuku. The heat. Follow our heat trail. Momo. Izuku. I've got you, bastard. Suddenly, sheer heart attack launched itself at Momo, ready to explode. Izuku. The world. Open double angle bracket time stands still close double angle bracket. Izuku. If I'm not mistaken, the stand attacks through movement and the nearest heat source. The world. Grabbing two sticks and rubbing them together to create fire. Young. Izuku. Yar, this has to work. Open double angle bracket time returns to normal close double angle bracket. The tank quickly changed direction, heading towards the fire that Izuku had created. Izuku. I was right. Momo. He saved me, she thought with relief. Izuku. But now that I think about it, if the person's head is enough to ignite it, then being near a fire, moving away. Momo. Shaw. Click. Exploding next to Izuku. The explosion was direct, causing the green-haired boy to take the full force of it, sending him crashing into one of the walls with several wounds that released a large amount of blood, one on his left leg and another much larger one on his torso, which caused Izuku to lose consciousness. Momo. Izuku, worried. Drink. Wow. In front of Momo. It stopped abruptly. Yaoyorozu was about to go to her friend, but the tank's wheels began to spin sharply, signaling that it was ready to attack at the slightest movement. Momo. Izuku figured out that thing's weakness. It's the heat source it's after. Creating some cotton, a little alcohol, and matches. This will only distract it momentarily so I can call for help. Hey idiot, this way. The dark-haired woman would put alcohol on the cotton and then light it on fire with the matches, throwing it far away. Luckily, the tank would go after the cotton, moving away from both of them, giving Momo time to approach her companion. Momo. Damn, this is bad, very bad. He would create a gauze by starting to apply pressure to the largest wound, at which point the freckled boy only grimaced in pain. Momo. I know, Izuku, I know, you'll be okay. Approaching Izuku and taking out her phone to dial hello. Aizawa. From the phone Yaoyorozu. What's wrong? Momo. Izuku is hurt. I need help. Aizawa. We're sending heroes there. What happened? He asked worriedly. I was going to answer her, but sheer heart attack put aside the fire to focus on her again. Momo. Damn it, picking up Izuku and taking him out of the shop. The moment she left, the tank exploded again, destroying the place and causing both her and Izuku to fall to the ground. Momo. Why are there no heroes when they're needed? But to the girl's horror, from amidst the rubble and fire, sheer heart attack would emerge unscathed, ready to attack again. Drink. Look here. With Kira, he was walking calmly, confident that his secondary ability would do the job, and then he looked at his watch and saw that it was getting late. Kira. Oh, it's only been 5 minutes, I shouldn't worry. It's clear that sheer heart attack is invincible, I might even say indestructible, it'll take care of those two. She couldn't finish speaking because suddenly the hand from which sheer heart attack came felt heavy, causing Kira to fall abruptly to the ground along with her hand. Kira. What the hell? Something's wrong with sheer heart attack. Do I have to go back and fix it myself? Angry. Meanwhile, the dark-haired woman had created extremely heavy weights and thrown them at the tank, causing it to become immobile. Momo. That has to stop him. Tired, but suddenly she turned her gaze, seeing a blond man with his left hand bleeding, approaching with difficulty. Kira. Approaching there, opening a gym nearby. I should sign up to improve my stamina. It was quite a trek to get here. My lack of stamina is obvious. You called someone for help, didn't you? The girl stood motionless. Before him was the objective of his mission. Momo. Why you? Kira. Surely heroes, right? Maybe Eraserhead will come, won't he? After all, he's a teacher at UA. I saw you at the sports festival. You're really impressive. Momo. Why you are? Kira. You know, my new jacket was at that tailor shop. I'll go get it later, after I kill you, of course. You'll be a nice addition to my collection. Momo. I have him in front of me, the man who has caused so many deaths, who has caused so much pain. Damn him. The dark-haired girl quickly lunged at Kira, who promptly summoned Killer Queen, punching the girl in the face and knocking her to the ground roughly. Momo. T2 stands, astonished. Kira. Sheer heart attack is an automatic bomb from Killer Queen that detaches from her left hand. That's why mine takes the damage. It's invincible but not immobile. From what I can see, you turned out to be very clever, pretty girl. Suddenly, sheer heart attack broke free from the weights, freeing Kira's hand. Kira. Perfect. Momo. Damn it. Launching an attack. Kira was not in the mood to fight, so Killer Queen lashed out with a powerful knee strike to the girl's stomach, making her eyes roll back in her head as a grimace of pain formed, but without stopping there she stood and pinned her to the ground. Kira. Your destiny was always defeat, but even so, you and that brat over there surprised me. The girl just remained silent, which enraged the killer. Kira. I showed you respect, you could at least answer, hitting her on the nose. I'm about to beat you to death, I have time before the heroes arrive. The blonde man grabbed the girl by the head, and before she could even react, she was slammed aggressively against the pavement, breaking her nose in the process. Once Kira had had enough, he let her go, but the girl had other plans. Momo. Why your N name? In pain your K Kira why Yoshikage? Upon hearing this revelation, the killer was both impressed and frightened. Kira. What? Moving it and seeing that underneath it was her driver's license. When did you take it from me, you damn thing? Momo. Why you're a bit distracted, she said with difficulty. Kira. Picking up the license, so what? What do you gain by knowing my name if you're going to die? Answer me. Yaoyorozu let out a slight laugh, which only made Kira even angrier. Momo. Despite everything, I managed to find out your name. You're nothing but a confident idiot. You can run away, but how does it feel? How does it feel that a brat like me managed to discover your name? You're an idiot, Kira Yoshikage. I'll see you in hell. Kira. You stupid girl. Furious. The blonde boy would start repeatedly kicking Momo in the stomach until he got tired. Kira. Once your master arrives, you'll explode like a damn bomb. You stupid, insolent brat. Killer Queen. The blonde man was about to touch Momo to turn her into a bomb, but he heard a voice behind him. Izuku. Momo, you won this fight. He said seriously. Kira. What? The world would unleash a punch which was covered by Killer Queen's forearm, but then they separated as the freckled one was noticeably injured, blood dripping all over his uniform. He could barely stand, which made Kira smile confidently. Izuku. Finally, we meet face to face, you son of a bitch. You must be a damn coward, aren't you? Hitting an injured girl like that. You have no honor, though I don't know why I expected you to. You're nothing but a filthy vermin who kills for pleasure. Kira. You should have stayed on the ground, idiot, looking at her watch. Izuku. Nice watch, how sad that it'll be the only thing left of you. Kira. Wow, what an interesting young man. Summoning Killer Queen. You seriously think your pathetic stand can beat Killer Queen? Let's see if you can keep up with me. He couldn't finish speaking as Killer Queen had received a blow to the jaw from the world, causing Kira's jaw to dislocate abruptly as he fell to the ground. The world. Mute, hitting him. Kira. Falling to the ground. What the hell, scared. But before he could fall to the ground, Izuku grabbed him by the wrist. Izuku. Now that I see it, it's a horrible watch, but don't worry because I'm going to make your face worse than that damn watch. Angry. Momo. Midoriya. Don't let him touch you, weakly. Kira. Midoriya. He would finally realize that the person he was fighting was that green-haired UA student, and the son of the man he murdered. Izuku, you should have stayed on the ground, idiot, imitating Kira. The world would make an appearance, ready for combat. The world, young, 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 unleashing a flurry of blows at Killer Queen. The blows were so fast and strong that Kira was sent crashing brutally into some trash cans. Kira. He shouldn't know about his father's death. I have to put him at a disadvantage. Midoriya. Why, you're Hisashi's son, aren't you? At these words, Izuku stopped dead in his tracks, in a state of shock. Had he heard correctly? Had he mentioned his father? Izuku. How do you know her name? Scared. Kira smiled. She had a chance to get out of the fight. Kira. Ha 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 ha. I killed him myself. Right in front of your damn house. You didn't even notice his screams, did you? What kind of hero lets his own father die? The news had left him frozen. His legs began to tremble, and with the blood loss, his vision began to blur as his blood began to boil. He was angry. He was furious. Izuku. Why you? He. Did you kill him? Furious. Kira. And you're next. The blonde boy would throw the coin at the freckled boy, detonating it at the same time as the freckled boy received the full impact, fainting from blood loss. Kira. Standing up with all her strength. I have to kill them. I have to. But he heard several patrol cars and ambulances approaching the scene. He didn't have time to act. Kira. Damn it. The blonde man didn't know what to do. On the one hand, if he killed them, the police would catch him, but on the other hand, if he didn't, he had a better chance of escaping. But faced with this, he decided to get out of there. Kira. Leaving. Damn you. Damn you. This won't end like this, bastards. Making a superhuman effort, he managed to escape without attracting too much attention. Meanwhile, the young people were already unconscious, but several patrol cars and ambulances would arrive, and Aizawa would get out of one of them. Aizawa. Damn it. Running towards Izuku and Momo. We need help here. I'm sorry, my kids. I shouldn't have let you do this. I'm really sorry. Frustrated. Paramedics quickly arrived and took both young men away in an ambulance. Despite his dwindling strength, Kira kept running without stopping. He couldn't let them catch him, not now. Finally, after much effort and attracting a little attention, he reached his house and quickly went inside. Kira. Entering. Damn it, that kid almost killed me. I have to do something. They saw my face. Starting to bite her nails. When they wake up, it'll only be a matter of time before they find me. Besides, that stupid girl managed to see my license and my name. She yelled, throwing a vase against the wall. I can't go and kill them since they're probably being protected by the heroes. The man was so frustrated that he unconsciously began biting his fingers to bleed. The thought that his peaceful life was about to end gnawed at him, but as if by divine intervention, a purple portal reappeared in his living room, from which Shigaraki emerged carrying a small briefcase. Kira. What the hell are you doing here? I screamed furiously. He wasn't in the mood for visitors, much less if they were villains. Shigaraki, for his part, just smiled from under the hand he used as a mask. Shigaraki. And that aggression. Not even a hug. After all, I brought you a gift. Kira. The best gift would be for you to leave my house. An aura began to emanate from his body. As Killer Queen slowly formed, Shigaraki simply rolled his eyes and continued with what to him was a business conversation. Shigaraki. Relax, I know what happened today. You're such an idiot, he said while letting out a light laugh, which disconcerted Kira. Do you at least know who that green-haired guy was? Kira. An ordinary UA student, Midoriya Izuku, winner of the UA festival. Seriously, Shigaraki. Oh no, my friend, you didn't do your research properly. Midoriya Izuku, successor to All Might, heir to an elite stand, responsible for the death of the greatest villain of all time, saying the last part with annoyance. In short, you're screwed, old man. Kira. Ve al grano Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki. So you learned my name, huh? He said sarcastically, which only made Kira angrier. after everything you went through today. You need help, don't you? And guess what? I've got that help for you. Kira. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Shigaraki. This, placing the briefcase on a table, it's difficult to move this with one hand. Kira. And that will help me with. Shigaraki. For a serial killer, you're quite the idiot. It's not the briefcase, it's what's inside, he said, smiling macabrely. The blonde man opened the briefcase, revealing a syringe inside filled with a strange liquid that glowed purple. Kira. What is? Shigaraki. Really? Flashback. Please enter. The entire time the League was inactive was because we were looking for a way to expand. Thanks to Twice, we managed to get in touch with a Yakuza group called the 8 Precepts of Death. At first, we didn't get along very well, but over time we became closer until I spoke with the leader. The narrator returns. We can see Shigaraki sitting in a rather elegant and opulent room, tapping his foot impatiently on the floor, until a brown-haired man entered the room, wearing a rather large, beak-shaped mask over his mouth. He slowly sat down in front of the villain, who spoke somewhat aggressively. Shigaraki. What did you want to talk about, Chisaki? Chisaki. Since the League and my organization have joined forces, I wanted to talk to you about a specific topic. As you know, my organization has drugs capable of enhancing quirks. Shigaraki. Continue, Chisaki. But there's one quirk in particular that has completely captured my interest. Stand. Upon hearing the name of Shigaraki's quirk, I didn't hesitate to listen to what he had to say. Chisaki. I know you've faced a boy with this power. I've been researching everything I could about the quirk to develop a drug capable of enhancing it, but my experiments haven't gone as planned. However, with the girl's help, I managed to create a drug capable of granting a stand a new ability. I used it on one of my men who possessed a rather weak stand. He managed to gain an ability different from his original stands. Unfortunately, he died shortly after due to the side effects, and I couldn't test the copy I have. That's why I wanted to give it to you so you can find a user and test it on them. If everything goes as planned, we could be looking at the ultimate quirk, one that surpasses the limits of both humans and gods. Shigaraki. I thought you wanted to eliminate quirks, he asked curiously. Chisaki. And I want to do it, but having a stand could take us to another level, one step closer to achieving our goal. Handing him a briefcase helped me achieve this goal. End of flashback. I would tell Kira everything, who listened attentively as a sign of interest, without knowing about the side effects. Shigaraki. The syringe contains the last copy of that drug. Seeing how useful your killer queen is, I decided you should have it. That way, you can take care of that green-haired idiot and have a peaceful life. It's your decision. It has to be injected into the neck. The villain would re-enter the portal, leaving the blonde man uncertain. Kira. Another ability for Killer Queen. This, it could. But what if it goes wrong? He paced the room, caught between a rock and a hard place. He didn't even know if Shigaraki could be trusted, but seeing his house, his furniture, his life, and seeing how everything he knew was about to disappear because of those damned people. Kira. I must do everything for my peaceful life. The blonde man, tempted, would take the syringe out of the briefcase. Kira. I'll do whatever it takes. Kira injected the syringe into his neck, letting all the drug flow out, and then discarded the syringe seconds later. Suddenly, something began to change inside Kira. A purple aura surrounded him, and a throbbing headache began. He coughed up blood as he collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing violently. He was on the verge of death, but then everything stopped. His eyes snapped open. Think. I'll make them bite the dust. Hasashi. I'm going to stop you, All Might. Izuku. Go ahead, villain. Nothing like quality time between father and son. The little green-haired boy wore an All Might costume custom-made by his mother, who just watched from the doorway of the house with a big smile as her husband and son played. Hasashi. You can't beat me. The man got down on all fours like a monster, while the little green-haired boy smiled proudly, preparing his fist. Izuku. Detrawa. Smaaaash. Hasashi. Hey, he had hit his father right in the jaw, who fell to the ground defeated. Hasashi. Oh, you defeated me, All Might, he said, feigning pain. Bip. Izuku. Now everything is alright. Do you know why? Bip. Hasashi. Why? I ask excitedly. Bip. Izuku. Why am I here? Bip. He was awakened by the loud sound of the machine he was connected to. He painfully opened his eyes only to see a white room. He tried to get up, but a sharp pain shot through his stomach. He lifted the sheet that wrapped around him to reveal that his torso was completely bandaged. He winced in pain, only to notice that his leg and even his arm were bandaged as well. Izuku. Am I? Dad. Dad. She tried to locate someone, noticing that on the stretcher next to her was her dark-haired companion in a similar state to hers. Izuku. Why Yaoyorozu? Slowly, the dark-haired girl began to open her eyes, realizing where she was and turning to look at the freckled boy. Momo. Midoriya. Did you catch him? She said with a hint of hope in her voice. Izuku. I. Memories of what had happened flooded the freckled boy's mind, recalling his father's death. He was back in the shock of the moment, but before they could continue talking, his teacher and Bakugo entered through the door. Bakugo. Thank God, I thought they wouldn't wake up relieved. I wouldn't have forgiven myself if they had died. Momo. How long have we been asleep? I asked, alarmed. Aizawa. It's been 4 days, everyone is worried about you, even me kids, but I have to ask you some questions, about the killer. Momo. What? She looked dismayed. She thought they had managed to stop him. After all, when she fainted, Izuku had him on the ropes, so the news hit her like a bucket of cold water, while Izuku, for his part, remained in his initial shock. Aizawa. He managed to escape. Finally, she snapped. She had given her all on the mission, and yet, they failed. Humans tend to act aggressively when they cannot control their feelings, especially towards those around them, even if they are not to blame. Momo, unfortunately for her, was human. Momo. Midoriya, what the hell happened? You defeated him. How the hell could you let him go? She screamed with a fury that wasn't even directed at her classmate, she just wanted to vent. She had been afraid, terrified when she was in front of Kira, an unpleasant feeling. Being beaten and tortured by that killer had left her with indescribable scars. Aizawa was about to calm her down, but unfortunately, Izuku was also human. Izuku. He killed my father. He declared emphatically. Everyone in the room fell silent as an expression of terror formed on everyone's face, but that didn't stop the boy. Izuku. He confessed to me. He killed him in front of my house and I was unable to save him. Bakugo. Izuku. The words wouldn't come out. A great silence fell over the room as the green-haired boy cried from the helplessness of not having been able to stop Kira, while Momo just felt bad for having said that to the freckled boy. At the same time the blonde boy approached his friend to comfort him. Aizawa. Calm down, Midoriya. I'm really sorry, kid. A new expression formed on him, compassion. Momo. I discovered his name. Say Lama Kira Yoshikage. Aizawa. Thank you Yaoyorozu. Midoriya, you can leave the hospital now. Momo. You should stay a few more days, your injuries are even more serious than Izuku's. Izuku. Oh okay. Wiping away tears. I have to. I have to tell Mom. Bakugo. Here, brother, giving him a change of clothes. Izuku. Thank you, grabbing his clothes and getting up to leave with Bakugo. Momo. Midoriya. I knew I'd messed up. Sorry for. Izuku. No pasa nada Yaoyorozu, está bien. Leaving the room with the blonde guy. Momo. I ruined it. Shake. Aizawa. Don't worry, I'll take care of talking to him. After that, Aizawa informed the authorities of the girl's killer's name. They quickly located his house, but upon entering, they found no one. Kira had already escaped. At the Midoriya house, everything was a mess. The news of Hasashi's death truly affected Inko terribly. She could only collapse to the floor and weep alongside her son, who cried uncontrollably all day and all night. Inko, for her part, had lost the man she loved, the only person she had besides her son, the one who was always there for her in her darkest moments. Izuku, meanwhile, had just lost his father, his role model, the one who supported him when no one else would, the first person to teach him what it meant to be a hero, the first person who believed in him. Hisashi Midoriya had become nothing more than a memory for those who had once loved him in life. The days passed and nothing improved. When Class 1A heard the news, they tried to reach out to their friend, but he simply withdrew. He didn't go out, he didn't speak to anyone. If he had to go anywhere, he used his stand's power to slip away unnoticed. The few times he was seen were in the UA gym, training until his fists bled. When anyone tried to point this out to him, he simply ignored them. He didn't want to talk to anyone. Even the world seemed different. Every time someone saw him, they noticed his gaze was somber, almost lifeless. He remained like a machine, throwing punches at the training robots. The class tried everything to get close to the boy, but it was simply impossible. Izuku was in his UA dorm room, alone. His room was a mess, dirty clothes everywhere. His TV had a huge dent that rendered it unusable. His desk vibrated from his phone with several missed calls from his friends and All Might. He just kept his eyes closed until some knocks on his door caught his attention. A.M. J. Young Midoriya, here's from the other side of the door. I'm here, hee. Kid, your classmates are worried about you. I'm worried about you too. We haven't seen you in almost 2 weeks. You don't go out. You just train and that's fine, but you can't just abandon everything. I know how it feels, but damn. I'm really sorry. I don't have the words to describe how sorry I am, son. I wish I could be the light you need to climb out of the abyss you're falling into, but I was never good at social situations. But I want you to know that when you decide to come out of there, we'll all be waiting for you with open arms, ready to listen. I'm really sorry, son. I heard All Might's footsteps slowly receding from his door. I didn't hate them. I didn't hate my comrades, much less blame them, but I simply couldn't bear to look them in the face. Tears began to fall down her cheeks, only to be quickly wiped away with a flick of her wrist, while at the same time she clenched her fists in helplessness. Izuku, am I a hero, right? What kind of hero cries? They can't see me like this. I'm supposed to inspire us, but they only care about me. Memories of his classmates and teachers flooded his mind, everything they had experienced up to that moment. He was happy to have them by his side, but his heart turned into a black hole at the memory of Kira's words. Kira Yoshikage, the bastard who took his father's life. Slowly, his sadness began to transform into hatred. He went into the bathroom, taking a cold shower. Even with the icy water running down his back, his blood still boiled. He got out of the shower, dried himself, and bent down to his bed, pulling 2 briefcases from underneath. Opening the first, he looked nostalgically at his father's suit. No, he couldn't tarnish his memory like that, he couldn't. He closed it, putting it away again, only to open the other and see his first suit. He started to put it on, but leaving aside the yellow jacket that came with it, leaving only the sleeveless top part, revealing all the scars on his body, some caused by stain, others by all for one large one that stretched from his torso up to his shoulder, courtesy of the man he would go looking for. Kira Yoshikage. It was night. He left his room, ready for what he was about to do. His heart was pounding so hard he could swear anyone could hear it 20 kilometers away, but he didn't care. To leave the dorms, he had to pass through the gym, which was a huge area with a training zone. He opened the door to find the lights off, obvious. He took a few steps, which echoed throughout the place, but stopped abruptly. He sharpened his gaze as he spoke. Izuku. I know they're here. The lights suddenly turned on, revealing Class 1A, all in their hero costumes except for Yaoyorozu, who was still in the hospital. Izuku. What are you doing here? I asked seriously. Bakugo. I could ask you the same thing, nerd. Izuku. Come on, move aside. I don't want to hurt you, he said somewhat angrily. He took a step hoping they would move, but to his surprise, not even Mineta moved a muscle. He was scared shitless, but he didn't move. Izuku gave an annoyed look at that. Iida. As heroes, it's our duty to prevent you from doing anything foolish. Izuku. Didn't you bite your tongue? He refuted. Iida. You know, it's a hero's job to stick his nose where it doesn't belong, isn't it? He gave a slight smile. I learned from the best. Uraraka. Please, Midoriya, just listen to us for a second. Izuku. I have nothing to hear, Uraraka, now step aside or else. Todoroki. Or what, Izuku? I'll move them and leave a mark on your other eye. They knew it. Their partner was angry. Even if it wasn't personal, it seemed that way. It was something they had considered since making the plan, so they were prepared. Izuku rolled his eyes in despair. He didn't have time, and what if they were an obstacle? Izuku. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Bakugo. You have no idea what we have planned. Izuku. Epitaph. Using the quirk of the former OFA holder, he manages to see 10 seconds ahead in time, anticipating his teammates' plan. Bakugo. Well, you know what we planned, he said, sounding somewhat overwhelmed. At incredible speed, One for All manifested within Izuku's body. Everyone assumed fighting stances, ready for battle. In a blur of speed, Izuku appeared behind Kaminari, who barely had time to react before the world launched a kick, sending him flying away from the others. Thanks to his epitaph vision, he saw the blonde boy attack first, attempting to paralyze him with electricity. Sato consumed a large amount of sugar, gaining muscle mass, and charged at the stand, which, unfazed, met him with a powerful neck lock, slamming him to the ground aggressively. The ground cracked as Sato winced in pain. Tokiyami sent Dark Shadow toward the stand. The shadow launched its claws, scratching the stand, and Izuku grimaced in annoyance. A powerful blow from the shadow was aimed at the stand, but the stand swiftly grabbed its wrist and headbutted it. Disorienting him, they clashed attacks, beginning a struggle of strength which the world won by being surrounded by OFA beams which he channeled into his fists, impacting the shadow with powerful bursts of punches that made it retreat back to its user. Tokiyami tried to counterattack, but Izuku quickly stepped in front of him, delivering a powerful blow to his stomach, causing the bird boy's eyes to roll back and leaving him out of the fight. Izuku quickly looked around, seeing his remaining companions begin to surround him. Before he could react, Zero swiftly wrapped him in his tapes, immobilizing him. Zero. We just want to help Midoriya. Izuku. No one asked for your help. The world. Before everyone's eyes, Zero's tapes fell to the ground without a sound, and before he knew it, he knocked the world unconscious with a brutal blow to the stomach. Mina quickly launched her acid at Izuku, the weakest acid she could muster. Her intention wasn't to harm the boy, only to contain it, but it still managed to burn his skin, enraging him. He lunged at the girl without considering the consequences, but then he heard several explosions in the distance. He froze, terrified. The sound, the explosions, reminded him of Kira Yoshikage. The scene of him screaming about his father's death had paralyzed him, allowing him to be quickly intercepted by a whirlwind of explosions that swept him away. Both hit the ground, separated by only a few meters. Izuku got up, suffering from a few burns, exhaling with exhaustion. His initial shock turned to anger. They were truly testing him. Meanwhile, Bakugo stood firmly, his face a mask of slight displeasure, inconvenience. Bakugo. So now you're hitting your friends, he questioned. Izuku. I gave you the damn opportunity to leave. But you're all stuck heads. Do you really want me to defeat you one by one? I screamed furiously. Bakugo. Come and try it, Green. I smiled arrogantly. Izuku was about to launch himself back at Bakugo, but a strong pillar of ice struck his torso, making him wince in pain. It was right on the wound Kira had inflicted. He turned around, looking at the one responsible. Todoroki. You're really strong. That was supposed to knock you unconscious. Izuku. Maybe you were weak. He lunged at Shoto, who met him with a powerful gust of wind. Undeterred, Izuku grabbed Shoto's face. Shoto made a face of despair, but Izuku, unfazed, used the world's arm to deliver a powerful blow to the bicolored boy's side. Shoto only let out a slight cry of pain. Izuku was ready to strike again with his stand's arm, but another explosion hit his back, knocking him away from Todoroki. Todoroki used an ice sweep to knock Izuku off balance, and he was met by small explosions from Bakugo, who appeared once more, preventing Izuku from attacking. Izuku summoned his stand, but it was useless. Its feet were frozen, and once it was freed, another explosion knocked it back from Bakugo. Adding to the sound of the explosions, Izuku had brief flashbacks of his fight with Kira. He even imagined how his father could have died at Kira's hands. They had him perfectly timed. Just as he was about to attack Todoroki, Bakugo pulled him away. The explosion continued until they managed to lower his guard due to the boy's exhaustion. Bakugo quickly launched a massive explosion at the green-haired boy, who summoned his stand to protect himself, but this was only a distraction. His feet were frozen, and then Todoroki. Kirishima. My introduction. Unbreakable. The redhead hardened his skin to its maximum capacity and began running towards the freckled boy. Izuku activated One for All, ready to receive it, but Zero's tapes wrapped around him again. The black-haired boy had gotten back to his feet after Izuku's attack. Likewise, Kaminari launched a powerful shock at the freckled boy, who began to scream as he felt his muscles contract from the spasms caused by the electricity. Nothing that could kill him, but it could stop him. Along with Mineta's sticky hair, they had trapped him. He tried to free himself, but unfortunately for him, Kirishima wrapped him tightly in his arms. Izuku. Let me go. Let me go, damn it. Do you want me to really hurt you? He was really furious. Kaminari. We're doing this for your own good, Midoriya, he replied worriedly. Izuku. You know nothing. You know nothing about me. Much less what's good for me. Now let me go before I really make you suffer, damn it. Her blood began to boil as lightning crackled from her body. He screamed with total fury. He was trapped. He summoned his stand ready to attack them, but it was subdued by Dark Shadow, which had grown gigantic to hold him down, along with Sato in his maximum muscular form and Shoji with more limbs than torso restraining the world's arms and legs. All of this was just to counteract as much as possible the stand's enormous strength, which even so managed to move them as they resisted, putting them in a tight spot. Their plan was made with the sole objective of stopping Izuku, and they had succeeded. Despite her partner's screams, Uraraka touched his arm, making him float along with Kirishima. Uraraka. I'm sorry, Midoriya. She said sadly. Izuku. Damnoon. It's Kirishima. Lose yourself. Let go. Furious scream. Kirishima. I'm sorry, dude. It's this or you do something stupid, he said with complete sincerity. He was trapped, desperate, a whole damn plan just to contain him, and yet, they couldn't. The beams of One for All began to clash in a terrifying way. His veins began to become visible while his muscles tensed from the effort. Several black whips came out of his body aggressively from his body, scaring everyone. Under his suit, Kirishima managed to see how that star-shaped birthmark began to shine intensely. Kirishima. Guys. I screamed in fright. Izuku. 1-4. The world. A great amount of energy appeared in the place, blinding everyone. Once it slowly dissipated, everyone looked up only to find Kirishima lying unconscious on the ground and Izuku beside him holding him by the chest. Bakugo. Damn it. Desperate scream. Izuku, who had been angry throughout the entire fight, changed completely. A serene look appeared, a look which quickly transformed into an arrogant smile. Izuku. Did you really think such a simple plan would stop me? Me, the great Izuku, he shouted while smiling arrogantly. Their usual friend wasn't there. No, he was gone. A completely different person stood on that battlefield. Izuku smiled aggressively and proudly, standing up in front of everyone. Izuku. Come on guys. You wanted this, didn't you? Wryy. I shout with excitement. With incredible speed, Ida's engines roared to life as he launched his attack. He had to stop him soon, or his friend would stop them both. He unleashed a powerful flying kick, but to his horror, Izuku stopped it midair. His hand began to emanate the terrifying aura as his gaze met Ida's. Izuku. Very slow. Iida. Aizu. The world. Muda. The stand delivered a brutal headbutt. Were it not for Ida's helmet, he would have needed a skilled surgeon. The blue-haired boy was sent crashing unconscious against a wall. All his friends were terrified, but they continued trying to stop him. However, he simply walked straight ahead as they rushed at him, only to be easily stopped by the world, which knocked them out with powerful blows to the stomach. Uraraka, Mina, Tokiyami, Kaminari, Sato, Zero, Suku, and of course Mineta, all fell with a single blow from the stand, which attacked with ferocity. Todoroki was about to unleash the attack he used to defeat Zero at the festival, but Izuku. The world. Suddenly Todoroki spat blood, falling to the ground due to a strong knee strike from Izuku's stand, who was just walking towards Bakugo, who remained standing firm. Izuku. Well, Kachan, is this what you wanted? Bakugo. Not me, and neither. Mr. Hisashi. The comment enraged Izuku, who dodged an explosion from his friend, delivering a powerful blow to his stomach that sent him to his knees, while he walked away from the scene. Bakugo. This isn't you. She stopped abruptly, preventing him from seeing the tear that escaped her eye. Izuki. I know, but, what else can I do? Bakugo. You'll have, us. He said before falling unconscious. Without further ado, Izuku left the dormitories. The streets of Musudafu in the early hours could be eerie, worthy of any horror film, and the perfect place for any crime, like the one unfolding in a dark alley, a man stealing a woman's purse. Thief. Give it to me, damn it. Woman. Help. She screamed in despair, as if he were an angel, or a demon. Green eyes with slight yellow tones appeared in the darkness. Before the thief could even do anything, a yellow hand appeared, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him against the wall with force, causing the woman's purse to fall in the process. When she was about to thank the boy, she looked into his eyes, a look that represented only hatred in its entirety. A murderous aura appeared, and by pure instinct, the woman grabbed her purse and began to run terrified from the one who was supposed to be her hero. Thief. Don't hurt me. Izuku. That will be decided, by your face. Slowly, he pulled back the hood, revealing blonde hair. Izuku was about to do something crazy until he saw the man's face. It wasn't the man he was looking for. The world released him, letting him fall roughly to the ground, but quickly began to run in terror from what he considered a monster. Izuku, for his part, remained still in the same place, feeling the raindrops slowly begin to run down his face. With a great leap, the world reached the rooftop. He had been searching for hours, arresting thieves with similar characteristics, but nothing. He simply couldn't find him. Even so, he wasn't close to giving up. He started walking along the rooftop until a voice behind him made him stop. Aizawa. You shouldn't be here, kid. Izuku. What are you doing here, Professor? Seriously, Aizawa. It's quite naive of you to think I wouldn't be tracking you. I've been following you ever since you left Ua. Izuku. I'm sorry I have to go home so late. Starts walking. Aizawa. You don't have to do this, it wasn't your fault. He stopped abruptly. He didn't want to listen to it, he really didn't, yet he continued talking. Aizawa. I know how you feel. Izuku. You have no idea how I feel. A silence fell between them. Izuku was about to stop time and leave without another word, but... Aizawa. We were 20, she was the most beautiful woman I had ever known. She never stopped smiling. I caught that happiness and my days began to brighten. Even Mike said it was like I was human again, haha. She was perfect. No matter how horrible I was. She was always with me, she never left me alone. I could be the biggest idiot on the planet and still know that she would be there smiling at me and telling me that everything would be alright. She supported me to be a hero. She was the one who made the goggles for my suit. She told me that everyone can be a hero, Shota, even a bitter cat lover like you. The last time I saw her she was telling me how well work had gone for her. I told her I would stop by her house later to make dinner. That dinner never came. An hour later I received the news that she had died in the crossfire between two villains. She died saving a child from the fight. I sought revenge. I found the bastard who started the fight and he bit his lip in anger. It didn't make me feel any better. Izuku turned slightly to look at him. I know how you feel, kid, and I know that what you're looking for won't bring you the satisfaction you think. Believe me, you're my student. I only want what's best for you. Don't make the same mistake I did, kid. He remained silent, turning his back on his teacher. Izuku. It's late, let's go home, sensei. Aizawa. Izuku. I tried to approach, but the world appeared, blocking my path. Aizawa noticed something that even made him look sad. The stand is a representation of the user's soul. He clenched his fists tightly in an attack stance, but in that dark night, only the dripping of water from the stand's eyes could be heard. The world was crying, its face a mask of utter melancholy, its fists clenched so tightly that they drew blood from its users. Without a second thought, Aizawa ran towards his student as the world vanished into dust in that dark Japanese night. He gave the boy a tight hug, and the boy simply broke down in his teacher's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. All that pent-up guilt had finally been released once and for all. Izuku. He died because of me. If I were stronger this wouldn't have happened. I'm supposed to be a hero, aren't I? What kind of hero lets his own father die? She screamed, her words filled with guilt. At no point did I stop hugging my student, letting him vent his feelings. Aizawa. Izuku, it wasn't your fault. Izuku. But, Aizawa. What happened to your father was an injustice, but it's pointless to blame yourself when the real culprit is still free. But this isn't how heroes operate. We don't act out of revenge. We act out of justice, the justice of seeing Kira Yoshikage pay for his crimes like any other human being, and rot in prison for the rest of his life. Don't get your hands dirty, son, only time will tell. You taught me that, kid, you taught me that even though we make mistakes, we can improve. You did it when you helped Iida with Stain. You did it when Shoto wouldn't use his fire. You did it with me by teaching me that not everything has to be bad, son. They both broke apart from the hug as the freckled boy dried his tears. Izuku. I understand, Aizawa-sensei. I really am. I'm sorry for acting like an idiot, she said, wiping away her tears. Aizawa. Don't apologize to me, kid, come on, let's go to Ua. I need to think about your punishment for damaging the gym and your classmates. Izuku. I understand, he thinks they. Aizawa. They'll understand, you supported them when they did stupid things, they'll do the same for you. And so, teacher and student left that rooftop, letting the tears on the stand dry. In the hospital, it was already night so the dark-haired woman was asleep, while a man entered the reception area unseen and walked up to the receptionist to speak to her. Excuse me, where is Yaoyorozu Momo? Receptionist. I'm sorry, I can't give you that information. Oh, believe me, you have to give it to me. A menacing silhouette began to form from the man's back. Kira. This is only if she doesn't want to die. After a while Kira walked through the corridors until she reached the room she was looking for, but a man crossed her path. Doctor. Excuse me, you can't. She couldn't finish speaking because at any moment she would have exploded, letting Kira enter the room without waking the dark-haired woman. Kira. Yaoyorozu Momo, I warned you. I always win. Killer Queen would touch Momo, turning her into a bomb, but this one was different. Tuesday. 12 a.m. The dark-haired woman was slowly opening her eyes as rays of sunlight passed through the window. After she fully woke up, a nurse would come in with her breakfast. Nurse. Here's your breakfast. He couldn't finish speaking because he had tripped and dropped his breakfast. Momo. Are you okay? Getting out of bed to help her. Nurse. Why yes, I'm sorry, she said, giving a small bow. Momo. It doesn't matter. Do you know when I can retire? Doctor. Miss, your family left a change of clothes there today, pointing to a suitcase. Momo. Thank you. After that, the nurse went out to find something to clean with while Momo changed her clothes. She was still thinking about what had happened with her classmate. She really wanted to fix things with him. After a while, the dark-haired girl had changed and left the hospital to head to Ua. As she walked, she sent a message on her cell phone. In the chat, I'm heading towards Ua, 12:20. All this without her knowing that someone was following her. A while passed until, as she was walking, someone spoke to her. Kira. Excuse me, miss. The dark-haired woman felt a chill run down her spine. She turned around fearfully upon recognizing Kira's voice, but when she turned back she didn't recognize him because of the change in appearance, but somehow she knew it was him. Kira. Can you tell me the time? 12:25 a.m. Momo. Why you are? Yaoyorozu. The dark-haired girl quickly turned around only to find the explosive blonde boy, who had a few bandages on his body due to his fight with Izuku. Momo. Bakugo. Bakugo. Yeah, who else would it be? He asked, confused. Momo. Wait, exalted. He would turn around to watch Kira leave. Momo. That man. Bakugo. What's wrong with him? He said worriedly. Momo. LS Kira Yoshikage. Bakugo. What? Alarmed. The blonde was about to attack, but from behind Momo's ear came a small Killer Queen, leaving them in shock as they heard Kira's voice speak. Killer Queen, Kira. This is the third Killer Queen bomb. Bites the dust. Bakugo. What? He said, frightened. He watched as the stand approached him, so he tried to touch it, but it passed right through him. Killer Queen, Kira. Killer Queen is in your eye. Killer Queen wasn't actually approaching Bakugo, rather, Bakugo was reflected in her eye. Killer Queen, Kira. That's what you see, the bomb's detonator has been activated, jumping into Bakugo's eye. 12:30 a.m. Suddenly and without warning, the bomb detonated inside Bakugo, exploding within him and causing fatal injuries. The boy began to spit blood as he fell to the ground. Momo. Bakugo. Screaming, terrified. Inside Bakugo's head, he could hear Kira talking. Kira. In Bakugo's mind, this is Killer Queen's third bomb. It explodes in anyone who tries to discover my identity, and it also activates if Momo reveals it. In short, it's a bomb I implanted in Momo to keep them at my mercy. Momo. Bakugo. Trying to lift him off the ground. We need to get help. Bakugo. Everything. Kiri. Trying to get up. Momo. What? Bakugo. I should. Meet see with Kikirishima and all Todoroki. He said, then spat blood. On the other street, the aforementioned people were arriving without realizing the situation. Bakugo. Gee guys. Kira. In Bakugo's mind. Now the power of bites the dust is activated. Inside Bakugo, another explosion would form, causing the boy to begin disappearing into 1,000 pieces. Bakugo. Yoa exploding without a trace. Momo. Bakugo, crying. After that, everything went dark for Momo, as if she were falling from a great height, until she began to open her eyes, waking up in the hospital. Tuesday. 12 a.m. The dark-haired woman began to open her eyes, seeing rays of light pass through the window and realizing she was still in the hospital, but memories of Bakugo exploding flooded her mind, so she excitedly got up from the bed. Momo. What? She screamed in fright. Bakugo, he. Before she could even ask anything, the door opened, revealing a nurse who was bringing the brunette's breakfast. Nurse. Here's your. She couldn't finish speaking because she tripped and dropped her breakfast, but Momo reacted in time, standing up and grabbing it, but it was no use because she dropped it too. Nurse. I'm sorry, miss. She said sadly. Momo. Don't worry. The nurse went out to find something to clean with while the confused brunette changed her clothes. After a while, Momo left the hospital quite puzzled. Everything was happening the same way. The birds, the wind, breakfast, everything was repeating itself, just as in what she considered a dream. She took her phone out of her pocket to send a message. In the chat, I'm going to UA, 12:20. Although she didn't want to admit it, the girl knew something was happening, something very bad. For a moment she thought Bakugo's death was a nightmare, but the nurse coming in and dropping her breakfast again really didn't inspire confidence. She walked nervously down the street, and despite being the only one there, she felt watched. She walked faster as if trying to avoid someone. 12:25. As the girl walked, she looked around, trying to find a sign of what was happening, until she reached the place where she had met Bakugo on a street corner. When she looked, she noticed that the blonde boy was there as if he were waiting for someone, but before she could go to him, someone grabbed her mouth, preventing her from speaking. Kira. Taking her mouth. You seem to already know what's going to happen, don't you? I've been following you since the hospital, watching you act desperately, trying to figure out what's going on. Thinking you can change it, huh? He smiled macabrely. That's why bites the dust is invincible. It erases my identity and returns everything else to what it was. That means, he said, tightening his grip even more, that I can watch Bakugo explode before I go home. The dark-haired woman felt powerless, ready to create something, but Kira quickly placed a knife to her throat. Kira. Shish, calm down, we don't want to miss the fireworks, right? She asked mischievously. Momo. I have to save him. I have to, she thought desperately. 12:30 a.m. Suddenly, the explosion erupted again inside Bakugo, who began spitting blood as a look of terror and confusion appeared on his face. He was about to scream, but another explosion took place in his chest, leaving him dying. Even though he hadn't spoken to Momo, his fate was sealed. At 12:30 in the morning, Katsuki Bakugo would lose his life again, disappearing without a trace. Yaoyorozu began to cry in helplessness, unable to do anything about it, while Kira just smiled. Kira. Haha, look at him, he didn't even know why he was dying, poor kid. Why didn't you save him, hero? Are you even a hero to begin with? She said in a terrifying tone. Momo. And no. She stammered while crying. Kira. And so the mourning will continue. If Bites the Dust isn't deactivated right now, Bakugo's death will become a reality and repeat itself. But for now, I won't undo it. Some of his friends should be showing up too. After all, you'll automatically defeat them for me as well, like a landmine. Thank you, Momo Yaoyorozu. He released her, removing the knife from her neck. The dark-haired girl fell to the ground crying as Kira walked away. Suddenly, some boys ran up to Momo. Todoroki. Yaoyorozu, are you well, Momo? Gee guys, I asked, alarmed. Both of them also had a few bandages on their bodies because of their fight with Izuku. Kirishima. Who was that man who was with you? Momo. Nervous. Todoroki. Come on, Yaoyorozu, who was it and why are you crying? He said worriedly. Momo. If I say it, they'll die too. See guys and Kirishima. Just tell us. Momo. Don't ask any more. Crying. This surprised the boys but at the same time worried them even more about their friend. Kirishima. Did he do something to you? He said angrily, I'm going after him. Momo. Espera Kirishima. No. Todoroki. So what's going on? He asked, worried. Before they could continue arguing, a small killer queen would pop out of Momo's ear, leaving the boys in shock. Todoroki. That's Killer Queen Kira, the third bombshell from Killer Queen. Bites the Dust. It's too late for you to attack. If you can see Killer Queen, it means she's already inside your eyes. It doesn't matter how many of you there are, because all of you at once tried to discover my identity. Click pressing the detonator. 12:37 a.m. At that moment, both boys, like Bakugo, would experience an explosion inside their bodies, falling to the ground spitting blood. Todoroki. Momo, he said with difficulty. Momo. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Kirishima. What? What? A tear rolled down the redhead's cheek, only to burst completely afterward. Todoroki watched this with fear, then shared the same fate, leaving Momo in shock. Momo. Guys, she yelled while crying. Before everything went black again, Momo managed to see someone running quickly towards them. Tuesday. 12 a.m. The dark-haired woman began to open her eyes, watching the sun's rays stream through the window, but she didn't care. She got out of bed, waiting for the nurse to come in, and she did. As always, she knocked over her breakfast, apologized, and left. This time, as the dark-haired woman changed her clothes, she knew she had to do something. This time she wouldn't stand idly by and watch her friends die again and again. This time she was going to win. At the hospital entrance, unlike the other times when she had simply left, she decided to send the message. In the chat, I'm going to the UA.12:15. She walked purposefully. She knew what she had to do. The dark-haired girl walked for a few minutes until she reached the place where Kira had appeared the second time, but nothing happened. Kira didn't appear, and this began to make her nervous. Then she saw the man behind a tree, watching her, but something was wrong. He wasn't moving. He was just staring intently at the girl. Momo. See, come on. Come on, I need you to be close to attack, looking at her watch. 12:27. Kira would come out from behind the tree but without crossing the street. Ever since she saw her leaving the hospital, she knew she was planning something, and she wouldn't let her get away with it so easily. Kira. Do you really think I'm that stupid? She asked quite calmly. I've noticed how serious and alert you've been acting. It's clear you're planning to attack, isn't it? Please, Yaoyorozu Momo, for a student, you're quite predictable. The dark-haired woman began to despair. she was running out of time and the villain wasn't coming any closer. This caused her enormous helplessness, so she began to cry. Kira. Oh, it seems there's no time left, so it doesn't matter if I get closer, right? Approaching all this time it was never personal, I killed for pleasure. The mere personal enjoyment, the beautiful hands of those young women captivated me, but with you, I will enjoy the mere act of taking your life, and it won't be quick, but first I will let your friends die. Under her gaze, she looked defeated. Kira simply crossed the street, arriving at this point. Momo, you fell into my trap. The dark-haired woman quickly created a metal bar with which she tried to hit Kira, who received the blow to the stomach, spitting blood, but in a rage he managed to grab the bar, pulling Momo towards him only to headbutt her, causing the girl to drop the bar and fall to the floor. Kira, did you seriously think such a stupid plan could defeat me? She asked angrily. I think I overestimated you. I've been following you this whole time since you left the hospital, even before. I saw you at the UA Sports Festival. You were going to be the next one in my collection, she said, causing a chill to run down Momo's spine, but you were always near that green-haired boy. I already knew what your plan was, but it seems you're quite foolish. And from what I see, it's not just Bakugo who will die, is it? It seems some of your other friends will fall too, and once they do, I'll deactivate Bites the Dust and I can live my life in peace, she said, smiling and looking at the sky. Momo. Damn it. The man began to laugh uncontrollably at the dark-haired woman, the ecstasy of having one coursed through his entire body, making his back fall back as he raised his hands. 12:28 a.m. Kira. Kira Yoshikage, have won. Once Killer Queen's bomb is activated, I will win and you will die. Momo. Why your name? You said your name, she said, impressed. Kira. Of course, there's no point in hiding it anymore. I am Kira Yoshikage, she shouted proudly. What good is that to you? His gaze shifted from victory to confusion as he saw a smile form on the girl's face. Momo. You said you knew my plan, right? She questioned. That you were following me, weren't you? Then you'll know I sent a message on my phone. Kira. Where are you going with this? I asked seriously. Momo. That message wasn't sent to a person's chat. The message was sent to a group, but that was only in previous reboots of Bites the Dust. Kira's eyes widened in surprise, but they still ended up having to do it anyway. I only changed one thing. I didn't send the message to them. At that moment, the man put two and two together, realizing who he was referring to. He turned around to see a freckled, green-haired boy with a look of utter fury on his face. The boy had several bandages covering his arm, but he didn't care. He had found the person he was looking for. Kira felt that unpleasant sensation again, the one he'd had when he first fought Izuku. He was afraid. Izuku. You, what name did you say? Angrily shouted. 12:29 a.m. Kira was paralyzed. 1 minute remained before the first explosion of Killer Queen took place, however Izuku had arrived ahead of time, altering his plans completely. Izuku. You said it, didn't you? You said that name. Answer me. I screamed furiously. Kira. Damn it. Starts running. Izuku. Bastard. Drawing out the world. The world. Muda. Hitting Kira in the face. The blow connected with his jaw, causing him to lose a tooth and causing Kira to be thrown to the floor while spitting blood. Izuku. Yaoyorozu. Are you all right? He asked as he approached. Momo. Why yes, she said, relieved. Don't let him get up. Kira. Damn it. This is impossible. I need to protect myself, but I don't have Killer Queen. Izuku. You, he said angrily. He would begin to walk slowly in the direction of Kira, who crawled on the ground trying to escape from the boy. A yellow aura surrounded Izuku as the world made its presence known. The stand would lash out with a blow at the man, who would have to return to Killer Queen to protect himself. Kira. Killer Queen. Desperate scream. The stand would emerge from Momo, returning to its normal size and positioning itself in front of Kira with its arms in an X shape, shielding itself from the blow. 12:30 a.m. The dark-haired girl quickly ran to the corner and looked towards where Bakugo was, seeing that he was still alive. Bakugo. Oh, there's Todoroki and Kirishima. He walks across the street with them, moving away from the fight. Momo. I did it. I prevented Bakugo and the others from dying. Happy shout. Kira. I didn't want deep despair. My goal was to live a peaceful life, like a simple plant. Have mercy. The boy was visibly furious, yet despite everything, the damn thing begged for mercy, although this was just a strategy by Kira to buy some time while he thought of another way to win. Izuku. How many people begged you for mercy? How many girls pleaded for their lives? What gives you the right to ask for it? Especially me. Did my father beg you for his life? He shouted with great force in his words. Kira. It seems you're seeking revenge for what happened to your father, aren't you? She asked seriously. Izuku. This isn't about revenge, this is about justice. For all the innocent girls you murdered just for your own pleasure. For all the families you hurt with your actions. For how you destroyed mine. I'll make sure you get what you deserve, you bastard. Angry, Killer Queen quickly withdrew his arms, pushing the world back and making him assume a defensive stance, just like Killer Queen, while Kira stood up, adjusting his tie and dusting his suit. Kira. This time I'll make sure they die, I'll do it with my own hands. Izuku. You couldn't even if you wanted to, you fucking hand fetishist. The world launched an attack, throwing several punches at Killer Queen, who blocked them with his forearms while trying to hit him, but the stand dodged. The world quickly managed to land a blow to his stomach, causing Kira to spit blood and wince in pain. But the enemy stand didn't stay still, sweeping the world's feet away, causing both him and Izuku to fall. Type. Izuku. But in midair, before Killer Queen could finish him off with a punch, the world delivered a kick to the enemy stand's jaw, sending it reeling backward. Izuku. Pointing at Kira Muda. Kira. Bumping into the wall. It's very strong. Falling to the floor. Izuku. Standing. Your Killer Queen's movements are slow. It seems your quiet life has caused your stand to not be as strong in close combat. Surrender, before I send you to jail in a wheelchair. Kira. Standing up. Do you know, a guy named Tamura Shigaraki helped me a little, he said, surprising Izuku. Thanks to him, I got the bites the dust ability, but that drug was even more effective than I thought. It not only gave me bites the dust, but it also gave me another, more peculiar ability. A bubble began to form in Killer Queen's stomach, which she turned into a bomb and threw at Izuku. Izuku. The world. The freckled boy's stand quickly struck the ground, lifting a rock into which the bubble impacted, instantly exploding and destroying the rock. Izuku. Damn it. I can't stop time now, I still have aftereffects from the first battle against him and the fight with the guys, he said while holding his side. But before he could react, Kira launched another bubble which did manage to hit the green-haired boy, causing him to fall to the ground with a few injuries. Momo. Midoriya. Running towards him. Kira. Oh ho ho ho, who would have thought it? We're in this situation again, and they have nowhere to run. This time I'll do what I should have done last time and turn them to dust. They should have run when they could. Izuku. Run away. Standing up. Momo. Stay back, you've done enough here, go find the others. Momo. But, she said worriedly. Izuku. Do it. The dark-haired woman, with no other option, would start running to look for her companions. Kira. You should have stayed with her, now you're at a disadvantage against me. Izuku. Shut your mouth. The freckled boy would start running towards the man who was about to create another bubble but would receive a blow from the freckled boy with the OFA at 12% causing him to impact strongly against the floor moving away from the green-haired boy. Izuku. I'll take care of you myself. Kira. You damn fool. He would stand up, throwing another bubble at Izuku, who would again hit the ground to raise a small wall, covering himself from the explosion. Izuku. Any other cheap carnival tricks? Kira. Damn it, starts running. The man would run to what appeared to be an abandoned house, entering it while being followed by Izuku. Izuku. Entering. Where the hell are you? He couldn't finish speaking because a huge explosion occurred, which raised a large cloud of smoke, preventing him from seeing the freckled boy. Kira. Outside the house. You're pretty strong with your vision intact, aren't you? Then let's see how you get out of there without dying, you idiot. Your stand is short range, so I just have to get out of your range. You're in my natural territory. The man began to create several bubbles which he launched inside the house while the green-haired man could not see them because of the smoke. Izuku, that son of a bitch, filled the place with bubbles. But I have a plan. Epitaph. He could see in his vision how the smoke dissipated as several bubbles headed towards him. The freckled boy's vision ended, showing him that the bubbles were heading towards him, but he skillfully managed to avoid some while others were repelled by gusts of air thanks to the world. But without him noticing, a bubble struck the world's forearm, causing the boy great harm, and he fell to the ground clutching his arm. Izuku. Ah, you son of a bitch. The freckled boy looked at his arm, which had quite serious wounds and was starting to bleed profusely. Quickly, his stand would come out of its own volition, removing part of the fabric from the boy's shirt, wrapping it in the form of a tourniquet and applying pressure, causing the blood to stop flowing. Izuku. I have to stop him before he sends out more bubbles, but how? Next to the freckled boy was a piece of rubble the size of a golf ball. A risky idea crossed the mind of the green-haired boy, who sent the world to pick up the piece of rubble. Outside the house, Kira. Behind a wall, he's not getting up anymore. It's clear that his injuries are leaving him on the verge of death. He'll die from blood loss. He smiled at that. He was good at talking, but he was nothing more than an idiotic student. He couldn't finish because the piece of rubble the world grabbed had crashed through the wall he was leaning against with such force that it also pierced his arm, causing him to lose a lot of blood in the process. Kira. Damn it, falling to the floor. The man slowly got to his feet with difficulty, bearing several wounds, only to see a freckled boy emerge from the house, bleeding from deep cuts. Their eyes met, revealing their mutual hatred, both in the same condition. Izuku. You're now in my range. Kira Yoshikage. Inahato. Guess. Midoriya Izuku. Inahato. Izuku. Now's when you start praying. Come on, bring out Killer Queen. The tension in the air was enormous. Neither of them made a single move, as if it were a duel. Both waited for the other's first move. With a slight flick of his wrist, Kira quickly summoned Killer Queen, who attacked with both arms. The world. Change. Hitting Killer Queen. The blow was so brutal that part of the stand's face broke as Kira received the damage, leaving his jaw dislocated once again. The stand tried to counterattack, but the world did not allow it. The world. Young. The flurry of blows was so strong that Kira sent him crashing to the ground of the intersection. It was clear that Izuku far surpassed him in strength and skill. The man slowly stood up, but as he did, his wounds began to bleed even more. Kira. I am possible. Why you Kira Yoshikage? Will I be defeated? Frustrated scream. Izuku. You brought this on yourself, you damned murderer, he said seriously. To make matters worse for the killer, Izuku's friends arrived at the same time as several ambulances due to the explosion. Momo. There he is. Izuku. Bakugo. Izuku. We're here. Kira. Gee, this is a dream. This has to be a dream. Izuku. But it isn't, and now you can't run away. Momo. You're finished, she said angrily. Bakugo. Surrender, you disgusting monster. Kirishima. Midoriya. You brazo. Izuku. I'm fine, Kirishima, now's not the time. The freckled boy's arm was really not okay. He had several severe burns, but he didn't care. Nurse. Everyone back off. Approaching Kira. Are you okay? There's an ambulance here. Momo. Don't let him near. The nurse approached Kira, who took her hand and pulled Killer Queen out. Nurse. What? Scared. Momo. She'll be turned into a bomb. Exalted. Izuku. Damn it, I can't stop time now, it's too far away. Out of my reach. Are you seriously going to turn an innocent woman into a bomb just to escape? Momo. No, it's not just any bomb. This one lets you go back in time. This news alarmed everyone present, making them tense. Izuku. What the hell? He said, frightened. Kira. Your hand, it's so soft, grabbing the nurse's hand and rubbing it. She's so cute. She relaxes me so much, rubbing her face against her hand. When I saw Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, when I saw her hands, something awoke inside me. I got an erection. My name is Kira Yoshikage. I have murdered 48 women with beautiful hands. And you will be one of them now that you know my identity. Momo. Don't let him trigger the detonator. The freckled boy quickly started running despite the wounds that made it difficult for him to even walk. Kira. Are you seriously coming for me, Izuku? You'll die just like your stupid father. You won't be able to stop time. The man was about to detonate the bomb, but his hand was frozen thanks to Todoroki. Todoroki. Don't think you'll do it now. Kira, not caring about anything, would use his stand to break the ice, ready to detonate the bomb. Kira. You fucking pieces of shit. Killer Queen. Bites Za Dusto. But before he could press the detonator. Izuku. Forward the. Open double angle bracket time stands still, close double angle bracket. The freckled boy would walk a little way until he reached Kira. Izuku. Yaoyorozu, if it hadn't been for you we would all have died at the hands of this bastard. I really appreciate it. You were always more ready than me for a mission like this. I still need to mature more. Yar days. Kira Yoshikage. Everyone deserves a second chance. The world. Muda, hitting Kira's hand. Izuku's mind flashed through all those moments when both he and Momo suffered because of Kira. Their first fight, the girls' deaths, and his father's death, how it affected his mother, how it affected him, but something was different. This wasn't about revenge anymore, it was about justice. Izuku. That included my father. The stand would quickly unleash a barrage of blows on the assassin. The world Izuku. Young. Unleashing a barrage of blows. Izuku. Time takes its course. Open double angle bracket time returns to normal close double angle bracket. Kira. AHGGGGGGGHHGGGGGG. His bones had completely turned to dust. He was sent flying far away while a large amount of blood came out of his body. When he fell, he lay motionless on the ground. With what little consciousness he had left, he tried to raise his hand, but to his horror, his hand was completely destroyed, preventing him from even moving his fingers. Kira. On the ground. I must act. He detonates. But to everyone's surprise, a strange black mass began to emerge from Kira's mouth, covering her entire body until she disappeared out of nowhere. Momo. What? She said, frightened. Izuku. Maldita C. Angry. Location. A man emerged from a doorway, covered in wounds, and collapsed to the ground in pain. He tried to stand up, but his muscles could no longer manage. Kira. What? Where am I? Shigaraki. Oh, you're here already. From the shadows emerged the light blue-haired boy who walked calmly while a deranged smile formed on his face. Kira. Chitamura? He asked, frightened. Shigaraki. My friend, I'm glad you're here, I really needed you. Kira. What is it you want from me? Weakly. Shigaraki. You see, what I need from you, is your quirk. Kira. What? Before he could continue, Tamura grabbed him by the head and began stealing his quirk. The pain was unbearable. Even though his bones were broken, the man began to convulse aggressively. Shigaraki. Let me atone for your sins. Kira Yoshikage. Stealing his quirk. When he finished stealing his quirk, Kira's head had disappeared thanks to Shigaraki's disintegration, who fell to the ground quite weak. Shigaraki. Haha, did you really think you'd survive? Even if I hadn't killed you, you would have died from the drug's side effects. You damn second-rate assassin. Doctor. I told you not to overexert yourself, Tamura, helping him to his feet. The doctor helped Tamura reach a kind of capsule with several cables coming out of it, where he put him. After Shigaraki entered the machine, which was filled with a strange purple liquid, the doctor monitored his computers to ensure everything was working properly. Doctor. Everything went perfectly, Tamura. Looking at the aforementioned in the capsule you'll be asleep for a while, but when you wake up, our plan will be carried out, he said, touching the monitor. The doctor would go to Kira's headless body only for a portal to open and take the body away. Doctor. Once I'm finished, you'll have a terrifying power, one with which we'll dominate this world of heroes, we'll change society forever. I just stared at Shigaraki, who was asleep in the capsule. Doctor. You're persistent, Tamura. That's what's so wonderful about you. With the green-haired one. He was in an ambulance while being treated. Next to him were Yaoyorozu and her teacher who had arrived with the authorities. Aizawa. That's all, guys, you did well. I'm glad our talk was helpful, Midoriya. Izuku. I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you, teacher. Aizawa. Relax, it's my job after all. He gave a small smile before leaving. Izuku. Thank you for everything, Yaoyorozu. If it hadn't been for you, Kira would have killed us. Momo. You don't have to thank me, Midoriya. I was just doing my job. Actually, I wanted to apologize to you for what happened the last time we. Izuku. Don't worry, it's not necessary. I understand this affected you a lot too, and I don't blame you for anything, he said calmly. We managed to win in the end. I'm sure you'll be a great hero in the future. A slight blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Momo. You think so? Izuku. I'm sure of it, he said with a small smile. Before they could continue talking, a gray portal opened again in the center of the room. All the heroes, including Izuku and his friends, went on alert, but they were astonished to see Kira Yoshikage's headless body emerge from it. Paramedics quickly rushed to the scene, clearing everyone away. Izuku had mixed feelings upon seeing Kira's body. While deep down he wished he had been the one to end his life, he understood that it would have been better for him to go to prison for the rest of his life. He was pulled from his thoughts when he noticed faint marks on Kira's neck, marks he recognized perfectly. Izuku. See that, guys, he said seriously. Bakugo. What, Izuku? His neck, those are marks from Shigaraki's disintegration. The League is behind this. Also, Kira mentioned that Tamura gave him a drug capable of enhancing his quirk. Aizawa. Approaching the League is plotting something, we need to be on our guard. Yaoyorozu remained silent as she gazed upon the lifeless body of the one who had caused so much harm. Izuku. He shouldn't have died. He should have paid for everything he did to those girls, for what he did to my father, he said, clenching his fist. But I'm content knowing that my father is at peace wherever he is, he said, relaxing his hand. Momo. The city will no longer be that killer's playground. Aizawa would take the boys back to Ua where they would be bombarded with questions from their classmates since what happened with Kira was broadcast on television. Izuku, in turn, would apologize to everyone for his previous fight, finally being forgiven when everyone knew the situation their classmate was in. Although now he would have to do quite a few extra tasks to compensate for the damage to the gym and his classmates, several of whom had bruises and injuries, but for now he just went to his room. Upon entering, the freckled boy noticed the mess his room had become. He took the time to sweep, do his laundry, and make his bed. He also had to throw away his television since it was unusable. Once he finished, he realized that while his room was spotless, it felt different. He had fixed it, and yet he still felt something was missing, things that would never be complete again, never. But he settled for taking a small photograph from his closet, a picture of himself as a child in his All Might costume, his mother, and finally his father with a big smile on his face, a smile that was contagious to his son. He turned off the lights and lay down on his bed, tired from the day he had had. He fell asleep almost instantly, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that he was no longer in his room, but in a dark place. He couldn't see anything until he caught sight of a man approaching him, a man he quickly recognized. Izuku. Dad, he said incredulously. Hasashi. Son, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Izuku. Dad, leaping to hug him. Both father and son would give each other a huge hug. The older one only showed a serene look and a proud smile while his son overflowed with a large amount of tears. Hasashi. Receiving the hug. Son, all those years I was in the United States I never stopped thinking about you and your mother. I really just wanted to be with you both. He said sadly, I'm sorry I couldn't spend more time with you, I'm sorry I wasn't a good. Izuku. Don't say that, crying. You were the best father I could have ever had. Everyone said I had a cursed quirk. Everyone except Kachan, Mom, and you. So don't say you were a bad father because it's not true. I don't know what to do without you. I need you. The older green-haired man just maintained a calm smile. Hasashi. Wow, I really raised a wonderful son. There's no doubt you'll be a great man, a great hero. No, you'll be the greatest hero that ever lived. Promise me that, Izuku. I promise you, I'll be the greatest hero this world has ever seen. I won't let anyone suffer. Hasashi. My little Izuku. I wish I could have been there when you became a man. You will do extraordinary things for this world and its people. The man began to transform into yellow clouds as he ascended to what was then the sky. Izuku. I guess this is goodbye. Hasashi. Take this as a see you later, my child. I have to leave, son. My soul will go to the afterlife. I've been there before. There's someone who keeps asking about you. He's quite tall and has blue fur. Very nice, he said while smiling. Finally, have a family, give them what I couldn't give you, give them your affection and love, and enjoy the good days. Great days. And so he finally uttered his last words, disappearing in the form of clouds, while the once dark place was completely illuminated, and Izuku smiled melancholically. Izuku. Thank you, Dad. The green-haired boy awoke with tears streaming down his face. He didn't know if it had been a dream or if he had actually spoken to his father, but he couldn't stop smiling and crying. He knew that wherever his father was, he was safe and at peace, and if his father was at peace after death, perhaps Izuku could heal someday too. But it wouldn't be soon, much less today. He got up to take a shower. Once he was out, he dried his hair and began to get dressed. Thousands of memories flooded his mind. He wasn't ready for what was about to happen. The sound of knocks on his door pulled him from his thoughts. Young Midoriya, he said from the other side of the door. Are you ready? Izuku. Sure, he said, loud enough to be heard. He opened the door and found his predecessor there, who was wearing a black suit quite appropriate for the situation. Izuku was wearing one as well. After all, that day was Hasashi Midoriya's funeral. They both started walking, although in a somewhat awkward silence. I wanted to tell you. Izuku. I'm sorry, he interrupted. Huh? He asked, with noticeable confusion on his face. Izuku. I'm sorry for acting like an idiot towards you and the others. I felt bad, but that's no excuse for pushing you all aside and treating you the way I did, especially when all you wanted to do was help. He walked with his head down. I accept if you don't want to forgive me. I just wanted to say that. Before he could even take another step, he received a light tap on the head from the blonde man. Izuku. Ouch. Don't be ridiculous, young Midoriya, you have nothing to apologize for. Your actions were completely natural in that situation. You're still just a child. You've been through difficult and horrible things, but you're still a child who needs to mature. What you did there with that killer, the way you restrained yourself, you're not the same person you were when you entered UA. You did the right thing, kid. Even if you wanted to kill him, what sets you apart is that you didn't. You're not bad for having those thoughts. It's much harder to have them and still decide to do the right thing. That's what separates us from ruthless killers. I saw that in you, and I'm very glad that you acted based on your values and not on hatred. Your father would be very proud, kid. Izuku. He said, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, Toshinori, it means a lot to me. They continued on to the UA exit, where a limousine with Bakugo waiting for them. After a short ride, they arrived at the cemetery where the ceremony would take place. Surprisingly, it didn't look like a dark or sad day. On the contrary, the sun illuminated the entire city in a unique way. Yellow clouds appeared across the blue sky, contrasting with the somber scene of Inko Midoriya weeping in her son's arms as an empty coffin was lowered into the ground. It was a funeral more out of respect than anything else. A photo of Hasashi with his family lay beside the grave. When they tried to find a picture of just him, they realized he didn't have one. There were only photos with his family. Bakugo's parents attended the funeral, mourning the loss of a dear friend. The students of Class 1A were there to pay their respects to their classmate's father, as were Aizawa and All Might, who wouldn't leave their student alone. Once the coffin was lowered into the ground, everyone offered their condolences to the family. Todoroki hugged Izuku while Endeavor offered his condolences to Inko and the boy. Yaoyorozu, for her part, could only empathize with her friend. If she had been affected by the Kira situation, she couldn't even imagine what he had gone through. Slowly, everyone began to leave one by one, including Inko, who was taken home by Mitsuki since Izuku preferred to stay a few more minutes. At the end of the funeral, only Bakugo and Izuku remained, gazing at the headstone with the epitaph, "What a wonderful world." The blonde boy turned to his friend, hoping to comfort him. Her sadness was palpable, but her surprise was great when she saw Izuku with a slight smile on his face. Bakugo. Everything all right, buddy? Izuku. Of course, today we pay our respects to my father. I'm happy. Bakugo. And what makes you happy? Izuku. My father. His father never loved him. As he grew up, Dad tried to make sure I didn't have the same bad memories he had of his own father. He tried to be different, to break the cycle. And seeing all these people gathered here today, crying for him, I realize he achieved his goal. He'll be remembered as a man who did good in his life. Don't you see the sky? He said, looking up. Bakugo. What about him? He asked curiously. Izuku. It's not cloudy, the earth is saddened by his departure, but the sky is happy for his arrival. Bakugo. Wow, I guess it's started to rain. Yeah, he said, feeling a tear fall down his face. It's raining. The two friends gazed at the beautiful sky before them, a sky that represented anything but sadness. Somehow, they both knew that Hisashi would have liked to see it. A week had passed since that day. Everyone noticed an improvement in their green-haired classmate, although he was clearly not the same. That light in his eyes began to reappear little by little, though deep down the whole thing still affected him. Izuku changed into his school uniform, since classes had finally resumed that day. After changing, he left his room and headed to his classroom. On the way, he ran into his friends, who walked him there. When he arrived at the classroom, the teacher gave him instructions. Aizawa. All right, kids, first of all, I wanted to congratulate you on making it this far. Believe it or not, we've had entire classes that were cancelled as soon as we passed first grade. I'm glad that wasn't the case for you. I also wanted to inform you that you're about to start your hero internships. Internships are basically working as heroes under the supervision of a professional hero. This way, you'll gain experience. But to help you understand better, I've called some third-year students to explain how it works. These are the 3 students at the top of UA, those considered the best in the academy, also known as the Big Three. Izuku seemed interested in this nickname. It undoubtedly awakened a certain competitiveness within him. Izuku. The 3 strongest at UA, he thought to himself. Through the door of the hall came 2 boys and a light blue-haired girl. One had a sour face and an unfriendly look. The girl had a delicate appearance but was quite energetic, while the last one was a tall and muscular blonde, who reminded Izuku of All Might. He seemed euphoric, ready for something. Aizawa. Introduce yourselves, kids. The whole class tensed up as they felt the gaze of the dark-haired boy who remained still until he turned around while trembling. Tamaki. W or S being boys, no. I can do it. W with their eyes on me, trembling. Najire. Come on, Tamaki. Don't be a chicken. Her quirk is turning into anything she eats. Let me introduce myself. I'm Najire Hato. And this chicken here is Tamaki Amajiki. We're here too. Before he finished speaking, he became distracted upon seeing the bicolored one. Najire. You're Todoroki, right? How did you get that mark? She said, invading the boy's personal space. Todoroki. 5 meters away please. Najire. And you're Bakugo, right? Why do you always yell so much? Bakugo. Calm down, don't scream, he said, holding back from yelling. Mirio. Najire. Stop bothering them. The girl reluctantly returned to her companions. Mirio. I'm sorry about that, guys. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mirio Tagata. As your teacher told you, you'll be going on internships to gain experience, but also to see how much you can improve, he said with a big smile. Fight me. This impressed the entire class, who thought it would be unfair, but they accepted it. Everyone went to the gym where the fight would take place. They all wore their training clothes, while Mirio wore his hero costume, though he assured everyone it wouldn't give him an advantage. Kirishima. Don't you think it's unfair that we're all against you? He asked, Confused. Mirio. Not at all. Come on strong. Aizawa. Alright, begin. Kirishima quickly launched an attack, striking Mirio, but when the blow connected, the redhead's hand pierced the blonde's face, who took advantage of the situation to deliver a powerful right hook to the stomach, knocking Kirishima out of the fight in less than 10 seconds. Mina. He defeated Kirishima like it was nothing. Mirio. They're not coming. Then I'll go. The blonde boy burst through the ground, appearing behind Iida and delivering a powerful blow to his stomach, knocking him to the floor. He then grabbed Siro by the neck, slamming him to the ground and rendering him unconscious. Kaminari was about to unleash a shockwave, which Mirio dodged by bursting through the ground and appearing behind Kaminari, punching him in the face and sending him crashing into a wall. After that, he plunged back into the ground only to emerge and attack several students, including Tokiyami, Toru, Mineta, Kota, and others. Mirio. Pawa, yelling. Jiro. He's very strong. What will we do? He said, looking at Izuku. Izuku. I have a plan. She said with a slight smile. Yaoyorozu. While they were talking, Mirio continued hitting his companions until he saw them. Mirio. What's up, guys? Come on. I don't bite that hard. I was hoping to face off against the famous A-listers. Before he could continue speaking, Momo threw several smoke grenades, preventing him from seeing the blonde man, but a green-haired man emerged from the smoke. Mirio. You must be Izuku, pointing at him, right? Izuku. I have to admit you're strong, too strong I'd say, but not invincible, smiled. We can beat you. Mirio. Really? And how are you going to do it, kid? Izuku. Come on, my friends. Bakugo and Todoroki emerged from the smoke and struck a pose next to Izuku, beard. Mirio. Your plan is to beat me with a pose. Izuku. No. It was to distract you, now turn. The purple-haired girl would connect her jacks to the ground, causing a tremor which would cause the ground beneath Mirio to split, making him lose his balance, but Bakugo, without wasting any time, would launch himself at the blonde, unleashing an explosion. Bakugo. Shiny. Releasing the explosion, he managed to avoid the explosion by becoming intangible, but because the ground exploded violently, debris was thrown up, preventing him from hiding, and he had to land on the ground, where his feet would quickly freeze. Mirio. What? Todoroki. Now, the freckled boy quickly appeared in front of Mirio, striking him in the face with OFA. The blonde boy made his face intangible, causing Izuku's fist to pass through him, unaware that this was his plan, since when Izuku fell, the world appeared in front of Mirio, delivering a blow to his stomach. Mirio. What is? He shouted in astonishment. The world. Muda. Hitting him. The blow caused Mirio to spit up a little blood, but before the stand could attack again, he broke free from the ice and jumped towards Izuku, who did the same, activating One for All and punching him in the stomach. Mirio then connected with a punch to the freckled boy's face, causing both of them to fall to the ground. They both got back up, ready to attack, but unexpectedly, Izuku received a strong blow to the stomach courtesy of Tamaki, who had transformed his arm into an oyster armor, pushing the boy away. Izuku. What the hell? Tamaki. Did you think we'd let them have all the fun? Najire. We want to see what you guys are made of too, she said, arriving on the battlefield. Bakugo. Awesome. More extras to hit, he said with a big grin. Tamaki would create a large number of tentacles from his body, his arms would become armor, and his legs would turn into those of a horse. Izuku. You ate a sick horse? He asked incredulously. Tamaki. Don't ask. At great speed, he launched himself at Izuku, who met him by summoning his stand. He landed a powerful right hook that shattered one of Tamaki's armor pieces, but Tamaki quickly turned and delivered a devastating kick that connected with the stand's stomach, knocking the user breathless. Not content to stop there, he grabbed Tamaki by the neck with one of his tentacles. As he attempted to knock him unconscious, a powerful explosion knocked him away from the boy. Bakugo had arrived to save his friend, as had Todoroki, who was ready to freeze him completely. But Najire, from the sky, attacked with her shockwaves, knocking the bi-colored boy to the ground. Najire. I'm sorry, Shoto. Todoroki. And no, I'm sorry. He unleashed a great burst of flame, destabilizing the girl who staggered from side to side avoiding the fire. Izuku. Meanwhile, launched himself at the distracted Tamaki, throwing the world, who delivered a powerful kick to the boy's chest. The world. Muda, Tamaki. AHGG. He was dragged across the ground forcefully. Mirio, who was fighting with Shoji, tried to go and help him, landing a powerful blow on the octopus boy's jaw, but before he could leave, Dark Shadow grabbed him from behind, slamming him to the ground. Dark Shadow. Don't even think about it. Tamaki slowly got back up only to see Momo next to Izuku, both smiling maliciously, leaving him bewildered, but he was terrified when he saw a cannon between them. Tamaki. Oh no. Momo, Izuku. Oh yes. The girl fired the cannon, which shot out, hitting something against the dark-haired boy. He tried to remove it, but realized he couldn't. It was one of Mineta's hairs, leaving his hands immobile. He didn't have time to think because another cannon shot hit him, lifting him into the sky along with his companion, who caught him. Najire. Are you alright, Amajiki? Tamaki. Don't touch me. But it was too late. Mineta's hair had left them joined and immobile. They continued flying keeping their distance, but they saw how Izuku approached Kaminari. Izuku. How much electricity can you release? Kaminari. Enough to put an elephant to sleep. I'll throw them at him. Izuku. Your aim is terrible, Kaminari. But don't worry, he said, smiling in a sinister way. The world. Kaminari. UAAAHHHHHHHH. The stand grabbed him by the shirt, pulling his body back, and then threw him at the boys in the air. Najire. No. Esp. Kaminari. Izuku. He unleashed all the electricity he had available, causing a small explosion. When it dissipated, the three of them fell to the ground with minor injuries. Kaminari was in his stupid mode, while the other two tried to stand up, but their legs were frozen by Todoroki. Izuku. There go too. He quickly covered himself as a powerful blow from Mirio connected with his defense. Izuku. And here's the third one. I shout with a smile. Mirio. You are strong. He burst through the ground, emerging behind him. Before Izuku could react, he was hit from all directions. He couldn't catch Mirio. He was too fast, vanishing. He stiffened his body, and before another attack. Izuku. The world. Mirio. What did you say? He couldn't break through the ground again because a blow from the stand made his eyes roll back. He fell to the ground hard, but still managed to get back up, leaving a tired Izuku quite surprised. They smiled at each other, about to launch another attack, but... Aizawa. The fight is over. Both boys stood up, as did the others, although those who had been hit by Mirio clutched their stomachs in pain. Shoto, for his part, unfroze the other two, leaving them free in good condition. Once they regrouped, Najire launched herself at Izuku. Najire. Acercando's Izuku. How did you discover Mirio's quirk? Why were rays coming out of you? Do you have two quirks? What was that yellow ghost that helped you? Izuku. He answered nervously. Momo looked at the girl, slightly annoyed, which Bakugo noticed, letting out a slight laugh. Tamaki. Najire, leave him alone. Najire. Okay. Kirishima. You're amazing, Mirio. I didn't even see you and I was already on the ground, he shouted in amazement. Mina. How did you do that? You have two quirks. Mirio. No, I only have one, that's why the internships will be useful to you. My quirk wasn't anything impressive, but after the experience I gained I was able to do what you saw in the fight. Izuku. You're impressive, Mirio, he said, smiling. Mirio. You too, Midoriya. You really have great power, even greater than mine. Perhaps you're a bit impulsive when attacking, but your fighting style is quite good. Izuku. Thank you so much. After that, the big three left the gym, and as they walked to their dormitories, they chatted for a while. Tamaki. That kid, Midoriya, I think you've got competition for being number one, Mirio. Mirio. I certainly will, I'll speak to the sir about the location. We can see the League of Villains gathered, watching Shigaraki in the capsule. Dabi. How long will he be there, Doc? Doctor. He'll be there for quite a while. Toga. Who will be the leader of the league until then? She asked, confused. Doctor. About that, I will be the leader of the League of Villains while Tamura Shigaraki is there. From the shadows emerged a somewhat older man with a cane in his hand, walking slowly but with a confidence that sent more than one shiver down the spine of the crowd. Magna. And who the hell are you? Oh, sorry for not introducing myself earlier. Satoru. My name is Satoru Aikfu and as of today I am in charge of the league. Twice. And who appointed you boss? At your service, boss. Satoru. That's not relevant right now. The important thing is that you follow my orders when I give them to you. Magna. Look, old man. I don't know who you think you are, but nobody tells us what to do, you damn idiot. Magna lunged to attack the man who remained still, but before Magna could reach him, one of the lamps in the place, against all odds, detached from the ceiling and fell on Magna's head, leaving her unconscious and on the floor with blood coming out of her head. Toga. Magna, approaching her. Dabi ignited his flames, ready to attack, but Satoru spoke. Satoru. I would advise you not to do that, kid. If you do, you'll lose. Everyone, everything between heaven and earth and the connections between them. None of it will be in your favor. The major would leave the room, leaving everyone confused. Doctor. You'd better listen to him, he's the leader now. Classes continued as usual until dismissal time, when All Might summoned Izuku to his office. Upon entering, the freckled boy was surprised to find the blonde member of the Big Three already there. Sit down, young Midoriya. Izuku. Hello, Mirio. He waved his hand in greeting. Mirio. Hola Midoriya. Izuku. What did All Might want to talk about? As you're about to go on your internships to gain experience as a hero, do you have any internships in mind? Izuku. Only the one with Endeavor, I went with him last time. And it's a good one. However, young Tagata wanted to recommend that you go to the agency where he attends. Mirio. Sir Night Eye's agency. Upon hearing this name, Izuku was a little surprised. Izuku. Your former partner All Might. That's right, kid. What do you think? Izuku. I'd love to. It's a great opportunity to gain experience in the world of heroes. Mirio. Perfect. We'll go tomorrow so the sir can approve it. That would be all, young Tagata. You may leave. I have something to discuss with young Midoriya. Mirio. Okay, leaving the room. The thin blonde man made sure the door was really closed and when he checked, he sat back down. Before you go to the agency, I wanted to tell you a few things. Izuku. Tell me. First of all, sir has full knowledge of One for All, so you don't need to worry about him. Izuku. One less burden, I guess. Second, it can get a little complicated, so to speak. He had recommended Mirio to me as the successor to One for All, and when I told him I already had you in mind, he got a little annoyed. Plus, with his quirk, he said, putting on a serious face. Izuku. Did he see? My death. He told me it would be at the hands of a villain, the most horrible death anyone could imagine. Izuku. All Might. They both became serious, but Toshinori simply smiled, taking the pressure off. If I must die, I'll die a hero, young Midoriya, you don't need to worry about that. Izuku. Oh okay. I also wanted to ask something else. Have you awakened another quirk? Izuku. Not yet, but I'm getting better control of Epitaph now, although, he thought. During that confrontation with my classmates they told me to make it out of black whips. Interesting, she said, thinking. Izuku. Likewise, the former holders have not contacted me again. That's a shame, but according to what that holder told you, you'll experience the other quirks, right? Izuku. That's right, I just hope it's soon, I don't want things to get out of control in a battle, he said somewhat nervously. After that short conversation, the freckled boy left the office and headed to the dormitories, where he found his colleagues gathered. Izuku. What's up, guys? Kaminari. Hola Midoriya. Izuku. Why Kachan? Kirishima. There, pointing at the blonde boy who was playing with the bicolored one. Bakugo. Why did you choose Sub-Zero, you son of a bitch? Angry. Todoroki. You chose Scorpion. Izuku. Incredible, he said, quite incredulous. Bakugo. Izuku, do you want to play? He's half and half, He's too weak. Todoroki. Let's go 5-0, Bakugo. Izuku. I'd love to, but I'm really sleepy. We'll play later. Momo. Descansa Midoriya. Izuku. Thank you going to his room. Bakugo. Do you like it or what? Momo. What? She said with a slight blush on her face. Bakugo. Haha, calm down, it was a joke, sort of. The next morning, the freckled boy and everyone else would go to their respective internships, while the green-haired boy and Mirio went to see Sir Night-Eye. Before going in, the blonde boy would say something to Izuku. Mirio. Before we go in, I want to tell you that the Sir is a complicated person. Izuku. Relax, All Might mentioned something like that to me, I'm ready for anything, he said smiling. Upon opening the door, they were met with the strange scene of the Sir torturing his assistant with a tickling machine. Izuku. I wasn't ready for whatever it was. Sir. Oh, Mirio, you've arrived turning off the machine. Mirio. That's right sir, I've come with the student I told you about on the phone. Sir. I see, adjusting his glasses. Mirio. Bubble girl, get out of the room. The aforementioned individuals left the room, leaving an awkward silence between the boy and the hero. Izuku. Hey, I see you have a ping-pong table, I'm good at ping-pong. Sir. Mirio should have received the one for all, the man declared. Izuku. Oh, excuse me, he asked, confused. Sir. As you heard, he should have received the one for all. Mirio is someone who has worked hard to get where he is. His quirk wasn't anything special, but thanks to his training, he became one of the best at UA. That's why he should have received one for all, not someone who has had a powerful gift their whole life. You haven't worked hard to get where you are, you're just a kid who was blessed with an incredible gift without knowing what true effort is, he said seriously. Everything the man said really enraged the freckled boy, he knew nothing about his life. Izuku. Excuse me, haven't I put in any effort to get where I am? Sir. That's right, you and the world, are only strong by sheer luck. Izuku. You don't know anything. Do you really think my strength just appeared out of nowhere? When I was a kid, the world could barely break a few rocks, he said, sounding a bit angry. That's not even considering how much energy it took to use it. I trained every single day to be able to use my power decently without killing myself. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to use a stand? If I didn't stay calm, the world would act impulsively, and that would be a real problem. You can't tell me Mirio should have received one for all just because he tried so hard. Any of my classmates at UA should have had it. I'm not saying I'm the most capable or the strongest, but if All Might chose me, he said, looking at his hand, I trust it was for more than just my strength. My father taught me to put my values first, to strive, to never leave anyone behind. To say I didn't try is to tarnish what my father taught me, and if you can't understand that, maybe I'm in the wrong agency. The man only gave a small smile at what the freckled man said. Sir. You really know what you're saying, kid, in my entire career as a hero, no one has ever challenged me like this. You've got real guts, you're in my agency, Izuku. Excuse me, I answer with a look of total confusion. Sir. I never thought your quirk was strong just because, I'm fully aware that the stand quirk requires enviable skill, I just wanted to see how you would react to provocations, I really thought you would attack, but you managed to maintain your composure in the face of insults, I really needed someone as determined as you. Izuku. I see, he said sheepishly. Sir. Mirio, you can come in. Without further ado, the smiling boy entered the room. Mirio. Well, sir. He's inside, go out and patrol the streets. Mirio. Sure, let's go, Midoriya. They both headed to the locker rooms to change into their costumes. Izuku, in honor of his father, donned his hero costume once more. They then walked through the streets, patrolling the area. Mirio. Nice suit, why the Dio on the helmet? Izuku. That's because, before he could continue, a small white-haired girl would run out of an alley, bumping into his leg. Izuku. Ouch, are you all right, little one? The girl would hug the freckled boy's leg while he spoke. Eri. Help me. A shiver ran down his spine as he heard footsteps coming from the alley. Eri, where are you? A brown-haired man wearing a plague mask and white gloves would emerge from the alley, alerting the heroes. Chisaki. Oh, sorry heroes, she's my daughter, she ran out of the house. Izuku. Is she your daughter? He said, holding her by the shoulder. Eri. Whispering help. Izuku glared at the man. He knew something was wrong. His aura reminded him of Kira Yoshikage. He had to save her. Chisaki. Eri, let's go. You've already caused problems for the heroes. Mirio. Don't worry, he said, walking beside Izuku. It's no problem at all. Izuku. Why does he have so many bandages? He said angrily in his voice. Chisaki. He gets hurt a lot playing. Izuku. Are you sure about that? Shizaki. Do you ask everyone so many questions, brat? The man was about to take off a glove just as Izuku was about to stop time, but the girl ran towards the man in fear. Chisaki. Okay Eri, let's go home. Both would re-enter the alley with the girl while being watched by the green-haired boy and the blonde boy. Mirio. We have to tell Sir. Izuku. Yes. They quickly met with the Sir, who, based on the description they gave him, recognized the man as Kai Chisaki, the leader of the Death Precepts. After that, the freckled boy returned to the dormitories, feeling powerless for not having been able to do anything. The situation reminded him of his father and how he hadn't been able to save him. Upon arriving, he found his three friends. Momo. Why the sad face? Izuku. No s not a Yaoyorozu. Bakugo. Are you sure? You look bad. Todoroki. You look worse than Bakugo did when he beat me in Mortal Kombat. Momo. You know you can tell us anything. Worried. Izuku. It's nothing guys, really, I just need to sleep. The green-haired boy would go to his room, leaving his friends worried. The next day the green-haired boy left the academy because the Lord had summoned him and other heroes and students. Upon arriving, he encountered several professional heroes as well as the Big Three and Kirishima, Uraraka, and Tsuyu. Izuku. Guys, Kirishima. Dude, you're here too. At least you took some weight off my shoulders. Uraraka. Hola Midoriya. Izuku. Hola Uraraka. Mirio. Approaching the Sir says we should go in. Izuku. Okay. Upon entering, they each sat down in a seat while the Sir spoke. Sir. I called you all here because there's a matter I want to discuss. Yukio. What's this about, sir? Sir. Last night Fatgum and his students apprehended some criminals. One of them shot student Tamaki, and upon being hit, he temporarily lost the ability to use his quirk. Furthermore, one of the criminals used a drug capable of enhancing his quirk. Upon hearing this, the freckled boy remembered what happened with Kira and how he told him about Tamura and the enhancement drug. Sir. This drug is produced and sold by the Precepts of Death, a Yakuza group. Yesterday, Izuku and Mirio were on patrol when they came across a girl with several bandages on her body. Immediately afterward, the Yakuza leader, Kai Chisaki, took her away, claiming she was his daughter. Fatgum. Can someone like him have a daughter? He commented angrily. Sir. That's not the important thing. The important thing is that when they sent the bullet that took away Tamaki's quirk to be studied, it contained several things, including human DNA. The whole atmosphere became tense as Izuku clenched his fists in fury. Yukio. Why you say that, sir? The DNA belonged to a girl. Fatgum. That son of a bitch, angry. Izuku. We have to stop him. Angry. Najire. Midoriya, your hands. The green-haired boy had clenched his fists so tightly that they began to bleed profusely. His stand emerged, taking a small handkerchief and placing it in his user's hands, leaving everyone a little confused. Sir. We're going to stop them. I recently had an encounter with one of them and was able to use my quirk. I've already located their base, that's why I called you. We'll attack tomorrow. After that meeting, the young people and heroes went home with instructions not to discuss the matter. The students of Class A had already arrived at their dormitories, agreeing not to talk about it, but a dark-haired girl arrived. Momo. Midoriya, can we talk in private? Izuku. Okay, I guess. Both boys went to the freckled boy's room where an awkward silence fell. Izuku. So, what did you want to talk about? Momo. Is there something you're hiding from me? Izuku. What, Momo? Your quirk is supposed to be the world, right? A stand, but several times I've seen you seem to have another ability. When we returned the first time from our agencies in the army that All Might created, yellow lightning bolts came out of your body at the same time your speed increased. Also, at the training camp, the villain who attacked you and All Might mentioned something about having killed other stand users. Not to mention that sometimes it seems like you know what's going to happen in a few seconds, since you react before it happens. And I heard that in your little fight with our friends, they saw you use some kind of black whips. I'll ask you again. Are you hiding something from me? The green-haired boy was in shock. Had she figured all that out on her own? Momo. I'm listening. Izuku. Momo, it's complicated. Momo. Then make it simple. We're friends, I just want to know if there's something you're hiding from me, but if you don't want to answer then, she said, feigning sadness. Izuku. No. Oh okay, I'll tell you since I trust you a lot, you're my best friend after all. The dark-haired woman blushed slightly at the freckled man's words but managed to remain calm. Izuku. My original quirk is the world, but after the sports festival, All Might saw something in me. He saw the successor to his power, one for all, the power to pass on power. I'm the ninth wielder of this power. Those lightning bolts you saw were the work of one for all, but after the attack on the training camp, I discovered that this power hides more than it initially seemed. I was able to make contact with one of the one for all wielders, and I experienced several visions thanks to the wielder's quirk, but now that I think about it. The green-haired boy recalled one of his visions, which perfectly matched a recent event. I won. Once the ## bomb is activated, I will win and you will die. At that moment he realized who was saying that. It was Kira Yoshikage. Izuku. Well, that doesn't matter now. What matters is that I am the wielder of one for all. The dark-haired woman was a little confused by all the information but managed to assimilate it. Momo. Wow, you were keeping a big secret, weren't you? Is that all? Izuku. Well, tomorrow I'm going on a mission to fight a Yakuza group called the 8 Precepts of Death to save a girl. Momo. What? Worried? How can you say that so casually? Izuku. Shish. Lower your voice. The others can't know. Momo. Do you know how dangerous that is? Izuku. I know, but it's my responsibility. I already let that girl go once and, he said, closing his eyes. I failed Dad that time. I won't let them hurt her anymore. Momo. But what if something happens to you? Izuku. I'll be fine, I know how to take care of myself. Momo. Do you promise you'll come back safe and sound? Izuku. I promise you. Momo. Okay, I trust you, it's just that you are my best friend. I don't know what I would do if something happened to you. Izuku. Nothing will happen to me, you'll see everything will be alright. Location. The 8 Precepts base. Shisaki was calmly walking around the facility until one of his assistants arrived. Yakuza. Overhaul. Someone from the League of Villains has requested to see you. Shisaki. Where is he? Yakuza. He's in the meeting room. The chestnut-haired man would go to the aforementioned room to meet the one he expected to be Shigaraki, but upon entering he would see a man in a suit and carrying a cane. Shisaki. And who are you? Satoru. Let me introduce myself. My name is Satoru Akefu, I am currently the leader of the organization known as the League of Villains. Shisaki. I thought Tamura was the leader, he said quite seriously. Satoru. And it is, what happens is that he is busy with some important matters, meanwhile I am the leader. Shisaki. I see, and tell me, Mr. Satoru, to what do I owe your visit? Satoru. I wanted to know if you could provide us with one of the quirk-eliminating bullets. We need them for an attack against the heroes, and since your organization and mine are collaborating, I wanted to know if it was possible for you to provide it to us. Shisaki. That's an interesting proposal you've come to ask for, but what do I get out of it? Satoru. The availability of powerful members of the League of Villains when you need them. Keep in mind that several of these were former subordinates of All for One, some of them even possessed quirks that he gave them. Shisaki. Interesting, he thought for a few seconds. Okay, I accept, but I want you to know that after this I won't be able to deliver another one for a while. Their production isn't as fast as I'd like, lately the girl has been somewhat rebellious and doesn't want to cooperate. The chestnut-haired man took a small box out of his suit and handed it to Satoru. Chisaki. There's the bullet, use it only when you're completely sure, I don't want it to go to waste. Satoru. Of course, putting the box in his suit. A pleasure to cooperate with you, Overhaul. Chisaki. The pleasure is all mine. A purple portal formed in the room, through which Satoru would enter while Chisaki just watched. The next day at Ua, the green-haired boy woke up early, as it was the day of the attack against the 8 precepts. Only one thing occupied his mind. He had to save Eri, no matter what. Somehow, he wanted to clear his conscience for what had happened before. After showering, he left in his UA uniform, accompanied by the other students from his class who would be participating, along with the Big Three. They all went to the agency where they met their teacher, who told them to put on their costumes since it was time to go on the attack. After a while, they all left, meeting their teacher and all the heroes who would be participating. Aizawa. Midoriya, please tell me you already have a hero name, we can't call you by your real name. Izuku. If I already have it, my name will be Dio. Aizawa. Great, can I ask why? Izuku. That's because, sir, it's time to go. They would all set off, arriving at the place that was supposed to be the base of the Yakuza, which looked like any other traditional house. Police. Are you sure this is the right place? Sir. Very sure, I saw it in my vision. One of the police officers went to the house and rang the doorbell, but what no one expected was that the door would be knocked down by a giant man who then forcefully attacked the police officers. Katsukame. Knocking down the door. Damn heroes. Aizawa. Damn it. Yukio quickly transformed into a dragon, attacking the villain and preventing him from harming them, while several Yakuza came out of the house and began fighting with the police. Yukio. Sir, enter the house. My agency and I will stop you. Sir. Understood. Dio. Lemillion. Come with us. The boys, along with their teacher and other heroes, entered the house, which seemed normal inside. Aizawa. Where's the entrance? Hitting a Yakuza. Sir. This way. Removing a vase which had a button underneath which he pressed, opening a door with a staircase leading down. Come in. Izuku. How convenient. Those who were with the sir began to follow him down the stairs, realizing it was an entire underground facility. They couldn't go any further, as a blonde man and a bald man appeared before them. Setsuno. Well, what do we have here? Some heroes. We won't allow them to reach Overhaul. You. That's right. Pulling crystals from her body. Tamaki. Go on, I'll take care of them. Kirishima. Are you sure? Worried cry. Fatgum. Okay, be careful. Everyone continued on their way, but Izuku stopped to tell her something. Izuku. Be careful, Tamaki. That diamond is place. Starting to run. You. What a strange phrase, he said, confused, but hey, we have a hero to kill. Back with Sir's group, they continued running, but suddenly there was no path, only a wall. They searched other ways, but it was impossible to pass. Sir. Lemillion, see if there's anything behind. Mirio. Yes. The blonde man would push his face through the wall, seeing that there was still a way to go. Mirio. Sticking his head out. We can keep going. We need to break down the wall. Izuku. Move aside. The world. His stand formed quickly and then launched a powerful barrage of punches against the wall. The world. Young. Hitting the wall. The blows from the stand would cause the wall to shatter, leaving the heroes free to pass, but suddenly the floor opened up, dropping Aizawa and Izuku. Sir. No. Before I could do anything, the apartment was locked again. Sir. Damn it. To make matters worse, a muscular man with brown hair would come out of a room. Rappa. I hope you are strong. Fatgum. Sir. You know the way. Follow. Red Riot and I will take care of it. Mirio. I'll go ahead, passing through the walls. Sir. Okay. Starting to run. With Izuku. The freckled boy was getting up from his fall with some difficulty, until he saw a silhouette approaching his teacher without him noticing. Izuku. The world. The stand quickly emerged, grabbing the silhouette by the neck, which was none other than Himiko Toga. The stand grabbed her by the neck and slammed her against the wall. Toga. SCUL like playing like this. Izuku. Toga. Toga. You remember me. Releasing the stand's grip and running towards Izuku. Izuku. The world. Suddenly a knife struck the villain's leg, causing her to fall to the floor. At first, she grimaced in pain, which bizarrely turned into one of satisfaction, taking her blood between her fingers and beginning to savor it. Toga. Luro. Luro luro luro. 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 For their part, Izuku and Aizawa could only make a face which was a combination of disgust, fear and a little confusion. Toga would stop licking the blood to go towards the boy. Toga. You like knives. Me too. We just need you to be a blonde guy with fangs to look even more alike. On the floor. Izuku. I already have fangs. Toga. Then we're made for each other, my love. Izuku. Great, the crazy girl likes me. Aizawa. Dio, we have to go, we'll catch her later. Izuku. Okay. They were about to leave, but the whole room started to move as if it were made of jelly, causing everyone to lose their balance. Izuku quickly used one of the world's arms to hold on, but it was useless, the walls were detaching at the slightest touch. Izuku. What the hell is this? Toga. It's the work of one of the Yakuza. I can tell you where it is if you talk nicely to me, she said in a seductive tone which disgusted Izuku a little. Izuku. What the hell makes you think that? Aizawa. Midoriya. I need to locate him to erase his quirk. Toga. You know what to do, she shouted with a smile on her face. Izuku. With Mirio, he had gone ahead, passing through the walls until he encountered Shigaraki and two of his henchmen. Mirio. You, Shigaraki. A hero? Oh, you're the kid from the alley. You came with the others, right? Too bad I don't have time for you. Shin. What have you come for, hero? Mirio. I've come to stop them and save the girl. I didn't mean to reveal my plan. Shigaraki. I'm sorry to tell you that won't be possible. Sasaki. Take care of this. Shin. Come with me. As Shigaraki and Shin left the shadows, a man emerged who was drinking beer. Sasaki. You're dead, kid. Suddenly the blonde man began to feel dizzy and staggered as if he were drunk. Mirio. Damn it. Sasaki. I'm pretty good, aren't I? Taking a swig from the bottle. But before he realized it, the blonde man burst through the floor, emerging from one of the walls and punching the Yakuza in the face, then kneeing him in the abdomen, knocking the villain unconscious. Mirio. Yes, very good, starting to run. The blonde boy will continue running until he finds Shigaraki, who is already with Eri. Mirio. Overhaul. Shigaraki. Didn't Sasaki take care of you? Damn useless thing. You were. Stutters fearfully. The blonde boy quickly burst through the ground, appearing behind Shigaraki and delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying away from Eri. Shigaraki. Okay, I'm angry now. He took off one of his gloves and then touched the ground. Suddenly, several stakes emerged from the ground and were directed towards Mirio, who carried Eri in his arms, lifting her up while letting the stakes pierce him, making him intangible. Shigaraki. Interesting. The hero would fall, gently placing the girl on the ground. Eri. Why you shouldn't have come, he'll kill you, she said, fear in her voice. Mirio. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. He gave her a big smile, which changed when he saw Shigaraki, and began to address him. You, damned scum. Shigaraki. You're strong, but not strong enough. The chestnut-haired man would touch the ground again, causing it to crumble as several stakes attacked Mirio, who could only dodge them or become intangible. Unfortunately for him, one of the stakes struck his leg, piercing through him. Shigaraki thought he had him at his mercy, but nothing could be further from the truth. Even with the immense pain he felt, he became intangible again, passing through the ground and reaching Shigaraki, delivering a punch to his jaw that sent the villain crashing to the floor in pain. Shigaraki. Shin. Throw the damn weapon. Shin. Loading the weapon, yes. Mirio was about to go after Shin, but Shigaraki sent several stakes towards Eri, forcing Mirio to go towards her, causing one stake to pierce his other leg and knock him to the ground. Mirio. Damn it, getting up. He would become intangible, passing through the ground, emerging in front of Chisaki and striking him in the ribs, causing the brunette to spit blood as he fell to the floor. Chisaki. Shin. Shoot. Shin would pull the trigger, firing, but to ensure victory he shot the girl who could only react with fear by closing her eyes. Mirio. Bastard, he shouted furiously. Eri waited for the impact, but when she opened her eyes she saw Mirio standing in front of her, ready to receive it for her. Eri. Huh, she screamed in fright. Mirio. In front of Eri calmed down. He just waited for the shot with his eyes closed. His dream of being a hero was about to disappear, but he would leave happy if he could save the girl. But the bullet never came. Slowly Mirio opened his eyes, turning around only to find none other than Izuku and the world standing in front of him. Mirio. Midoriya, he asked in astonishment. Izuku. Sorry I'm late, I had to say nice things to a blonde girl to get here. Mirio. But the bullet. Izuku. You mean this bullet? The freckled boy moved, showing that the world had the bullet between his fingers. The stand destroyed it on its own as a smile formed on his face. Mirio. How did you? He asked, astonished. Izuku. I forgot to tell you, the world can stop time. I managed to stop the bullet before it hit. Mirio. Really? Shin. Damn it. He could not continue as he received a blow from Aizawa which sent him flying near Chisaki, who could only look at him with disgust and fury. Izuku. Can you stand up? Mirio. More or less. Izuku. Take Eri away from here, I'll take care of our Yakuza friend. Eri. No, he's going to kill you. It's all my fault. I. She started to cry. Faced with this, Izuku got down to her level, taking a small handkerchief from his suit and wiping away her tears. Izuku. Calm down, you didn't do anything wrong, little one, this isn't your fault, even if he made you believe that. I've faced very bad people before, and I managed to survive. I won't let him hurt you again. He said this while watching him, who had just arrived to fight Chisaki. Izuku. Mirio, take her with you, I'll help sir. The blonde boy would obey and with his remaining strength would go to the albino girl while Izuku ran towards Chisaki, who had managed to defeat the sir by sending him flying and piercing him with stone thorns. Izuku. Siir. He reached his master at great speed and took him in his arms. Sir. I'm fine, Midoriya. Uraraka. Midoriya. The chestnut-haired girl arrived at the scene, assisting Sir, who, before letting Izuku leave, used his gift on him, leaving him in shock. Izuku. Take him away from here, Uraraka. I'll handle it, Uraraka. Entendido. The girl picked up the man and started running away, while Izuku turned to Chisaki, glaring at him with fury in his eyes. As the man was being dragged away, he asked Uraraka to stop nearby. Uraraka. What's going on? Sir. This is bad. I used my future vision on Izuku and Uraraka. So, she asked worriedly. Back to the main fight, Chisaki angrily began to walk. Chisaki. Eri, where are you? Angry. Izuku. It's far from you, you damned monster, he said seriously. Chisaki. And who are you? Izuku. You can call me Dio, or whatever you like, it won't change how your face will look after this. Chisaki. You fucking kid. Izuku. You know, I really prefer Dio. The chestnut-haired boy quickly threw several stakes without expecting Izuku to summon the world, who easily destroyed all the stakes with just a few blows. Chisaki. It's you, the boy from the stand. Izuku. I like the term hero for the stand better, it sounds better. The villain noticed Shin was by his side, so he quickly touched him, causing them both to explode, and then fused with him, taking on a more intimidating appearance. Izuku. That's not good. Chisaki. Let's see if you're still making stupid jokes when I wipe you off the face of the earth. He would touch the ground again, but this time many more stakes came out, which were aimed at Izuku, who activated one for all at 25%, starting to dodge the attacks while the world destroyed several of them, but one managed to pierce part of his right arm, causing the freckled boy to fall to the ground, holding him. Izuku. Damn it. Why is it always this arm? Overhaul. Eri, come back. Suddenly, the albino girl began walking towards Chisaki, moving away from Mirio, who, due to blood loss and leg injuries, collapsed weakly to the ground. Mirio. Eri, and no. Eri, don't kill him. Suddenly the ceiling of the place broke, dropping Yuku, who was injured, along with the giant Yakuza, leaving a large hole in the ceiling. The sound of that explosion left Izuku bewildered. Small flashbacks came to his mind. Killer Queen, you will die. I killed him in front of your own house. She took a few steps before collapsing to the ground, her breathing ragged, her heart pounding so hard she felt it might burst at any moment. She was in bad shape, very bad. Meanwhile, Chisaki extended her hand to the little girl, who took it without hesitation. Overhaul. Customs Eri. The villain would begin to lift part of the floor where he and Eri were standing, starting to rise as if it were an elevator, leaving Izuku below. Izuku. No, not now. Despite his poor condition, he stood up, his legs trembling and unable to carry him any further, but this was not the time. The green-haired boy began to leap across the rubble, propelled by One for All, starting to reach Chisaki, while Eri simply watched. Kira's words echoed through Izuku's mind. What kind of hero let his own father die? He clenched his fists in rage as he leapt through the rubble, propelling himself with the world. He couldn't allow it. Izuku. I already failed them once. I can't do it again. He thought in frustration. For a fleeting moment, just a fleeting instant, he caught a glimpse of green hair next to the little girl. Somehow, that motivated him to continue. Seeing Izuku's actions, the girl used her power to rewind Chisaki from her henchman as she leapt into the air, only to be caught by Izuku, who enveloped her in a tight embrace. Izuku, I've got you, Chisaki. Bastard, merging back into his partner. Izuku. Muda. But just as he fused with him, Izuku would unleash a kick that would send him and Chisaki soaring into the sky. Izuku. What? Did I do that? I thought in amazement. He would quickly descend to the ground, preventing Eri from getting hurt, falling into the middle of the street just like Chisaki in his monstrous form. Izuku. How did I do that? I used One for All at 100%. Was it your quirk? The green-haired boy looked at Eri, from whom a yellow aura emanated, while closing his eyes. Izuku. Apparently so. If I was able to use OFA at 100% with your power without it exploding, that means. Overhaul. Give me the girl. The Yakuza had acquired a monstrous appearance. He occupied a large part of the street. Izuku. I can't beat him without your help, Eri. Would you lend me your power of attorney? Eri. SSSS. Her yellow aura intensified as the green-haired boy secured her to his back with part of Mirio's cloak. The air around her cleared violently as the floor cracked. She took a deep breath. Kira Yoshikage's voice echoed in her mind, but this time, she chose to ignore it. Izuku One for All, 100%. Many yellow rays would begin to emanate from the freckled boy as the ground beneath him violently cracked. Izuku. This power. The world. Behind the green-haired boy, the figure of the stand formed, its musculature increased, while its gaze reflected hatred. Suddenly, the stand's fists were covered by a kind of black whip, making them larger with spikes at the ends of the knuckles. Izuku. Thank you, Eri. I will protect you no matter what it costs me. Overhaul. Bastar. He couldn't finish speaking because from one moment to the next he had been hit, reaching the sky again, at the same time as the green-haired boy propelled himself into the air with the help of the world with such speed that anyone could say he was flying. Izuku. The world, he said calmly. The stand would take out several knives which he placed in their hands. Overhaul. Do you really think a few knives can? Before he could finish his sentence, the world threw knives at him with such force that they pierced him, severing some of his limbs, which he had to regenerate with great effort. Overhaul. But what? Izuku. Time, hitting him in the jaw. The blow had been so brutal that part of Chisaki's body detached, causing the sound to echo throughout the city. Even the UA students could hear it from their dormitories. The villain regenerated his jaw, making it grow even larger, but Izuku didn't care much about this, maintaining a serious expression. Overhaul. Damn it, but he could only turn upwards to find Izuku charging a powerful punch at him while lightning behind him darkened his gaze, causing the man, for the first time, an indescribable fear. Izuku. If I can't save a little girl right in front of me, how can I be a hero capable of saved everyone? Suddenly, the stand appeared in front of the chestnut-haired man, unleashing a barrage of blows at its maximum power. The world. Young, 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 young. Each blow caused parts of Overhaul's body to disintegrate under the punches, while Izuku charged his fist with one for all to its full potential, ready with an attack he had been practicing for months, though it wasn't quite ready yet. Izuku. The world. SMAASHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHthe blow caused both Izuku and Overhaul to fall back into the facility, raising a huge cloud of smoke, leaving Sir and Uraraka astonished. Sir. Standing up this isn't what I saw. Uraraka. What are you saying? Sir. I saw it. I saw Chisaki explode Izuku, killing him instantly. He managed to escape, taking Eri with him, we thought, but this. He said as he watched the smoke dissipate, revealing a completely defeated Chisaki with blood on his head and without his mask, as well as Izuku at 100% with Eri behind him. Sir. I didn't see this. The change, your destiny. Uraraka, for her part, just stared at the boy in shock, but suddenly the green-haired boy began to scream in pain as Eri's power and one for all were taking their toll. Sir. Aizawa, I've got it, activating his quirk. The black-haired boy erased the albino girl's quirk, causing Izuku and her to fall to the ground quite weak. Aizawa caught the little girl while Uraraka, on Sir's orders, helped Izuku. Aizawa. Dio, are you all right? Izuku. More or less. Uraraka. You really showed off up there, Midoriya. I'll tell Momo about this. Izuku. I hope that makes me look better to her. Ha. The girl helped Izuku to his feet by placing his arm over her shoulder, while Aizawa carried Eri, who had fainted. At the same time, several police officers arrived, but before everyone's eyes, a purple portal opened next to Chisaki, putting everyone on alert as they waited to see Tamura emerge. Instead, they were surprised to see an older man in a suit come out. Sir. Who are you? Exalted. Satoru. First of all, good afternoon heroes. Let me introduce myself. I am Satoru Akifu, current leader of the League of Villains. I came here for a reason. The man approached Chisaki, pulling a small box containing several bullets from the brunette's suit. Satoru. Perfect. Chisaki. Damn it, weakly. Satoru. Let's check the product quality. The man pulled out a gun, loading it with one of the bullets, and then shot Chisaki in the shoulder, shocking everyone. Izuku. What the hell? He's the leader of the league. But what about Tamura? One of the police officers fired at Satoru, but before the bullet hit, a piece of metal from the roof's launching mechanism fell into the path of the bullet, causing it to ricochet and hit the officer in the neck, knocking him to the ground, where he was helped by his colleagues. Satoru. Wow, it seems that the calamity, it took effect. Aizawa. The calamity? He asks, confused. Satoru. You, pointing at Izuku, you're Midoriya Izuku, aren't you? I know. Deep down I know who you are. Let me tell you something, a war is coming, one that the heroes won't be able to win. When that time comes, we villains will rise and rule this world. You'll be on the front lines when this world burns. Listen to my words, Midoriya Izuku, this world is going to change, and humanity will face the god. And let me tell you this with certainty, that you are not the god. The freckled boy was stunned by what the man had said, and after his speech, he went back in through the doorway he had come in through. Aizawa. Midoriya, estás bien? Izuku. He couldn't finish his sentence because he started spitting blood and then fainted as several paramedics rushed to his aid. Everything was dark. The green-haired boy was sure he was back inside One for All, but he was just floating in nothingness, until aggressively a terrain was generated allowing him to place his feet on it. Before him and from among the shadows would come a man with a leather jacket and bald. So you're the new one, huh? He said with a big smile. Izuku. And you are? Daigoro. My name is Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user of One for All. Nice to meet you, broccoli-haired Izuku. Whatever, he answered somewhat angrily. Why am I here? Daigoro. What a temper you have. You see, in your battle against that Yakuza, when you used 100% of your full cowl, the fists of the world were wrapped in black whips. These were a product of my quirk. It allowed me to control those whips. It was called Black Whip. Izuku. Wow, he said, surprised. So it was true that I have more quirks. I really hoped it was some kind of joke. That's how it is. Suddenly she appeared to be a dark-haired woman with a cape. Izuku smiled as he recognized her. Izuku. I imagine you are Nana Shimura, 7th wielder of One for All. It seems Toshinori told you about me, she commented cheerfully. Izuku. That's right, he told me you were his teacher. The stories don't do you justice, Mrs. Nana. Nana. Tell me, miss, please, you make me feel old, she said, sounding somewhat discouraged. Izuku. I'm sorry. Nana. At least I don't have to introduce myself anymore. As you know, you're already manifesting another quirk. First it was Epitaph, and now Black Whip. It'll really give you a big advantage, don't you think? She moved quite close to the boy. Izuku. I think so, he answered a little nervously. Just leave it, Shimura, that's just learning to control them. Suddenly, the same man with a red aura appeared in front of Izuku and the others. Izuku. It's you. What's your name? To be honest, I don't remember. I only remember it being something like Dop, or something like that, but tell me, how are you doing with Epitaph? Izuku. I can control it better, although I can only use it once a day. Dop. I'm glad such a great quirk wasn't wasted. Cheerful shout. Daigoro. Good quirk. All for One will annihilate you in less than 10 minutes. Dop. It's still better than being a bald idiot with no sense of humor. Daigoro. How the hell did you call me an effeminate idiot? Stop. A voice echoed from the shadows. Both former bearers stopped as a young man with long white hair slowly emerged from the darkness, his aura radiating tranquility. Izuku. Great, another one. First. I'm not just another kid. I'm the first of you. All for One's brother. Upon hearing this revelation, Izuku was in shock. Izuku. Why her brother? First. I suppose it was him. He was the one who created One for All, thinking I didn't have a quirk, giving me one which fused with the one I did have. I started that fight, but he started our curse, the curse of One for All and All for One. Izuku. But we stopped him. Primero. Tamura Shigaraki. Upon hearing this name, Nana felt a chill. First. He inherited my brother's will, and as long as he lives, our curse will never end. Izuku. And you brought me here too? He asked, confused. Daigoro. We wanted to tell you that you need to train a lot if you want to master all of our quirks, not counting your own. Izuku. Mine. Nana. In your battle against Shisaki, you used 100% of full cowl, activating Black Whip at the same time that the world gained an increase in its strength and speed. We believe that if you use 100% of OFA, the world and our quirks would be even more enhanced, but to use 100% of OFA you would have to be more or less like Toshinori. Izuku. I see. I'll try to completely master One for All and its quirks. I must be ready for Shigaraki. First. If you have to, you know. Dop. Cut his throat, he said, making a cutting motion, which was met with disapproval from the others. Boring. First. If you must do it. Izuku. He interrupted. I have to think about it. Taking a life isn't easy. Nana. You know it, child, take your time to think about it. Daigoro. I hope you have good luck, Izuku, everyone here believes in you. Nana. Wait, there's something I have to tell you. Izuku. Tell me, Nana. Your mother told you the truth, didn't she? About your father. About him not really being a Midoriya. Izuku. That's right, when my mother died, she told me the truth. Nana. Then you can leave. Suddenly the carriers disappeared as everything went dark, but the freckled boy began to open his eyes, realizing that he was on a hospital bed with his arm in a cast and his teacher was by his side. Aizawa. You're awake now. Can you finish a mission without ending up on a hospital bed? Izuku. It's not in my system, he said, causing his teacher to chuckle. Am I that bad? Aizawa. You wrecked your entire right arm. They managed to heal you in time. They told me that if you continue like this you could lose your arm. Just be more careful next time please. Izuku. I'll do what I can. Aizawa. He's in this hospital, he's still a little weak. Do you want to go? Izuku. Yes. The man would give the boy a change of clothes, after which he left with his teacher, arriving at Eri's room and finding Mirio, who was also about to enter. Mirio. Midoriya. I'm glad you're recovered. Izuku. Hello Mirio, how is the sir? Mirio. She's doing well, she managed to survive her injuries thanks to your intervention, she's at the agency. But you came to see Eri, didn't you? Izuku. Yes, I want to know how he is. Mirio. Me too, but a nurse told me she's asleep, maybe we can come tomorrow. Izuku. That sounds good to me. Mirio. See you later. Leaving. The freckled boy and the dark-haired boy would leave the hospital on their way to the dormitories, but on the way in the car Izuku would speak. Izuku. Do they know anything about that such Satoru Akifu, seriously? Aizawa. Not really, we've been looking for him but his name isn't registered, it's like he doesn't exist. Izuku. How are the others? Aizawa. They're fine. The class was informed of your mission. You were the only one who stayed in the hospital longer. I was really impressed, kid. That power, was it thanks to the little one? Izuku. It seems his power allows him to rewind things. That's why my body wasn't destroyed when I used. He interrupted himself, when I used the full power of the world in. Hammon. Aizawa. That must be why that damn Shisaki. Izuku. I know, he clenched his fist angrily. Aizawa. Calm down, kid, we saved her, you saved her. Upon arriving at the dormitories, the green-haired boy would find the entire class gathered in the living room chatting until they saw him. Izuku. Momo. Midoriya. The girl threw herself at the green-haired boy, giving him a hug, while her other friends approached. Izuku. Why Yaoyorozu? He said, a little embarrassed. Momo. Pulling away from the hug, blushing slightly. I'm sorry. Bakugo. You gave us a big scare, you broccoli with legs. Izuku. It's good to see you too, Kachan. Todoroki. Midoriya. Izuku. Todoroki. Mina. Midoriya. Ochako told us about how you beat the Yakuza leader. You're really strong. Tokiyami. You're truly impressive, Midoriya. Dark Shadow. Exiting you too, the world. The arm of the stand would emerge from Izuku's back, raising its thumb, which surprised everyone, but they didn't pay any attention to it. Izuku. Gee thanks, but it's not a big deal, guys. I was just doing my job, nervous. Momo. Don't downplay your achievement, what you did was truly impressive. Izuku. Speaking of which, I need to talk to you, Bakugo, and Todoroki in private. Todoroki. Okay. The four boys would go to the green-haired boy's room to talk privately. Mina. Don't you find it suspicious that they go off to talk privately every 2 minutes? Iida. You're right, Mina. They must be playing board games without us. What an unethical attitude. At this, the entire class facepalmed. Meanwhile, in Izuku's room. Bakugo. Can the ponytail be here? Izuku. Oh yeah, Momo. For your information Bakugo, I figured it out myself. Bakugo. Congratulations, I'll bake you a cake on I don't give a fuck day. Izuku. Calm down, you two. I wanted to tell you that I've awakened another quirk from a former user. It's called Black Whip. I don't really know much about it, but it allows me to unleash a kind of whip. In the fight against Shisaki, these whips formed around the world's fists, giving them more strength. I think I manifested it when I used 100% of full cowl. Bakugo. You have plenty of quirks, right? Izuku. And you're quite the chatterbox. I want to know if I can count on you to train you. Momo. You know it. Todoroki. We'll help you with whatever you need, it's better than spending time with Dad. Izuku. Thanks guys. The next day, the green-haired boy and Mirio went to the hospital to visit Eri. Upon entering the white-haired girl's room, they found her sitting on the examination table. Izuku. Hello Eri. Eri. Hello, she said shyly. Mirio. How are you feeling? Eri. Well, the nurses are nice to me, sighs a little. Why did they do that? Izuku. Do what? Eri. Why did they save him? He could have killed them, and, starting to cry, just like that time, the boy took a handkerchief and began to wipe away his tears. Izuku. Don't worry, we saved you because we couldn't let Chisaki keep hurting you, it's our job as heroes. Mirio. That's right, we just wanted to help you. Eri. Help me. What is a hero? Izuku. They're people who protect those who can't protect themselves. We protect little girls like you from monsters like Chisaki. Eri. What are their names? Mirio. My name is Mirio, but my hero name is Lemillion, because I want to save 1,000,000 people. Izuku. My name is Izuku, but my hero name is Dio. Eri. Why is it called that? Izuku. That's because, Eri. Oh, now that I remember, there was a man with dark circles under his eyes with you and one with glasses. Where are you? Mirio. That man is Sir Night-Eye, he's fixing some things, and the man with dark circles under his eyes is Aizawa, he's outside the door waiting for us. Eri. Did they all just go there to save me? Izuku. That's right, we all wanted to see you smile. Eri. Smile. The little girl tried to smile, but failed, which saddened the young people. Eri. I'm sorry. I don't know how to smile. Izuku. I should have made Chisaki a donut. Don't worry, we'll make sure you can smile. Eri. See how. Mirio. Aizawa. The older one would enter through the door, leaning against a wall. Izuku. You're trying to be interesting, huh? Aizawa. Speak. Mirio. The cultural festival will be for a few days, right? Can Eri come? Aizawa. It would be illegal, ethical, and social problem, for sure, I'll take it. Izuku. Awesome, you can eat caramelized apples. Eri. Apples, she said while drooling a little. Mirio. That's right, I'll take you for some. Eri. Oh okay, Aizawa. We'll come for you tomorrow, little one. Guys, we have to go. Izuku. Yes, goodbye Eri. Eri. Goodbye, Dio. The boys and their teacher left the hospital and went to the dormitories. In the Class A dormitories, they were discussing what they should do for their presentation at the festival. Kaminari. I propose a maid cafe. Mineta. Me too. Iida. They have the worst possible ideas, he said, adjusting his glasses. Izuku. At least we'd have an audience. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya. Izuku. Okay, I'll shut up. Mina. How about a concert? Excited shout. Iida. That sounds much better. Does anyone here know how to sing? Kaminari. Jiro should sing. Jiro. But I don't know how to sing. Nervous. Izuku. Don't believe her. She's just pretending to be humble, so we'll insist. Momo. So whoever wants to sing, audition now. Iida. Does anyone else want to participate? Bakugo. Izuku, why don't you audition? You sang really well that time in your room. Izuku. Ha ha ha, very funny Kachan. Open double angle bracket flashback close double angle bracket. Bakugo. Where the hell did I leave the TV remote? He walked through all the dorm halls hoping to find him, but only came across Izuku's room, which sounded emotional. He opened the door slightly and found his friend singing. Izuku. I am no who no sadame. Joe. Before he could continue his song, he looked at his companion who was staring at him incredulously. They stood for an hour without speaking to each other in the most awkward silence in history. Open double angle bracket end of flashback close double angle bracket. Izuku. Everyone was supposed to have gone shopping. Bakugo. You're lucky I didn't record it, old man, but seriously. He said while looking at his phone, on which Izuku was recorded singing. Bakugo. You used to sing Queen songs well, why don't you sing one? Izuku. I only knew two, but that son of a bitch Kira traumatized me with the names, so no. Momo. Don't even mention it, I still have nightmares about that monster, she said, shivering. I think you're the best option, Jiro. Jiro. But, Kaminari. Come on, stop playing hard to get. Jiro. Oh okay. But I'll need a headband. Tokiyami. Say Tokar la guitarra. Kaminari. And I'm the bass. Jiro. Great, we're missing someone on drums. Bakugo was sneaking away but reappeared in the living room. He tried to run again, but it was useless. Every time he tried, he reappeared in the living room. Bakugo. Stop doing that, you damn nerd. Izuku. Obligame. Momo. What's wrong with them? Izuku. It turns out, he said, taking out the world, who was holding Bakugo like a cat, that my explosive friend here knows how to play the drums. Bakugo. Damn Judas. Jiro. And there's my drummer. He smiled at that. After that, everyone would agree on who would play the instruments and who would put on the show. The next morning, Mirio and the white-haired girl arrived at the entrance to the dormitories and found the class. Mirio. Hey guys. Izuku. Hello Mirio. Hello Eri. Eri. Hello Mr. Dio. Bakugo. Dio. Did you finally decide on that name? Izuku. It's good, besides, you know it's because. Momo. You must be Eri. You're very pretty. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Eri. Hello Miss Momo. Momo. How cute. Mineta. I'm Mineta and I hope to see you in 18 years. The little albino girl would hide behind Mirio's leg. Izuku. Kicking Mineta. Todoroki. You really are an idiot, Mineta. Bakugo. Hey shorty, come out. That idiot with balls on his head won't do anything to you. If Izuku does, we'll make him disappear. Eri. Oh okay. Izuku. Where will you take her while the festival is being prepared? Mirio. Tamaki, Najire, and I will take care of her. She'll stay at Aizawa's house while they're preparing for the festival. I only brought her here so she could see what Ua is like and so she could see you. She was quite eager to meet everyone. Izuku. Perfect, if you need anything you can count on us Mirio. Mirio. Sure, goodbye Eri. Eri. Goodbye Dio, goodbye Momo, goodbye Mr. Screamer, goodbye Mr. Watermelon Popsicle. Izuku. Goodbye, little one. Momo. Goodbye Eri. Bakugo. See you later, shorty. Todoroki. What kind of palette? After that, Mirio and the little girl left, leaving the class alone. Several days had passed, during which, aside from preparing for the cultural festival, the green-haired boy had tried to master the Black Whip, though without much success. We find ourselves in the Class A lounge, where all the boys are relaxing, watching TV or eating dinner, while a green-haired boy comes out of the kitchen with a salad, heading towards his friends. Izuku. Hey guys. Momo. Hola Midoriya. Bakugo. Hey nerd, wait, are you eating salad? Izuku. That's right, what's wrong with it? Bakugo. I told you to stop eating that shitty Caesar salad. The blonde boy would get up from the armchair and, in front of everyone, throw the plate of salad while something inside Izuku broke. Izuku. Shiza. Yelling. Bakugo. You're exaggerating, it's just a salad. Sitting down. Izuku. I'd have the world take care of you, but he's not with me, he said as he picked up the salad. Todoroki. And where is it? Izuku. In Izuku's room. Little Eri was sitting on the freckled boy's bed, while the world moved some small dolls in front of her, entertaining her. Eri. So it's, sir. The world. Change. Eri. You're right about that. It could be better. The world. Young. Eri. He's very good at giving advice. Back in the room. Izuku. Stand stuff, you wouldn't understand, by the way. What are you looking at? Bakugo. The video of a villain who defeated 4 heroes. Izuku. Oh yeah, he must be strong if he was able to defeat 4 heroes without being caught. Momo. It seems so, he calls himself, gentle criminal, she said, taking a sip of her tea. Izuku. Takes the tea bag, tipped golden experience, it seems the young lady has a delicate palate, huh? Momo. Shut up, Todoroki. The heroes will surely catch that gentle guy soon. Izuku. I hope so. Location. League of Villains base. Everyone was calm until Satoru walked down one of the facility's corridors, catching Mr. Compress's attention. Compress. Hey Dabi, aren't you curious about Satoru? Dabi. Not really, he said, downplaying the topic. Compress. Well, I will. I'm going to follow it. The magician rose from his seat and began to follow the older man without him noticing. After following him for a while, he saw him enter through a door, but before he could go in, Toga accidentally bumped into him. Toga. I'm sorry, Compress, continuing on her way. The magician tried to follow the man through the door, but it jammed, preventing him from opening it. However, with a little force, he managed to open it and continued down the corridor until he saw Satoru enter an elevator. The magician then got into the other elevator, but halfway through, it stopped abruptly. Compress. Damn. He looked up at the ceiling and saw a small hatch, so he opened it, exiting at the top of the elevator and starting to climb the cables until he reached the door, which he managed to open with some difficulty, going up to the floor and seeing Satoru, but he was different. Compress. What the hell? Satoru's appearance was no longer that of an old man, but rather that of a kind of robot as he entered a room. Compress. But what? But the doctor would come out of a room in front of him. Doctor. Compress. You shouldn't be here. Compress. I. Before he could say anything, he accidentally tripped and fell through the elevator door. While trying to save himself, he attempted to grab one of the elevator cables, but when he grabbed it, his arm was forcefully pulled away, and he fell to the ceiling of the elevator unconscious, losing a lot of blood. Doctor. Damn it, Compress, I'll call Magna to get you out of there. You shouldn't have chased after Satoru. Calamity was for you. The doctor would only leave to call someone who could get Compress out. We are in the dormitories of Class A one day before the cultural festival. Several members of the class were in the living room while others were already asleep because tomorrow would be a busy day. Izuku. You're always on your phone. What are you watching, Kachan? Bakugo. That gentle criminal guy uploaded another video, apparently he's preparing something big. Izuku. I'm sure they'll arrest him, he looks like a small-time villain. Bakugo. You stop a few famous villains and you already feel like Star and Stripes. Izuku. Jaja, you're welcome. Mina. Hey guys, the rope we're using for the show is a little broken, we need another one. Kaminari. Why don't we ask Yaoyorozu to create a new one? Jiro. She's already asleep. Mina. Besides, it's not a personal 3D printer. Kaminari. But they're using me as a charger, angry. Bakugo. You don't have to cry so loudly. Izuku. Don't worry, there's a store near Ua. I'll go get a new rope tomorrow morning, I'll do it before the show and everything will be sorted. Mina. Thank you, Midoriya. That's very kind of you. Izuku. Yes, I'm going to sleep. After saying that, the freckled boy went to his room to sleep. The next morning, the green-haired boy was the first to wake up, taking a shower. After getting out, he changed and headed to the store. He was wearing his yellow leather jacket with green hearts, some baggy pants, and gold boots, as it was a bit chilly. After changing, he walked to the store, which was only a short distance from UA. After about 15 minutes, he arrived and bought the rope. He then started walking towards Ua, but as he turned a corner, he crossed paths with a short man and woman who had just come out of an abandoned house. Gentle. Disguised. Oh, you gave me quite a scare, boy. With those fangs, anyone would mistake you for a vampire. Izuku. I get told that a lot, he said, opening his mouth to show his fangs. Dad used to say I reminded him of someone. Gentle. You almost made me lose my taste for my tip golden experience. Well, let's go, darling. The brave one. Am I your darling? She said excitedly. The man was ready to leave, but Izuku spoke up. Izuku. There's a cafe in that house. I never would have guessed, it looks like an abandoned place. Much less that they sell tea. Gentle. Are you familiar with the golden experience tip? It's interesting that someone so young knows about it. Izuku. Yes, it's a good tea, although quite sophisticated if you ask me, and above all expensive, very expensive. A good friend of mine likes it a lot. Gentle. How interesting. Does his friend know something so sophisticated? This kid is definitely from UA. Izuku. But tell me, where are you going? Gentle criminal, he said with a serious look. The good girl. Gentle. Excuse me, he shouted in fright. Izuku. Do you think I'm an idiot? I recognized your voice instantly. Not to mention that house is abandoned, I know. I fought someone there a few months ago. You're heading to Ua, aren't you? That's the big show you were talking about in your videos. I'm sorry, but I can't let you ruin it today, buddy. Gentle. What a shame, brave one. Get the camera ready. He would then remove his disguise, revealing his suit, while the small woman took out the camera and Izuku dropped his bag. Both villains would strike a small pose before fighting. Gentle. Prepare for trouble, because the time has come. The brave one. They had better be afraid, for their time has come. Gentle. To protect the world from devastation. The brave one. To unite the peoples within our nation. Gentle. To denounce the evils of truth and love. The brave one. And extend our kingdom to the stars. Gentle. Gentle criminal. The brave one. And la brave. A drop of sweat fell down Izuku's forehead at such a sight, although he couldn't help but give a small smile showing his fangs. Izuku. So now we're doing poses, huh? Okay. The boy stretched out his legs, bending over his back. Izuku. Gentle. Come on with everything, a lot of. Izuku. The world. Suddenly the man felt a huge blow to his stomach as he was sent crashing to the ground. The brave one. What? She screamed in fright. Izuku. I'm sorry, I can see you're not really a bad person, but I can't let you ruin the festival. There's a little girl I want to see smile, and if you interfere with me, I'll have to beat you out of the way. Do me a favor and stay on the ground. Gentle. Impressive, your strength. It's extraordinary, but I regret that what you ask for will not be possible, the show must go on. Izuku. Size fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. The boy lunged to punch the man, but upon making contact with the air, he collided with a highly elastic, invisible barrier, which bounced off and sent him flying. Gentle. I won't waste any time. Let's go. They both started running while Izuku stood up, dusting off his jacket, which was slightly torn. Izuku. Well, that made me angry. The boy would start running at high speed, watching as the man reached a large construction site, starting to jump on the beams as if they were made of rubber while he had the brave woman on his back. Gentle. Follow me if you can, hero. Without wasting any time, Izuku would jump up to the beams using the world's legs, beams which wobbled, causing him to lose his balance as the white-haired boy jumped from one to another, getting further and further away with his companion who was behind him. Izuku. The world. One of the arms came out of the green-haired boy's back, taking a knife out of the boy's bag and throwing it at the villain, which hit his left leg, causing him to get stuck on a beam. The brave one. Kind. Gentle. How did he get that arm? You have two quirks. Never mind, you're a hero, aren't you? You see that citizen over there, pointing to a distracted man under the construction, you'll have to work. The villain dropped one of the beams towards the man while simultaneously dropping another one above the freckled man. Izuku. Bastard. Two arms emerged from the world from the green-haired man, holding the beam above his head. From his hands, seemingly without warning, black whip-like protrusions appeared, catching the other beam before it struck him. He quickly understood that this was the quirk Daigoro had told him about, but when he used the world, black whip, and one for all, his muscles began to contract from the effort. Izuku. Damn it, he said wearily. Before he knew it, the two villains were escaping, so he quickly put both beams aside and began chasing the white-haired man with one for all, making sure to only use it on his legs for less wear and tear, while the villain ran until he reached a wooded area near Ua. Gentle. I think we lost him. The brave one. That boy is persistent. Izuku. Up here. They both looked up only to see the freckled boy speeding towards Gentle until he collided with him, knocking him to the ground. They both fell a little apart from each other, getting up with difficulty. Gentle. Why you don't give up that easily, huh? Izuku. Standing up. What kind of hero would I be if I did that? Gentle. Why? Why do you keep trying? Angry even though no matter what you do for them, they'll turn their backs on you. Why? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, have a dream. The dream of becoming a great hero. But right now, all I want is to see a little girl who has suffered her whole life smile for the first time ever. And if you get in the way of that, I'll be forced to fill you with MUDA until you don't even know who you are. Gentle. You are an exceptional hero. He smiled. In the past, I sought to be one. A mistake of mine cost a man his life, and me, my dream of being a hero. Then I met La Brava. Looking at her, my life changed completely. There are still things I must fight for. Izuku. And being a villain is the way. You guys know that better than anyone. Feeling lonely. Gentle looked at him as if they were on the same wavelength. I understand. But this isn't the way. You're just filling your emptiness with crime. You can be better than this. Gentle. But, what other choice do I have, kid? This is who I am. And maybe I always will be. He launched himself into the air to try to hit the boy, but the world would get between them. The world. Muda, hitting the man in the ribs. The blow would cause the white-haired man to be thrown to the ground, spitting up a little blood as the brave woman approached him. The brave one. Gentlemen. Get up. I need you, please. A kind of aura began to surround Gentle and the brave one as the white-haired man stood up with a furious look. Gentle. Okay kid, let me show you the power of love, even though it sounds really bad. Izuku. Hey, only the children of vampires can pull power-ups out of thin air, and so can I. Izuku lowered his guard, which cost him a strong blow to the stomach. Being caught off guard, it caused all his muscles to tense up, thanks to his past physical exhaustion, and he fell to the floor with his eyes rolled back. Gentle. We don't have to kill him, he's a good boy, he's a good boy. The brave one. Okay. I love you, Gentle. Gentle. And I love you too, me little. The brave one. You couldn't kill him, you're too good at that, she said smiling. Gentle. Besides, I can't kill someone with such a horrible haircut, I hope they change it. The man and woman would turn around to leave, unaware of the demon they had just unleashed. Izuku. Depai. Hey Lolicon, what did you say about my hair? Gentle. What the? Exalted shout. How did it happen? Izuku. The world. Pulling out the world. Before he even realized it, the man had been filled with an immense number of blows all over his body, flying unconscious against a tree. The brave one. What? You were able to beat him like that all this time? Izuku. Sometimes the script doesn't let me act in the most logical way possible. At any moment, Ectoplasm, one of his professors at the UA, would emerge from among the trees. Ectoplasm. Midoriya, what are you doing here? The festival is about to start, and who are they? Izuku. They. The freckled boy would see Brava again, who was with Gentle, who was just regaining consciousness. He knew they weren't bad people, just on the wrong path. Izuku. They're just pranksters. They played a mean prank, and I chased after them to stop them. But it's nothing to worry about. Gentle looked into Izuku's eyes, who looked back at him with a small smile, which was reciprocated. Ectoplasm. Okay, I'll take care of them, but you have to go, the festival is about to start. Izuku. That's right, good luck. The boy would activate the OFA at 25%, starting to run like crazy until he managed to find his bag back in the place where his fight with Gentle began, running again until he reached UA, more specifically behind the stage where his concert would be, meeting up with his classmates. Izuku. Hey guys. Mina. Midoriya, you just got here, how can you be so irresponsible? We only sent you for A. Every human being has a limit when it comes to patience. Once that limit is crossed, bad things can happen. Izuku, unfortunately, is a human being. Izuku. Irresponsible, I'm not in the mood, Mina. I just grabbed onto Mudas so some damn villain wouldn't ruin the festival and we could all enjoy it. So you better shut up unless you want to say hi, Danny, you loudmouth bitch, angrily yells. Mina. Why yes, I'm sorry Midoriya, she answered nervously. Izuku. Here, take this, giving her the bag. Mina. Momo, I already created a string. Izuku. Holy shit, in the stands. Eri. Why aren't they going out? She asked worriedly. Mirio. Relax, they're about to come out. In fact, there they are. After a few seconds the curtain opened, revealing the entire Class 1A ready for the show. Everything is the same as in the original story, but I'm too lazy to write it out. The important thing is the end. I'm not going to be an idiot writing everything out, right guys? Web links. After the presentation, Izuku and his friends went to see little Eri along with Mirio. When they arrived, they saw that the girl had a huge smile, which, although no one else saw it, made Izuku shed a few tears. Izuku. What did you think, little one? Eri. It was amazing. All those lights and movements were amazing. Even Mr. The World danced with you. Izuku. See, few idea de Yaoyorozu. Eri. Miss Momo looked beautiful. Momo. Ah, thank you so much, little one. Eri. And you, Mr. Screamer. Those sounds were incredible. Bakugo. You're the one who appreciates my talent the most, kid. Eri. And Mr. Watermelon Popsicle and Mr. Shark Tooth danced great. I really enjoyed seeing Mr. Birdhead, she said excitedly. Tokiyami. Birdhead. Todoroki. You get used to nicknames, as he placed his hand on his shoulder. Kirishima. Well, I think they're great. Mirio. Okay Eri, time to watch everything else. The whole group and Eri toured the festival, encountering the play by Class B. The little girl watched them, quite excited. For her part, President Itsuka Kendo carried the girl in her large hands, and once the play was over, while Class B chatted with Class A. Iida. It was an excellent Kendo performance. Kendo. Thank you. I heard your presentation wasn't bad at all. Monoma. But it was surely inferior to that of the magnificent Class B. Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard him speak, until the blonde boy noticed little Eri hiding behind Izuku's leg. Monoma. Oh, well, who do we have here? A brat. Izuku Midoriya. I thought you knew about using protection. Izuku. Shut your mouth, Monoma. Monoma. Or else what? Izuku. Close your eyes, Eri. The little girl would obey, but at the same time, the world would come out covering them with her hands. Izuku, for his part, stood face to face with Monoma. The height difference was noticeable, not to mention the musculature that the green-haired boy had gained during his time at UA and Endeavor's internships. Monoma. And no, you don't intimidate me. Izuku. You're trash, Monoma. Monoma. Why you? He said angrily. Izuku. But, he said, smiling and showing his fangs, I wouldn't want to lower myself by hitting you. Besides, the girl is here, and unlike you, I think I still have a fair amount of dignity left. Monoma. I'm going to break your face one day. Izuku. But until that day. Without realizing it, the blonde man received a blow from Kendo, leaving him unconscious. Izuku. They'll have you under control. Kendo. You can't not fight, right Midoriya? Izuku. Sorry, President, it's part of the job. It's fun to tease him. He smiled slightly. Kendo. Ha, you're funny Midoriya. At this small interaction, Yaoyorozu made an annoyed face, which was again noticed by Bakugo who laughed to himself. After their minor altercation, they continued watching the festival. Mei's inventions, which she played a little with little Eri, and also a few games, even Bakugo and Izuku competed in a race. Bakugo. Ready for your nerdy retirement. Izuku. Beat me, the great Dio. Sorry Kachan, I have to impress little Eri. Announcer. On your marks. Get ready, go. The blonde boy would start to move ahead with his explosions without seeing Izuku, thus reaching the finish line in less than 5 seconds. Bakugo. Landing ha 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 ha. You see, nerd. I'll tell you, Izuku. Who are you talking to, Kachan? Without realizing it, the freckled boy had already reached the finish line a long time ago. He was looking at his wrist as if there were a watch on it, which made both Eri and Yaoyorozu laugh, while Todoroki and Kirishima made fun of Bakugo. For their part, Mirio and Tokiyami smiled a little. Bakugo. How the hell did you do that? Izuku. I'll give you 3 options. A. Use my secret technique. B. Use El Zawarudo. C. Magic. Bakugo. I think that. They played a few more games like that until it was time for Eri to leave with Mirio, so Izuku and the others had to say their goodbyes. Izuku. Did you have a good time, little one? Eri. Yes, smiling, it was really cool. Seeing the little girl smile brought a tear to his eye. That smile reminded him of his father. He knew that wherever he was, he would be proud of his work. Izuku. See, I promised you I'd save whoever I could. I know you're watching this, Dad. I'm so glad. Eri. The only bad thing is that I didn't get my apple. Yelling. The little girl even imitated Izuku's pose by bending her back slightly. Momo. Wow, she looks like you. Izuku. Why yes, I believe so. Who taught you to say that? Eri. Him, pointing at the world who was looking the other way. The world. Change. Izuku. We'll talk about that later, the world, but for now, Eri. Here. The boy pulled a caramel apple from behind his back and gave it to the little girl, who happily began to eat it. Mirio. How do you say Eri? Eri. Thank you so much. Mirio. Well, I have to take it to Aizawa. See you guys. Eri. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Eri. And so the blonde boy and the little albino girl would leave, leaving the group of friends alone. Momo. I wanted an apple too. Izuku. I already knew that. The world. Muda, giving Momo an apple. Momo. Thank you, Feli said. Todoroki. And nothing for us. Izuku. They're old enough, buy it yourselves. Bakugo. Bad born. Kirishima. The disappointment, the betrayal, my friend. That same night, the freckled boy would be called to Aizawa's office, who wanted to talk to him. Izuku. Entering. What do you need, sensei? Aizawa. Sit down, Midoriya. The boy would obey, sitting in the chair in front of the teacher's desk. Aizawa. Now then, last time you were interrupted, in fact, several times, but now then, what's the reason for your hero name? Dio. Izuku. Well, it's a bit of a long story. Aizawa. I have time. Izuku. It started when my father returned from the United States. He was reluctant to tell me about his hero name. At the time, I didn't know what it meant, but I still wore the costume in his honor, but everything changed after the mission to try and capture Kira Yoshikage. When I left the hospital, I told my mother about my father's death, and that's when she told me everything. Open double angle bracket flashback close double angle bracket. An hour had passed since the older green-haired woman received the news of her husband's death, yet she still had tears in her eyes but decided to talk to her son. Inko. Izuku, I think it's tea time to tell you the truth about why your father. Wiping away tears. Izuku. What do you mean? Inko. Your father is not a Midoriya. Izuku. What? He asked in amazement. Inko. Midoriya. That's my last name. Izuku. But why? Inko. I'll tell you everything. Your father was born into a horrible family. His father only had him because he wanted him to have a power superior to others, a stand, one that would be useful to him. Your mother agreed to everything. She only sought to please the one she considered divine. Your father managed to manifest a stand, but it wasn't as strong as his father wanted. He trained him tirelessly, hoping his stand would evolve, but it never did. One day, your father simply disappeared without a trace. He never saw him again. That man wore the star that you and your father wore around your necks. Even so, Hisashi never held a grudge against him. On the contrary, he admired him with all his being. When Hisashi grew up, he became a hero to provide for his mother, but she died a year before Hisashi graduated. That's when he and I met and fell in love. 2 years after he graduated, we got married. He adopted my last name, Brando, so he wouldn't remember his. He wanted to forget that tragic past. Months later, I was pregnant. Your father retired from his job as a hero and dedicated himself to being a father during your first years of life. He had planned to name you Diego, but in the end we decided on Izuku. But he had to go to the United States to earn money as a hero since he wasn't earning much here, so he adopted his old hero name, his father's name. Dio. Izuku. That means I'm not a Midoriya. Inko. No, my little one, you're a. Izuku. Brando. My real name is Izuku Brando. Inko. That's right. Izuku. Why did you hide it from me? Inko. We were going to tell you, but when you manifested your quirk, your father was afraid. Your stand, the name, it's the same as his father's. Dio. The boy was in shock. His stand was the same as his grandfather's, the man who made his father's life a living hell. Izuku. But that's impossible. I named it because. I don't know. Inko. When I mentioned your stand's name and appearance to your father, he panicked. Although he loved his father, the memories of how he tortured him and forced him to train until he fainted filled him with fear. He was afraid you would become like him, but when he learned you wanted to be a hero, he was happy. That's why he left you his costume, that's why he left you the name. He wanted you to change the meaning of Dio, he wanted you to transform that name, so full of evil, into one capable of bringing hope and security just by mentioning it. I wish that name would no longer be remembered with fear, and would become synonymous with hope. Izuku. I'll do it, I'll change the meaning of that name, I'll be Dio, a hero capable of saving all who suffer. Inko. I believe in your son, and he believed in you. Open double angle bracket end of flashback close double angle bracket. Izuku. And that's the story. The older man was truly impressed. He had expected any other answer, but that answer really showed him the boy's goals. Aizawa. You really surprised me this time, kid. I know about everything you've been through lately, but I want to ask you something. Are you a Midoriya or a Brando? Izuku. Yo. Soy on Midoriya. Aizawa. Perfect, you can go. The boy would get up to leave the office. About 3 weeks had passed since that conversation. During that time, things happened such as Endeavor fighting against what appeared to be a stronger, but above all more intelligent, Nomu, which took him an inhuman effort to defeat. It was already winter, so the boys had to change their outfits a bit to adapt to the cold. We were in the field where the combat exercises take place. Class 1A had just arrived in their new uniforms. Bakugo. They promised me I could destroy Class B. So, where is it? Todoroki. You yell a lot, don't you? You should relax for at least one day of your life. Momo. I agree, you're always so tense, Bakugo. Izuku. Leave Kachan alone, don't you know his mom doesn't love him? On the other side of the place, Class B would arrive while Monoma boasted. Monoma. Come on, Class A. Today's the day. Today we settle our rivalry. Izuku. Aghhhhh she not only copied my pose but also my dialogue, he thought angrily. Monoma. We already beat them at the cultural festival, and we'll destroy them in the first class training exercise. Izuku. You're not even fit to lick my boots, he said mockingly. Aizawa. Silence, we have a guest. Don't act like Monoma, I mean like idiots. Momo. Guest. Bakugo. I'll destroy it. Monoma. Stupid. A purple-haired boy, known to the green-haired boy, would emerge from behind Aizawa. Izuku. Hitoshi Shinso. Ola Midoriya. Izuku. Behind the sensei you look like his long-lost son, huh? Aizawa owes us some explanations. Aizawa. You're out of luck, broccoli-haired, he said, activating his quirk. Izuku. Yeah, calm down. Shinso. Ready for practice. Izuku. It seems you will get your revenge after all, he smiled at this. Todoroki. Are there any steamrollers nearby? Aizawa. Okay, the army will be Class B against Class A, 4 against 4, on each side there is a cell where they will have to lock up their opponents. If the match ends and only one of the teams manage to lock someone up, they win. Vlad. Everyone take a ball from these boxes, that's how we decide the teams. Each player would take out a ball, and the teams would be arranged as follows. Class B. 1. Abara, Shishida, Rin, Kosei. 2. Kanoko, Manga, Kuroyuro, Pony. 3. Juzo, Sen, Bondo, Awase. 4. Togaru, Yui, Reiko, Shota. 5. Monoma, Kendo, Setsuna, Tetsu Testsu. Class A. 1. Hiroshima, Kaminari, Kota, Tsuyu. 2. Tokiyami, Hagakure, Aoyama, Ojiro. 3. Shoji, Iida, Shiro, Sato. 4. Jiro, Mina, Uraraka, Mineta. 5. Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, Momo. Aizawa. Those are the teams. Izuku. Did I get stuck with my friends by chance or because of the script? Shinso took 2 balls from each box, getting Team 1 from Class A and Team 5 from Class B. Monoma. Help us destroy the rival Shinso team. Especially that broccoli-haired idiot. Izuku. I'm going to save your comment to split you in 2, you fucking idiot. Bakugo. That's the spirit, nerd, while hugging him by the shoulder. Let's break all their bones. Momo. I don't think it's Todoroki. This time I agree with them. Midoriya, find a steamroller, let's shut Monoma up. Bakugo. Well said, half and half, he said as he pulled him into the hug. And what about you, Ponytail? Momo. We're going to win. Izuku. That's the spirit, Yaoyorozu, he said excitedly. Momo. Thank you. Aizawa. Remember that for you the opposing team are villains, so call yourselves by your hero names. Everyone. Yes, Vlad. Well, let's see what they're made of. The first battle would take place, a battle where Shinso would be on Team 1 of Class A. In the stands. Todoroki. Who do you think will win? Izuku. I think Kirishima's team has a good plan and coordination, they'll do well. Momo. Shinso's quirk is quite useful in situations like this, I'm surprised he didn't stay in the hero course. Izuku. It was a shame the exam only consisted of defeating robots, it took away opportunities from amazing quirks like mine. Before they could continue talking, a boy from Class B approached Izuku. Tetsu. Hello, you must be Midoriya, right? Would you prefer I call you something else? Izuku. The same, call me Midoriya. What do you need? Tetsu. I wanted to tell you something, in private. The 2 boys would move away from the others a little to talk. Izuku. Now then, what do you want? I don't mean to be rude, but I'd really rather be watching the fights than being here. Tetsu. S sobre tu amiga, Yaoyorozu. Izuku. What about her? Tetsu. Does she have a boyfriend? Because if not, I could try to date her. Izuku. What if I break your legs? I mean, I could try. Serious. Tetsu. Why the aggression, friend? He said while laughing a little. Don't tell me you like it. Izuku. My preferences are none of your business, so if you don't mind, I'll leave. Turning around. Tetsu. Let's make a deal, if my team wins I can be her boyfriend, if I lose she's all yours. Izuku. I'm not going to treat Momo like an object, save yourself the trouble of being humiliated there in the arena. Tetsu. What's wrong? Is the great Izuku Midoriya afraid of me? Or do you hate me? Mocking. Izuku chuckled at this while smiling, showing his fangs. Izuku. Hate? He said in a mocking tone. Why would I feel hate towards someone who is much weaker than me? You only make me feel sorry for you. Tetsu. T2. Izuku. I, he said, mocking the boy. You don't have the guts. If you want to prove something, prove it on the battlefield, little guy. Want to bet? Let's bet, but let's make it interesting. If you win, you get what you want, but if you lose, you're in charge of Class A's chores for the rest of the year. Or what? Are you scared of me? I was wrong. Don't call me Midoriya, call me Part. Tetsu. I accept. Izuku. I'm glad we're on the same page. After that peaceful conversation, they both returned to the others, although the freckled one looked annoyed. Bakugo. What's with that face? Does the tin can think it can beat you? Izuku. It's nothing, I'll take care of it. After a while, the match ended with Team Kirishima emerging victorious. Next up was Team Tokiyami, who, despite putting up a strong fight, ultimately lost to Team Kanoko. Momo. Kanoko is really skilled with her spores. Izuku. He really knows what he's doing, I find his quirk impressive. Then it was the Shoji team which lost against the Awase team. Monoma. Ha. Do you see it as Class A? You're all useless. Mocking. He said this especially to Izuku's group of friends who were doing more important things. Bakugo. I'm telling you. Explosive team. Todoric. I say. Cool team. Momo. What silly names. Izuku. Yes, it's clear that we are. The Steamroller team. Type. Next up was the match between Jiro's team and Togaru's team, a match which Class A won. Aizawa. Teams 5, come in. Shinso, you're on Monoma's team. Monoma. Finally. Ready to die. Broccoli hairs. Izuku. Stardust Crusaders, do you like it? Bakugo. Mine was better. Momo. Let's go. Moving away. Tetsu. Remember our bet. Midoriya, walking away with his team. Todoroki. What's the bet? Izuku. Nothing, let's go find a steamroller. Thus each team would go to its respective side. Monoma's team side. Kendo. Okay, does anyone have a plan? Setsuna. We're up against the best in Class A. What can we do? Monoma. Isn't it obvious? Crush them. Kendo. And you will, right? It's clear that the biggest problem is Midoriya. His strength and speed make things difficult for us. Who will fight him? Monoma, Shinso, Tetsu. Yo. Setsuna. Damn, they really want to beat him. Shinso. I've been doing some research on his quirk. It's short range and from what I understand it has an extra ability. It seems to also increase his physical capabilities without necessarily having to use his stand. Kendo. Okay, this is the plan. Izuku's team side. Todoroki. Any plans? I didn't find any steamrollers nearby. Bakugo. Let's just blow them up. Momo. No Bakugo, we need a good plan. Izuku. I have one. Shoto and Kriti, go patrol the area but don't go too far. Dynamite fly with your explosions and see if anyone approaches. Momo. And what will you do? Izuku. I'll be here in case someone attacks so I can go and help any of you. Bakugo. Okay, nerd. Flying with its explosions. Momo. Goodbye. Starting to run. Todoroki. Good luck. Following Momo, Bakugo was flying over the area until a floating hand punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Bakugo. Standing up. So that's how you want to play, huh? Fine. Spinach hair. Come and get me. Quickly. A foot tried to kick the blonde man, who reacted in time by unleashing an explosion. Setsuna. You're good. Let's see if you can beat me. Bakugo. Don't challenge me, girl. The two-toned one and the black-haired one were hanging around the area until they ran into Kendo and Monoma. Todoroki. Here they are, let's capture them. Will it be by fair means or foul? Kendo. I'm afraid that won't be possible, enlarging his hand. Monoma. I'll leave your green-haired friend for last. Momo. Fine, then it'll be the hard way. Creating an iron bar, the orange-haired girl launched an attack against the black-haired girl, who received her with a blow to the ribs and then tried to hit her with a cane, but Kendo covered herself with her hand, giving her a great blow which sent Momo flying, while the bicolored one was against Monoma. Todoroki. You really think you can beat me, Monoma? Monoma. I don't think so. I'm sure my team and I will beat yours. This time, Class B will shine. Before the bicolored boy could speak, a bandage wrapped around his arm, pulling him down and causing him to lose his balance. Monoma then used Tetsu's quirk, covering himself in metal and delivering a powerful blow to the bicolored boy, who spat blood and saw only blurry images. He launched his ice attack, but it was quickly destroyed in one blow. He attacked with his fire attack, but it was useless. The metal skin absorbed the heat, preventing any damage. Shinso. He's disoriented, take care of him, I'll go help Setsuna. Walking away. Izuku was relatively calm until he heard a noise and then saw Tetsu emerge from the shadows with a smile on his face. Izuku returned the smile, but in a slightly more sinister way. Tetsu. So here you are. Ready for your defeat, Dio. Izuku. You really think you can beat me? Me, the great god, Tetsu. I don't think so. This time we will emerge victory. Izuku. So you're even dumber than I thought. The white-haired boy would cover himself in metal, launching himself at the freckled boy, who would receive him by activating one for all at 20%, giving him a powerful right hook to the jaw, although this did not hurt Tetsu, who would deliver a knee strike to Izuku's ribs, who would spit blood but would move away, putting some distance between himself and Izuku. Tetsu. I know you're angry about the bet. But come on, old man. You can't judge me, Izuku. I see, in that case. Activated one for all at 25%, the only one who will judge you will be my stand. He smiled broadly, showing his fangs. The world launched itself at full speed, delivering a powerful kick to Tetsu's ribs, which managed to inflict some damage, causing him to spit up a considerable amount of blood. However, dodging the stand's attacks, he managed to grab Izuku's leg, pulling him to the ground and then beginning to pummel him in the ribs, unaware that he had fallen into the boy's trap. Izuku. The world. Tetsu. What are you doing? Before he could finish, he felt something hit his head, sending him flying. What hit him was a car, which was launched by the world. Izuku. Standing up with difficulty. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. The freckled one would launch himself at Tetsu, who had just gotten up only to receive a barrage of blows from the world. The world. Young. 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 Golpeando a Tetsu. Even though he blocked, the blows pierced his defense mercilessly. Tetsu felt like even though his skin was metal, it felt like little more than jelly, to the point of thinking they were even cannon fire. No. Even worse, if asked, he would say his bones were shattered, even though that wasn't the case. He spat blood, being sent crashing into a nearby wall, destroying it in the process, while Izuku put away the world with a serious look on his face. Izuku. 5 and that's 1, I hope the others can handle Class B. The boy turned around and saw Bakugo, but something was wrong, his gaze was noticeably gloomy and dark. Izuku. Kachan. What's? He couldn't finish speaking because he was hit by a full-scale explosion that caused him to crash aggressively against the wall, falling abruptly to the ground. Shinso. Convos de Izuku. Well done, Kachan. Bakugo. You son of a bitch. When I get rid of your quirk I'll make you cry, he thought angrily. Setsuna. Wow, that was easier than I thought, helping Tetsu to his feet. Tetsu. It looks like I won, the bet. Midoriya. Shinso. Bakugo. Leva a Midoriya a la Jala. Following Shinso's order, the blonde boy approached the freckled boy to take him away, but before he could grab him, Izuku struggled to his feet. Shinso. Rinded Midoriya, Yaganamos. Bakugo. Get up, nerd. Don't let these idiots win. Shinso. Bakugo, Darodalo. The blonde man raised his hand ready to attack, but before he could unleash an explosion, his hand stopped with difficulty. Setsuna. What's wrong? Shinso. Bakugo. Darodalo. Bakugo. Why you're a nerdy idiot. That's why you're my friend. Why you never give up. Don't think I'll let you steal all the fun. Tetsu. Stay on the damn ground, Midoriya. A silence filled the place, until Izuku broke it. Izuku. Dio. Tetsu. Izuku. I told you that to you I'm just a piece of tin. Bakugo quickly unleashed an explosion on the ground, raising a large curtain of smoke. Tetsu. Damn it, I can't see anything, but when the smoke cleared, they managed to see the blonde guy and the freckled guy striking a manly pose. Izuku. Listo Kachan. Bakugo. You can bet on it. Tetsu would launch himself into combat, trying to hit Izuku, who would dodge by summoning the world, who would repeatedly hit him in the ribs. The world. Young. 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 Muda. The blows caused the white-haired boy to spit blood as he was thrown to the floor. When he turned to look at the freckled boy, he was no longer there. Tetsu. D. Donde. Izuku. Welcome. Tetsu looked up and found the green-haired boy who used his old technique. Tetsu. No me Jodas. Activating her quirk, Izuku. Road Roller DA. Throwing the steamroller on top of him. Meanwhile, Bakugo was fighting Shinso and Setsuna. The purple-haired boy had managed to tie his arm with a bandage, pulling him towards him, unaware that this was the blonde boy's plan. Bakugo. Thanks, I couldn't mess you up if I wasn't around. Shinso. What the? Bakugo. Shiny. The blonde boy unleashed a small explosion that disoriented Shinso, sending him flying. He then closed in with another explosion, delivering a powerful punch to Shinso's jaw before launching him at Setsuna. Once the two were together, Bakugo. Explosive. Muirdy ear. He would unleash a huge explosion that would knock the boys unconscious. Bakugo. Damn, they were stronger than I thought. Izuku. Approaching locked them up. I'll go help Kriti and Shoto. The boy left without another word, leaving Bakugo alone as he watched the scene of the defeated Class B, not to mention that Tetsu had a steamroller on top of him. Bakugo. Okay, how do I move the steamroller? With the other two boys, Momo had created a smoke bomb which prevented her from seeing Kendo, who felt several blows to her body. Kendo. Damn it, Momo. This way. The orange-haired girl would turn around only to be shot by a cannonball created by the dark-haired girl. Kendo. Damn it, fainting. The dark-haired woman would fall to the ground, exhausted. Meanwhile, the bi-colored one was dealing with Monoma since he couldn't hurt him with either fire or ice, while Monoma enjoyed hitting Shoto. Monoma. What's wrong? Am I too much for you? Knee. The knee strike caused Shoto to fall to the ground. Monoma. Well, it seems you couldn't beat me, Todoroki, or should I say, you idiot. Ha 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 ha, what a bad joke. Monoma. Shinso, you're here already. Get rid of that green-haired guy's voice or your hair will turn as horrible as his. Before Monoma could continue speaking, the world appeared in front of him with his fist ready to strike. Monoma. What the hell? The world. Muda, punching him in the face. The blow would cause Monoma to fall to the ground with his nose fractured, while from the shadows emerged a smiling green-haired man, showing his fangs. Izuku. You thought it was Shinso, did you? But not. This is Dio, pointing to himself. Monoma. I am possible. Izuku. Great O days. I've been waiting for this for so long. The world, let's have some fun. The stand would position itself in front of Monoma, who looked on in disbelief, while the stand, for the first time, displayed a smile as its fists were covered by black whips. Monoma. Damn it, the world. Izuku. Young. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY through a wall unconscious. Izuku. At least I didn't faint this time, he said, sounding quite tired. Aizawa. Through a microphone. The Stardust Crusaders win. Momo. Who would have thought? He likes your name. The girl would fall unconscious, but Izuku managed to catch her in midair. Spinner. Damn it, a road chase was nearing its end. Spinner, a member of the League of Villains, was driving a military truck while accompanied by Dabi and Mr. Compress. They had managed to take the chase to its ultimate consequences. Inside the truck, they carried a capsule which contained someone. Under the darkness of the night, Endeavor's flames began to illuminate the road. Endeavor. My turn. Dabi would emerge from the roof of the truck, beginning to raise his flames while smiling. Dabi. Thank you for coming tonight, Endeavor. Endeavor. Prominence BUUUUURNNNN. Both bursts of flame collided violently, causing the car to derail down the cliff. As the smoke cleared, the other heroes reached Endeavor, who simply descended to where the villains were, only to watch them melt away. Hero. They are. Endeavor. Sun clones. The clones completely disintegrated, giving the heroes a sigh of relief. Endeavor, for his part, broke the back, but to his surprise, the capsule was destroyed with no one inside. Endeavor. Damn it, we're way too late. Somewhere in that forest, a man with rather long white hair walked with difficulty, staggering through the trees, but little by little he began to walk normally, until he was walking as if nothing had happened. The burns on his body from the attack of the flaming hero disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw a group of 3 people waiting for him there. 9. I'm sorry I took so long. The other heroes intercepted, but it's okay. Are you ready? 1 month after that event, we find ourselves on a small island in northwest Japan, with small villages around it and a large beach, with villagers ready to be helped. For that we must focus on a small house where a group of young heroes were doing what would be their work training. Todoroki. With a phone. Okay. Someone's already heading that way hanging up Iida. A man's car broke down near the road. Iida. I'm coming right away, running out of the house. Izuku. Leaving a room. Can I ask again what we do on an island? Momo. In an armchair, don't you remember? Flashback. Aizawa. As I was saying, you will be sent to an island with a low crime rate to help the nearby villagers and gain experience as true heroes. Izuku. The construction workers must be fed up with me stealing their steamrollers without paying attention. End of flashback. Izuku. Oh, yeah, how boring. Bakugo. Taking a soda out of the refrigerator. Yes. Very tiring. Kaminari. You're not even doing anything. Bakugo. Shut up, you poorly made Pikachu. Zero would jump out of a room. Zero. What's up, Kirishima? What's up? Hey Kaminari, grab your phone. The aforementioned would comply, taking one of the telephones in the place. Kaminari. Hello, Zero. On the other end of the phone. What's up, Kananari? What's up, Kirishima? What's up? Ignoring the shouts of his classmates, Izuku answered one of the ringing phones. Izuku. Hello, what do you need? Hello, my brother is lost. He got lost near the mountain path close to the village. His name is Katsuma. Izuku. Don't worry, I'm on my way. The boy hung up the phone and headed to the door. He took off his sandals and put on his golden boots. For this mission, he decided not to wear his father's suit, instead wearing his first black and gold suit. Once at the door, he turned the knob, letting in all the fresh air that made his rather long green hair with a few wisps of gold flutter in the breeze. Momo. Where are you going? Izuku. Time to do my job, activating one for all and starting to run. Bakugo. It almost sounded like the beginning of a movie. The green-haired boy, using one for all, had run through much of the area until he reached a small mountain where he found a small child. Izuku. Hey little guy. You must be Katsuma, right? Katsuma. Yes. Are you a hero? Izuku. That's right, he's coming too. Mahoro. Going down a slide. You're 5 minutes late. At the little girl's scream, Izuku jumped slightly. Izuku. Huh, was it you who called? Mahoro. That's right, and let me tell you, you're late. Izuku. For 5 minutes. Mahoro. That's right. The girl stared at him with impressive seriousness, at which Izuku turned to his left, looking at his stand with a look of total confusion, only to then disappear again. Izuku. Katsuma wasn't lost, right? Mahoro. Yeah, Katsuma. And no. Embarrassed. The girl quickly took Katsuma's hand and they started running. Izuku. These kids nowadays. The boy would return home somewhat incredulous, but upon arriving he would find the child. Try it. Hola. Izuku. Hello, it's you again. What's up, Katsuma? I wanted to apologize for earlier. My sister thought you weren't coming. She doesn't trust heroes. That's why she doesn't want me to be one. Izuku. I'm sure he's only worried about you, buddy. Katsuma. She says I could get hurt. Izuku. That's true, it's part of the job. That's why you have to be willing to give everything for others. That's what a hero is. Saving others without expecting anything in return. Izuku got down to the little boy's level and started shaking his hair. Izuku. Let's make a deal. For now, you'll do what your sister tells you. Once you grow up, you can decide what you want. And if you're still willing to be a hero, I'll see you at UA, buddy. Katsuma. Thanks. The boy left that conversation, and Bakugo came out of the house with an ice pop in his hand. Bakugo. You're an inspiring nerd. Izuku. Tell me something I don't know, idiot. Before he could say anything else, Bakugo's palette hit his face. That night the green-haired boy and the blonde boy went out to chat for a while. It had been a pretty tiring day for everyone. Both were wearing shorts and tank tops. After all, the heat on that island was infernal. Bakugo. Sometimes I'm surprised by how little we realize you literally have a star-shaped birthmark. Izuku. What about that? Bakugo. You know, what's not normal? Izuku. You're exaggerating, it's totally normal. How do you feel about this hero training? Bakugo. Being here is boring, there aren't any real villains. Izuku. Is that bad? I think it's great that we don't have to be fighting every 2 seconds. The last time I went to the doctor they told me I break at least 3 bones per fight. Before they could continue talking, little Katsuma would come running up to them. Katsuma. A villain. There's a villain. Izuku. What? Bakugo. Finally, excited shout let's get him. The blonde boy began to fly with his explosions while Izuku ran using one for all, while the world carried Katsuma, who guided them. Upon arriving, they encountered what appeared to be a giant snake. Izuku. Is that the villain? I expected him to be more human. Bakugo. I don't know Izuku, it seems fake. He would place himself under the snake only to be attacked by it, but it passed right through him, revealing that it was just an illusion. Bakugo. Are you kidding me? He would unleash an explosion, making the snake disappear as Mahoro emerged from his hiding place. Hello. Demonios. Bakugo. You damn girl. I was hoping to see a villain and you ruined it. Izuku. Kachan. Leave the girl alone. Stopping him Katsuma. Go away. Bakugo. Let me go, Izuku. I'm going to kill that damn extra. Both children quickly ran away. Bakugo. Releasing his grip. Damn it, Izuku. That girl made fun of me. Izuku. Your mom makes fun of you, but you don't try to kill her for it. Let's get out of here, Kachan. Except that there are no real villains. But as we know, life hates Izuku and will do everything possible to thwart him. The next morning, a ship crashed into the city's port, destroying it. 9 disembarked wearing a purple mask, a white suit, and tubes connected to his back, along with a redhead, a wolf-like man, and a guy with threads covering his body. They were only seen by Mahoro and Katsuma, who were on a small mountain. Katsuma. We're afraid we have to warn the heroes. Mahoro. SC. In the house where Class 1A was located, a phone started ringing, so Bakugo answered it. Bakugo. Hello, Mahoro. Hello, there are villains on the coast. Bakugo. You again. Don't you have a life or what? Mahoro. I'm serious. I'm sorry I tricked you, but this time I mean it. Please. Before the blonde man could continue arguing, he heard a huge explosion near the port. Bakugo. Let's go there. Hanging. Izuku. What's wrong, Kachan? Coming out of a room. Bakugo. Put on your suits. They're attacking the island. Kirishima. What? Bakugo. There are villains on the island and they're going to attack people. Izuku. Why does life hate me? Alright. The class quickly split up, some going to the village and others to evacuate the citizens. Mahoro and Katsuma were running towards their house, but when they were close, a purple beam pierced the house, exploding it, while a white-haired figure emerged from the smoke. Katsuma. No. Mi Casa Ti. 9. Interrupting him. It's you have his gift. Katsuma. What? Mahoro. Get away. The girl began to create illusions which she threw at the villain who passed through them as if nothing was wrong until he was close to both of them. 9. It's nothing personal, little one, your father. He was in Japan. I paid him a little visit. A shiver ran down the children's spines. His quirk, cellular activation. A long time ago a man with many quirks gave me one so I could fulfill my dreams, but having so many, my body can't handle them, but thanks to your quirk, I'll achieve my goal once and for all. For all. Before continuing, he felt a presence behind him. Izuku. The world. The villain would turn around, catching a knife that was about to hit him on the head, without seeing anyone. 9. But what? Turning around. The white-haired man would find a green-haired man with the children in his arms starting to run. Izuku. Nigerandeu. In a hurry. Before the villain attacked, a blonde man appeared in front of him, generating a whirlwind of explosions. Bakugo. Explosive whirlwind. Unleashing an explosion. Mahoro. We're running away. Izuku. That's called a retreat strategy, you disrespectful brat. A loud crash was heard behind him. Izuku turned around only to see the explosion impact a shield of pure energy. Before Bakugo could realize what was happening, 9 grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. Izuku. Damn it, stay here. Taking the children down, the boy would start running until a blue dragon came out of 9's back and headed towards him. Izuku. The world. The stand would emerge, grabbing the dragon by the jaw and beginning to apply pressure. The world. Muda. To the villain's terror, the world placed his hands on both ends of the dragon's jaw, applying such pressure that he tore it in half. 9. Impossible. Releasing Bakugo, the white-haired boy began to approach Izuku, who launched himself into battle, activating one for all at 20%. Izuku. Mud. Before hitting him, the villain would grab him by the neck. 9. A stand. Wow, what a quirk you possess, you're truly special. Do you mind if I stay in the world? The villain began to steal the boy's quirk, but suddenly he felt a lot of energy flowing through his body, so he let go. 9. That power is enormous. Bakugo. Understand. The white-haired boy turned around and found Bakugo, at whom he unleashed an explosion, which he withstood thanks to creating an energy shield, without realizing that the green-haired boy had gotten up. Izuku. Muda. The boy would deliver such a powerful blow that Nine's shield began to crack, leaving him astonished. Meanwhile, the children began to run until an imposing figure appeared in front of them. It was Nine's henchman with a wolf's head. His build was enormous and he was very imposing. Chojuro. Where are you going, brats? He said, taking a breath. I hope it doesn't go out soon. Mahoro. Stay away from my brother. I cast an illusion of a snake, but it was useless. Chojuro. Stupid girl. Raising his hand, ready to send her flying with a single blow, he was grabbed tightly by the wrist by someone before he could lower it. Chojuro. And what are you supposed to be? The world appeared in front of the villain, stopping him and allowing the children to move away a little. The world. Muda, addressing the children. As if they understood, they began to run from the place, while the villain smiled. Chojuro. You're funny, big guy. He threw his cigar to the ground, blowing all the smoke in the stand's face. But can you really keep up with me? The world. Muda. A brutal right hook slammed into the werewolf's face, knocking out several teeth as he crashed to the ground. He had never felt such force before, and in total shock, he slowly recovered, seeing the motionless stand in front of him. This enraged him, and he launched himself forward at great speed, unleashing a flurry of boxing punches. A left jab that the stand dodged, a right hook that was blocked with its forearm, and an attempted uppercut that was simply deflected by the world. He began to despair, his muscles growing as his clothes tore, revealing a new form. A chimera 3 meters tall, taller than the stand itself. Chojuro. I'm going to destroy you, little ghost. He launched himself like a beast on all fours, but to his horror, the fists of the stand were surrounded by black whips while he was surrounded by golden beams that collided with each other. While Izuku and Bakugo fought with Nine, dodging his attacks, the green-haired boy's energy dropped from 30% to 5%, leaving him with enough energy to stay on his feet, transferring 25% to his stand. Chojuro didn't even have time to react when the fist of the stand was in his face. The world. Muda. The blow generated a strong gust of wind which disoriented Nine, who only saw his friend fall to the ground unconscious and bleeding, while the world disappeared. Thanks to this distraction, a strong blow from Izuku connected with his face, because the boy once again transferred one for all to his body, attacking with everything he had. Nino. You damn kid. Izuku. You and the other villains need to come up with a new catchphrase. Bakugo. Appearing behind Nine. And a new dentist too. Izuku. Muda. On his left side, a powerful explosion occurred, while on the right, a blow at 30% of one for all plus the world's fist forced him to create 2 giant shields on each side, but to his great surprise, these began to crack. 9. His power is monstrous, he thought to himself. Let's end this. The villain lowered his hands and 2 arrows fell from the sky, impacting both young men who began to writhe in pain until the attack ended, revealing the 2 unconscious and with severe burns on their bodies, as well as their suits destroyed. 9, for his part, began to spit blood while holding his head tightly. 9. AHGGGGGGGGGGGG. Spitting blood. His red-haired companion quickly arrived to help both him and Chojuro. Kuruka. Are you all right? 9. Why yes, it's the side effects. Kuruka. We have to go, the other brats are coming this way. The villains quickly left, and minutes later the rest of Class 1A arrived to help their classmates and the children who had hidden in the rubble of what was once their home. Momo. Izuku. Bakugo. Shoji would carry both young men to take them to a safe place. The green-haired boy slowly began to open his eyes, seeing that he was in a small bed and next to him was Bakugo, who was also waking up. Izuku. Keikachan. Bakugo. Izuku. Izuku. He screwed us over. Bakugo. And, you said it, Izuku. At least the world smashed that furry's face in. They both got up and went towards the only door nearby, opening it and finding themselves face to face with their companions. Todoroki. Guys, you're awake. Momo. Are you all right? Izuku. My body aches a little, but that's all. What happened? Shoji. We managed to capture one of the villains. We interrogated him but he doesn't want to talk. Iida. We're making a plan to defeat the other three. Placing a map of the island. Bakugo. What's the plan? Momo. We will take the civilians out of these ruins to their safety. There is only one way. If they want to reach us, they will have to go that way. We have to separate them. Izuku. The leader has a lot of power, but he has a weakness. After fighting us, he weakened from using his lightning. We have to make him waste it. He was looking for Katsuma, talking about his quirk. Katsuma. What's your quirk? Katsuma. Cellular activation. Izuku. It seems he's looking for you so he can use his quirks more easily. Todoroki. Quirks. Izuku. The bastard has more than one. He's like that villain from camp. He said, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Here's the plan. When they come towards us, we'll split them up to defeat them more easily. We'll make 9 waste his energy so we can finish him off later. Todoroki, Hiroshima, Shoji, Sato, Ojiro, and Iida, you take care of the furry. Tokiyami, Tsuyu, Aoyama, Mineta, Kota, Jiro, and Mina, I need you to stop the girl. Are you with me, Momo? Always. Iida. Your plan is good, I'm on it. Bakugo. I'll follow you to the death, nerd. Each one would say they agreed. Izuku. Okay, let's do this shit. A few hours later everything was ready. 9 and his companions were approaching the ruins. Momo. By a communicator. They are here. Izuku. AMI Senyal. When the villains were close enough. Izuku. Now, the dark-haired girl fired 2 cannons she had just created at the villains. 9 quickly created a shield, but the impact sent the other 2 flying in different directions. The girl didn't stop, sending even more cannonballs, causing the villain to start launching purple beams from his fingers to stop him, until the ammunition ran out due to Momo's exhaustion. Momo. Oh okay, walking away. Bakugo. Uraraka. Zero. The villain was about to attack, but suddenly several giant rocks began to fall from the sky, while several of them were wrapped in tape and sent in his direction. The villain raised his hand, from which several purple rays emerged, which began to break the rocks one by one, raising a large curtain of smoke. 9. Pathetic. But as the smoke cleared, he managed to see a blonde man approaching him, his explosion swirling and forming his large explosive tornado. Bakugo. Explosive whirlwind. The blonde boy and the tornado would collide with a shield created by 9, causing the blonde boy to bounce off while the freckled boy, propelled at full speed by the world, would reach Bakugo, who grabbed his hand, launching them both with an explosion that caused Izuku to reach 9 before he realized it. 9. You, he said angrily. Izuku. Epitaph. In the vision, the freckled boy would see a blue dragon emerge from 9's back and head towards him. 9. Muerida. Bringing out the dragon. Izuku. The world. His stand appeared before the dragon attacked, delivering a blow to its jaw which managed to stop the dragon in its tracks, making it retreat and break. 9. You'll need more than that. Izuku. And how do you plan to beat me? Do you really think you can defeat me? The great Dio. He smiled mockingly, showing his fangs. 9. You spoiled brat. Bakugo would arrive at full speed next to Izuku while 9 collapsed and the tubes on his back injected him with a purple substance while the sky clouded over and lightning fell which, upon impact with the ground, generated immense explosions. Bakugo. You had to make him angry. Izuku. I'm good at that, right? 2 dragons emerged from 9's back and quickly attacked the young men. Bakugo began to fly with his explosions, dodging the other dragons that attacked him, while Izuku activated OFA at 35% while summoning the world, and both of them struck the dragons. Izuku, the world, young, 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 Muda. The impacts were so strong that several of the dragons exploded from the impact of both forces. The green-haired boy began to run towards Nine, who was attacking with the dragons, while several purple rays came out of his fingers, which were dodged by the freckled boy and the blonde boy, who attacked with all their power. Bakugo, shiny, unleashing a huge explosion. Izuku, Muda, hitting him with one for all at 100% and with the world's arm. But before the attacks could land, Nine created a giant shield that withstood them, while the upper part of both young men's suits tore apart and they were caught in the jaws of two dragons, which lifted them into the sky, leaving both heroes trapped. The green-haired boy would have been cut in half if the world's arms hadn't stopped the jaws from closing. The blonde boy tried to free himself while Izuku began to despair, but then he saw a wound on his hand. He looked at his friend and noticed he had one too. He remembered All Might's words when he bequeathed him one for all. My power is passed down through DNA, the easiest way being through hair, although if you prefer it could be done through Izuku. From the blood, he said as he opened his eyes. Kei-Kachan, he extended his hand. Bakugo, understanding immediately. And no. There must be another way to. Izuku. Katsuki, reaching out his hand. Being called by his name and not his nickname, the blonde knew he was serious, so without further ado, he extended his hand, grabbing Izuku's. A strong current of energy coursed through both their bodies. Bakugo's eyes lit up a bright orange color as he looked somewhat sadly at Izuku, who only responded with a smile. 9. What the hell? Before he could continue, both dragons that imprisoned the young people exploded into 1,000 pieces, raising a huge curtain of smoke as part of the sky cleared, letting in the light which fell on two young people who were standing. Bakugo. Are you sure about this, nerd? Seriously, Izuku. With or without one for all, I'll become a hero. He'd agree that you should be his successor. Seriously, Bakugo. Then we'll finish off that extra. Both assumed a fighting stance as the rays of one for all appeared on both of them. Izuku, Bakugo. One for all. 100%. 9. You bastards. Don't you understand? To me you're all ants. Izuku. I already told you once. You're nothing against Bakugo, the king of explorations. Dynamite. Izuku. Not even against the air of heaven. God. Several lightning bolts began to fall from the sky, heading towards the young people who disappeared in a flash of speed. Bakugo propelled himself forward with enormous explosions, easily dodging several dragons that were heading towards him, destroying some while causing others to collide with each other. Meanwhile, Izuku practically flew, splitting several dragons in half with his kicks, while the world, with his fists covered in whips, destroyed the jaws of the dragons. Izuku. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Bringing them closer to the world, which was waiting for them. The world. Young, 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 younga, unleashing a flurry of blows which destroyed the dragons. Both young men propelled themselves through the air, heading at maximum speed towards Nine, who created a large shield which exploded after receiving the best attacks from both boys. Bakugo. Final. Explosion. Hitting Nine in the stomach. Izuku. The world. SMAASHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHThe impact was so brutal that the entire sky cleared, letting the sun's rays through, while a huge explosion formed at the moment of collision, sending several small, colorful beams raining down from the sky as the two unconscious young heroes fell to the ground, badly injured but victorious. Once on the ground, they lay sprawled on the beach, both with broken arms and numerous wounds, unable to even move, yet small smiles played on their faces. They had won the battle. Izuku. We managed Kei-Kachan. Weak. Bakugo. Why yes, weak. The blonde man would shake the green-haired man's hand, passing him the one for all again. Izuku. What are you doing? Bakugo. I wouldn't be a good holder, and why you deserve it more. They were both about to faint until they saw several helicopters fly overhead as a thin, blonde man approached them. Guys. Excited help is here. Bakugo. Is that the fastest you could get there? Angry. Izuku. Toshinori. We're sorry, young people. Communications have been cut off. Izuku. Toshinori. C. Joven Midoriya. Izuku. C. Could you give me your phone number? Somewhat surprised, the older man accepted. Taking the phone, Izuku got into the camera with some difficulty and began taking pictures of Bakugo. Bakugo. What the hell are you doing, nerd? Toshinori. Help me up. Izuku. Wait, Kachan. Miniature. Near the place, a very injured white-haired man was crawling while in front of him a portal opened, from which a man emerged. 9. Satoru. Why you promised me power? You lied to me. Satoru. Don't worry, you can be sure that your goal of changing this world will be accomplished drawing a weapon. It's a shame that you're no longer useful to me. The man, without remorse, shot 9 in the head, killing him instantly, leaving the beautiful field where they stood to absorb his blood, staining the plants there. Satoru. Believe me, something big is about to happen. A war between heroes and villains. The world is about to change. We will make it change. Entering the portal. That same day, Class A boarded a ship to return to Ua, but not before saying goodbye to the villagers. When they were all on the ship, Izuku and Bakugo looked at the city, and as they sailed away, they heard the voices of some children. Katsuma. At the dock. Izuku. Goodbye. Mahoro. Bakugo. Goodbye. Both young men smiled at the action. Izuku. I'll be waiting for you at Ua, Katsuma. Thus the young heroes would leave that island which was no longer in any danger. Location. Florida. We can see a room with several black screens while 3 men argue. I couldn't get in touch with him. Apparently, he doesn't want anything to do with us, said a blonde man. How could he do this to us? We're his brothers, or something like that. What about the other one, the green-haired one, said a man with pink hair. I recently learned that he passed away. It's a shame, said a man wearing a hat. Damn it. There's no one who can help us. I can't do much. They know I lost my quirk. The pink-haired boy said angrily. What about the priest? I had to kill him. The bastard wanted to be the boss. It was difficult, but I did it. So we don't have anyone else. That's not entirely true. When I learned of our brother's death, I also discovered something else. He had a son. The blonde man would light up the screens, displaying the image of a boy. Izuku Midoriya. And what about him? How would your son help us? The boy is special. The blonde one would play several videos, drawing the attention of the other 2. The video showed the freckled one's participation in the festival as well as his battle against AFO. That booth. It's our father's stand. Maybe the boy is keeping more secrets than we think. He could be a key piece in our plan. But it's in Japan. That doesn't matter. We'll do everything we can to achieve our goal. Our father's goal. Are you with me? Rikiel. Rikiel, I'm with you. Ungolo. Ungolo, I'm with you. Donatello. And Donatello Versace, I'm committed to helping you achieve our goals. Donatello. To fulfill our father's goal. The goal of ruling the world. We are the children of God. Aizawa. Into a microphone. The Stardust Crusaders win the battle. Momo. Who would have thought? He likes your name. The dark-haired girl fell unconscious, being caught by Izuku, who carried her away from the battlefield with his teachers. Vlad. Midoriya Izuku. The teacher of Class B walked angrily towards the young boy who left Momo in a small chair outside the training field. Izuku. Yes, Vlad-sensei. Vlad. Why did you throw a steamroller at my student? He shouted angrily. Izuku. I was close. I saw the opportunity and I used it. Vald. You little demon. He lunged at the boy, but Aizawa's bandages caught him. Aizawa. Leave my student Vlad alone. It's not his fault your boys couldn't handle him. He's my favorite for a reason, he said seriously. Izuku. I thought that was Shinso. Aizawa. They're evenly matched. Vlad. Breaking free whatever. But you'd better control yourself, Midoriya. Izuku. My apologies, when one is this strong, he said sarcastically. In his thin form, don't you think you went a little too far with your partner Monoma? Izuku. Actually, no, it was very satisfying, he said with a smile. Bakugo. Arriving next to Todoroki. At least you didn't have to move a steamroller. Todoroki. Wait, you guys actually fought. The freckled boy would see the members of the opposing team being carried away on stretchers. Izuku. Yes, we're very good. Todoroki. Bakugo. So ice. The three raised their right fists in a sign of victory, causing those present to sweat a little. Aizawa. Okay classes, that's all for today, guys. After that, the classes would leave, declaring the winner. Days later, the class woke up excited because it was finally Christmas. The students had prepared a small dinner in the common room, which was decorated with festive decorations, including a large tree, and the students were dressed in Christmas outfits. Kaminari. Did you hear the news that we're going back to internships? Kirishima. We're the busiest freshmen at UA, he said while stretching. Jiro. You and Suyu will return with Miss Yukio, won't you, Uraraka? Uraraka. That created Suyu. Although she can be a bit annoying, Hiro. Mina. Hey Bakugo, where's your Santa outfit? Angrily. Bakugo. Arriving in the room. I'm not going to do that shit. Before I could finish the sentence, I already had the Santa sweater on. Bakugo. How the hell? Izuku. Stopping time is a very useful ability, isn't it? The world. The world. Change. Bakugo. You even dragged poor the world into your stupidity. The stand was wearing a Christmas hat on its head. Momo. I think it looks nice. Izuku. Right, I had to look stylish for such a special occasion, he smiled proudly. Todoroki. Bakugo, will you return to the Best Jeanist Agency? Bakugo. No, his whereabouts are still unknown. He disappeared a few days after the whole thing with the precepts of death. Kirishima. You're Midoriya, are you going back to Sir? Izuku. I don't think so, he's still a little hurt from his fight with Overhaul, he lost a lot of blood. Uraraka. You said it, I had to carry it until the end of the mission. Mineta. It's Christmas. Can we stop talking about school? Sato. Mineta has a point. Before they could continue talking, the door opened, letting in a dark-haired man and a little girl dressed as Santa. Eri. Trick or treat, did I say that right? Aizawa. No Eri, ESOS Halloween. Eri. I brought colored eggs. Taking some Easter eggs out of her bag, aren't they for Christmas? Mina. How cute. Momo. The outfit looks great on her, Lindell. She said while stroking the little girl's head. Izuku. Hello Eri. Eri. Hello Dio. Hello Mr. The World. The world. Change. Eri. I'm getting it now. Look. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Izuku. He does it really well. Momo. I already see created it. The world. Applauding. Young. Todoroki. Since when can the world do that? He asked curiously. Bakugo. I've been living with that stand for 11 years, and yet it was only in this last year that it started behaving this way. Izuku. At first it acted like a puppet, but then, seeing how the stand carried the girl, it's like it has its own consciousness or something. Aizawa. Well, are we going to eat or not? I'm hungry. Sato. I'm going for the food. After a few minutes, the whole class happily ate a large Christmas dinner, and minutes after finishing, they opened the presents, finding some curious cases among the gifts. Izuku. Yaoyorozu. Toma. The freckled boy would give it to an excited brunette who, upon opening the gift, became even more excited. Inside the box was the yellow sweatshirt with green hearts on the elbows that the green-haired boy owned. Momo. I love it. I loved the sweatshirt in your room from the moment I saw it. Happy. Izuku. I know, I thought it would be better if you had it. Monkey. Thank you, I also have a gift for you, we got it between Bakugo, Todoroki and me. Izuku. Really, you didn't have to do that, but if you insist. Bakugo. Trust me, nerd, you'll love it. Todoroki. The old man had to help me get it. The dark-haired girl left the room, leaving the green-haired boy a little confused, but his confusion quickly turned to excitement when he saw the girl re-enter the room accompanied by a Great Dane puppy. Izuku. See Chico's, ESAES. Bakugo. This is your present, buddy. I hope this one doesn't bite me. The green-haired youth, with tears in his eyes, approached the small dog. His stand automatically appeared, and he began to carefully pet the dog while wearing a small smile. At the same time, the freckled boy began to cry. Momo. Happy Navi. She couldn't finish speaking because she was enveloped in a big hug from the green-haired boy. Izuku. G. Gracias Yaoyorozu. Momo. Blushing why you're welcome, Midoriya. Todoroki. And our hug. Bakugo. Leave them alone. You know how they are. He said, hugging him. Todoroki. Friends still exist. After about half an hour, almost everyone had gone to their rooms to sleep since it was late. The dark-haired girl had stayed with the dog that night, which was named Danny, in honor of the freckled boy's old dog. Meanwhile, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izuku had stayed to clean while they talked. Todoroki. Bakugo, Midoriya, if you have nowhere else to go, do you want to come with me as Endeavor interns? The old man keeps nagging you to come ever since what happened with 9. Both boys would think about it for a moment, then have their answer ready in seconds. Izuku, Bakugo. Okay. Todoroki. Damn, that was fast. If there was a choice, I wouldn't go, but oh well, I'll tell him they accepted. In a large building we can see 2 people chatting calmly while sitting in an armchair. Satoru. So tell me, Re-Destro, are you in the Liberation Army with me? Re-Destro. That's a very interesting offer you've made, Mr. Satoru, but tell me, what guarantees do you have that you won't betray me like you did with Overhaul? Satoru. Shisaki was just another pawn in our goal of changing this world full of hypocritical heroes, but you are more than that. You will be at the top when we achieve our goal of restoring society. We have the power, but the heroes outnumber us. Even with Gigantomachia on our side, we are not enough. That's where you and your army come in. Re-Destro. Alright Satoru, I'll trust you only because you're the only one with the courage to change this society at all costs. My Liberation Army is with you. Let's help each other change the world, my friend. The 2 men shook hands as a sign of friendship. Elsewhere, more specifically at Musudafu International Airport, 3 men in somewhat extravagant suits had just gotten off a plane, then picked up their luggage and started walking out of the airport. Ungolo. What's the plan? I'm freezing, he said while shivering. We shouldn't have come in winter, especially when it's snowing. Donatello. For God's sake, Ungolo. I already explained it to you. Rikiel. Repeat the plan to this fucking drug addict. Rikiel. We'll find the boy, then kidnap him and make him help us. Ungolo. Why are we going to kidnap him? Donatello. God, you're such an idiot. Didn't you pay attention? The kid's at UA, he wants to become a hero, but we'll make him see that his place is with us. He's part of the Brando bloodline, he practically has our father's power. Ungolo. It was easier to say that. Rikiel. We could have used the other guy's help, but the bastard doesn't even want to know about us. Damn idiot, I'll kill him when he's nearby. Ungolo. You couldn't even touch him, he would completely destroy you. Rikiel. What do you know? Ungolo. You lost your damn stand, you idiot. Donatello. Can you all be quiet? We need a place to stay. Before the 3 brothers could continue talking, they ran into some shady-looking men with their car next to them. Man. Hey, idiot. Where do you think you're going? Rikiel. Get out of the way. Man 2. Looks like we have a brave one here, he said mockingly. I'll teach you that trash goes in the trash. The second man struck the pink-haired man, knocking him to the ground. Ungolo was about to attack, but Donatello stopped him at the same time as he began to emanate a blue aura. Man. What's going on? Are you going to fight over your boyfriend? Ha 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 ha. A humanoid figure began to form from the back of the blonde man. Donatello. Underworld. Man. Ha 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 ahggg. The man could not finish as the stand's fist brutally pierced his chest, killing him instantly. Man 2. What the hell? Before he could escape, he was punched by the stand, falling to the ground as Rikiel got up. Rikiel. Now who's the trash? He would begin to kick him aggressively, while Ungolo pulled the other man's body out, finding a gun and the car keys. Ungolo. Here, giving the keys to the blonde man. Did you have a house? Man 2. Highly strung. Ungolo. Answer me, you piece of shit, he said, pointing the gun at him. Man 2. Why yes. We lived in .. The keys are in the car. Please go away. Before he could continue speaking, Underworld punched him in the head, causing it to explode from the force of the blow. Donatello. Perfect, we have a car and a house, get in, getting into the driver's seat. The other two brothers would jump on the bandwagon, quite indifferent to the murders committed by Donatello. Ungolo. Don't you think someone could have seen us? Donatello. Starting the car. It's midnight on Christmas Day, they'll find out tomorrow that those two are dead. Rikiel. Japan gave us a warm welcome. After starting the car, the blonde man and his brothers left, leaving both corpses lying there. It was New Year's Eve, and Izuku Midoriya was at home with his mother and dog, chatting. Izuku. And then the world started hitting him many times. Professor Vlad was annoyed at having hit his student so hard, but I don't regret anything. Inko. I think you should be less rough when arguing with your classmates. Izuku. But it's like her face is telling me, hit me Izuku, hit me and don't stop hitting me. Inko. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. I'm sorry, oh. And do you remember Eri? She wrote me a letter even though she's barely learning the alphabet. I know I couldn't do much for her, but I'm glad that at least she can have a normal life. Inko. You've always been like this, worrying about others. When you were a child, your father and I worried a lot about you. Even though we could protect you on our own, we were afraid something would happen to you. But now, every time I see you, I'm not worried anymore. I'm sure your father would be happy to see you. Izuku. Speaking of that, he looked somewhat worried. Inko. What's wrong, son? Izuku. Ever since that time you told me about Dad's life, I can't stop thinking about his father, my grandfather. I have his stand, he said while looking at his hand. Stands are closely linked to the soul. He was a horrible person, do you think I? Inko. Not at all, she countered. You're a great person, my boy. While you sometimes have your outbursts of anger, that doesn't make you a bad person. She took his hand. You have clear ideals, and whatever happens, that will remain the case. Izuku. I know, but what worries me is that my lineage will catch up with me. We don't even know what other family I have out there. My father spoke so little about it, that I feel like I don't know who I am. Maybe my grandfather was like me, maybe we really are alike and I don't even know it. I want answers, but Dad isn't here to tell me anymore. The young man could only shed a few tears as he stroked little Danny. The next morning a bus would arrive for the UA students to take them to their agencies. The green-haired boy, due to the cold, was wearing a somewhat long green scarf with yellow lines. He boarded against the grain, going directly to his best friend. Izuku. Ready to go with the #1 hero, Kachan. Bakugo. I'm always ready. Izuku. Too bad, after all I'll be #1. Bakugo. As proud as ever. After a few minutes of travel they would arrive at the first stop, which was Endeavor's agency. The three young people would get off the bus which continued its route. Upon getting off they would meet the hero. Endeavor. Welcome to my agency, little ones. As if I were so kind. Are you ready to live through hell, you brat? Todoroki. We're right next door, there's no need to shout. Endeavor. I'm glad you're back, Midoriya. Do you have a hero name yet? Izuku. Yes, it's Dio. Endeavor. Why the name? Izuku. I would say it, but the world will prevent me from completing my sentence. Endeavor. I understand, you must be Bakugo. I hope you're not a burden, brat. Bakugo. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Endeavor. Well, if you want to learn from me. The hero would quickly jump over a metal railing in the street and begin to propel himself with his fire at full speed between the buildings. Endeavor. Look out from behind. The hero would turn around and be surprised to find Bakugo flying with his explosions, Todoroki sliding on his ice, and Izuku propelling himself into the air with the world. Izuku. Let us learn from you. The hero was heading towards a villain who was in the air in front of a building talking. Villain. Run, citizens. Hades is laughing at you. That villain would use his quirk to take the glass from the building to create a huge sphere and throw it at the hero who collided with it, causing it to explode from the inside. The number one hero who had left the kids behind would arrive at the scene. Endeavor. Crystal manipulation, huh. Interesting quirk, but tell me, how did you think of attacking me while I was guarding? Villain. Endeavor. I don't have time for you. The villain would quickly fly out through an alley, followed by the hero, unaware that 3 of the villain's henchmen were waiting at the alley's exit. Villain. Defeat him. Villain 2. Yes, sir. The second villain was about to hit Endeavor with a metal bar, but suddenly a knife struck his hand, making him drop the bar. Metal as Izuku appeared in front of him. Izuku. Pointing at him, your next line will be, "What the hell?" Now. Villain 2. What the hell? The world would quickly appear in front of him and punch him in the jaw. The world. Muda. Hitting him. Another villain would receive an explosion to the face while the other would be frozen and the leader would be thrown to the ground by some red feathers. Hawks. They are fast. Landing. I thought they'd have problems. Endeavor. Do you think I had problems? He said, sounding annoyed. Hawks. A few. After a while the police arrived and took the villains away while the heroes talked. Izuku. Hola, soy Izuku Midoriya. Hawks. Oh, you're the guy from the festival, you and your stand were amazing, what's your hero name? Izuku. It's Dio. The blonde man would put on a serious face upon hearing this name. Hawks. I see, can we talk in private? They both moved away a little to chat. Izuku. What do you need? Hawks. Tell me, kid, are you a villain? This would leave the freckled boy a little puzzled. Izuku. Why do you say that? Seriously. Hawks. Over the years I've heard stories about a man who sought perfection and a destiny. Izuku's face showed astonishment. A man as cruel as he was meticulous, yet charismatic. Many of his followers remained around the world waiting for the day his will would be inherited, and it just so happens that they say his name was the same as yours. Izuku was surprised by that story, but he simply defended himself. Izuku. No, I'm not a villain, it was my father's old hero name. They looked at each other seriously. It seemed as if a fight was about to start, but Hawk's face went from one of seriousness to one of relaxation and carefree abandon. Hawks. I see, I'm sorry I judged you, kid, smiles. After that, they would both return with Endeavor and the others. Hawks. Endeavor, have you read this book? The young hero would give him a red book with a name on it. Hawks. Destro was looking for a supreme society. I pick up the book and begin to inspect it with confusion. Endeavor. What are you trying to say? Hawks. Serious, if something like that were to happen, we'd both have a lot of free time. Anyway, I've marked sections in the book for you. Please read it. Starting to fly. After a while, the professional and the students arrived at the agency, which was a large building. Burning. Welcome to the Endeavor Agency. Since you're new, I have to tell you. Midoriya. Izuku. Shit. Burning. You damn cheating brat. You better have brought the money you owe me. Annoyed. Bakugo. Money. Izuku. Have you been scamming people? A smile formed on his face. Izuku. Shut your mouth. Burning. I told you I wouldn't give you anything. I won that fight fairly. Burning. Throwing a bucket of water on me isn't clean. I'm going to burn you alive, you brat. Izuku. Come here and try it, damn scandal. Endeavor. Shut your mouths, please. Boys, follow me. The first thing you'll do is fight me. Walking away. The boys followed Endeavor while Izuku and Burning glared at each other. After putting on their costumes and walking for a while, they arrived at a combat room. Endeavor. Walking away. Alright, kids, come at me with everything. Bakugo quickly launched himself with his explosions, taking flight while launching blasts that were deflected by the hero's fire until he was struck by a pillar of ice from the bicolored hero, who slid down on his ice to reach the hero and unleash a large pillar of ice that was quickly melted, raising a cloud of steam that obscured the hero's vision until one of his hands was wrapped in a black whip, pulling him out of the smoke and encountering the world, with whom he landed a blow. The world. Muda. The clash of blows would generate a gust of wind. The stand began to gain ground, but number 1 would charge a great flame which forced the stand to move away while Izuku kept his distance. Endeavor. I told you, all in. Izuku. Is that what you want? Fine. Challenge 38%. Several yellow beams shot from the green-haired boy's body, only to vanish in a blur of speed, reappearing behind the hero. The hero reacted in time, dodging a kick from Izuku, but he couldn't avoid a huge explosion from Bakugo as he was simultaneously hit in the stomach by a pillar of ice. The hero, now annoyed, used inhuman speed to grab the blonde and the bicolored boy by the head, slamming them together, while the freckled boy had already deactivated OFA, quite tired and far from the fight. Izuku. D-damn it. The world. Open double angle bracket time stands still. Close double angle bracket. The boy started running towards Endeavor while pulling knives out of his suit and throwing them at him, while activating one for all at 28% to hit him. Izuku. Young. But before the blow connected, time returned to normal as the hero reacted with impressive speed, stopping Izuku's attack while melting the knives with his other hand, then kneeing Izuku in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and winning the fight. Endeavor. They're good, but they lack experience. The hero would turn around and be surprised to see that where Izuku had been standing, there were now a few bubbles. Endeavor. Bubbles. Confused. Elsewhere, more specifically in a kind of hideout, a man was calm until one of his agitated henchmen entered his office. Henchman. Sir, someone got in. Leader. What? He quickly stood up, followed by his henchmen. After walking for a while, they arrived at another room where more henchmen were watching a blonde man. Leader. What are you doing at my base? Donatello. They're petty villains. It wasn't that hard. I only came because I need your place, so if you could do me the favor of leaving, but please take those disgusting armchairs with you, he said, disgusted. You have terrible fashion sense. Leader. Yeah, right, kill him. One of the henchmen was about to shoot Donatello when Rikiel, who had just arrived, shot the henchman in the head, alerting those present. Donatello quickly summoned Underworld, who grabbed one of the men by the neck, snapping it, and then slammed him against another. Once the corpse and the man were together, Underworld punched through both of them. The leader was about to attack, but Undolo struck him with a metal bar, knocking him to the ground. Donatello. Approaching. So, tell me, do you have any money or anything? A few bills won't hurt anyone. Leader. I won't say anything. Rikiel. Shooting him in the leg. Are you safe? Leader. Damn it, it's okay. Keep our base. The money, it's in the safe. The key is, the 16th of January 89. Undolo. Wasn't it easy? The pink-haired man would shoot the leader in the head, ending his life. Undolo. Okay, we have the place, now what? Donatello. The kid's on his internship, we'll take advantage of him being separated from his group to kidnap him and bring him here, Rikiel. As far as I understand, he's with Endeavor. Are you sure we can bring him back? Donatello. I'll take care of that, but first let's clean up these corpses. We don't want to make a bad impression, we'll have a guest soon. A few hours after beating up the young men, the number 1 hero summoned them to talk in his office. Endeavor. Before training you, I want to know what your aspirations are, Midoriya. Izuku. I want to be a hero capable of protecting everyone who has suffered. I want to be able to save everyone, no matter the cost. I want people to be able to walk the streets feeling safe. I came here because you are a great hero, and your teachings can be very useful to me in the future. I have incredibly destructive power. The world has the capacity to kill easily. I fear that one day it will spiral out of control and attack the people I love. Endeavor. You should work on your temper. You get angry easily, and that could cost you in a real battle. Try to stay calm in tense situations. Bakugo. What are you doing here? Bakugo. Instead of focusing on what I can do, I want to know what I can't do. I want to be strong enough to be number 1 and save the innocent. I seek a world where we can all achieve our goals. Endeavor. You need to control your temper too. And you, Shoto. I want to perfect my Flashfire. I spent so long alone using my ice. I felt invincible, that is, until I met these 2 idiots and knew I'd have to work hard if I wanted to be the best. I almost became what you wanted me to be. She gave her son a slightly sad look, but quickly returned to her serious expression, which was noticed by Izuku. Endeavor. All right, brats, I'll train you, but first of all. Midoriya, can you generate bubbles? Izuku. What? He asked, confused. No, why do you say that? Endeavor. When we fought, a few bubbles appeared where you were standing. Maybe it's just my imagination. Follow me, we're going on patrol. We find ourselves in the city streets. A villain was speeding along on a motorcycle while being chased by the 3 students. Izuku. Running with one for all. You'd better stop, you idiot. Villain. Never. Todoroki. Dio, USA. The world. Sliding on the ice. Izuku. The world. Suddenly the villain's motorcycle's front tire exploded, causing him to fall to the ground and be caught by the young people. Endeavor. Well done guys, this idiot stole a lot of women's purses. Police. You did well, boys. Bakugo. You're improving with the world, I'm glad you don't get so tired from stopping time anymore. Izuku. Thanks, I've been improving my stamina, it's harder than it looks. The 3 young men and the hero were talking without realizing that in a nearby alley there was a man wearing a hat talking on the phone. Ungolo. The boy's ability is to stop time, the bad thing is that he's still with that idiot Endeavor. Donatello. We'll take care of that. At the Endeavor office 1 week later. Endeavor. By phone. Hola Fuyumi. Fuyumi. Hi Dad, I saw you and Shoto on the news with your friends. Why don't you come over tonight? I'll make the best dinner you've ever seen. In the agency's bedrooms. Burning. Good morning. The girl was shouting at the top of her lungs through a megaphone. The sleepy boys came out of their rooms. Shoto was wearing normal pajamas, as was Bakugo, while Izuku was wearing dolphin slippers. Izuku. Maldita sea Burning. Isn't it too early for you to be messing around? Burning. I won't stop bothering you until you pay me the money you owe me. Bakugo. Izuku, please pay him. He put on a serious face at his blonde friend's request. Izuku. Never. Todoroki. What nonsense, he said while yawning. Endeavor. Arriving. Kids get ready, tonight we're coming to my house, my daughter made dinner and wants to meet you. Izuku. Fine, anything to get away from this lunatic. Burning. Oye. Bakugo. Whispering to Todoroki. Is your sister pretty, Todoroki? Do you want to die? Later that night, the young people arrived at the Todoroki house along with Endeavor, and were greeted by a white-haired girl with red streaks. Fuyumi. Thank you for coming. I put a lot of effort into the food, happy. Bakugo. Whispering to Izuku. I'm asking for it, Izuku. As if I were an object, you have to be more chivalrous with women, Kachan. Bakugo. You say that because you like Yaoyorozu. Izuku. Shut your mouth. Angry. They all entered the house to find dinner already served and Shoto's other brother, a rather tall, white-haired man, already eating. Dinner was quite peaceful. The green-haired man was truly enjoying his meal. Izuku. The food really turned out very well, Miss Fuyumi. Fuyumi. Please, just call me Fuyumi, thank you for the compliment. Her cheeks turned a light pink. Izuku. You're welcome. He ate a little until he noticed Bakugo glaring at him. Natsuo. Fuyumi has been cooking since our maid broke her back. Fuyumi. Give yourself some credit, you used to cook well too. Natsuo. What a shame it was forced to stop, it seems my food didn't meet the requirements of someone. Looking at Endeavor. A long, awkward silence followed what the white-haired man said. Fuyumi. And what do you eat at school, Shoto, nervous. Shoto. Just like soba, he said dejectedly. Natsuo. Okay, I came like you asked getting up I'm leaving now. Fuyumi. Wait, Natsuo. Natsuo. I'm sorry, sister, I can't. Leaving the room. After that awkward dinner, the boys started washing the dishes. To make it faster, Izuku took out the world to help them put the plates away, although the stand made a face of disgust. After doing so, the green-haired boy and the blonde boy left to leave the brothers alone. Fuyumi. I feel like we can still forgive him. What do you think about Dad, Shoto? She asked, sounding worried. Shoto. To be honest, I'm not sure. He did some really bad things in the past, but now, he's trying to change. I don't know what to think about it. I understand Natsuo's anger, but I feel like I should give him a chance. They were interrupted by the explosive blonde who burst through the door. Bakugo. Can you guys talk when you don't have guests? Izuku. And that's how you want to win her over? He thought sarcastically as he watched him. Fuyumi. We're sorry. We didn't know you were close. The freckled boy would approach the two-tone boy to talk. Izuku. You're preparing to forgive him, aren't you, Shoto? Shoto. Izuku. If you truly hated him, you wouldn't be at his agency. You're a kind person. You just have to wait for him to get better, and once he does, you can forgive him. He's really trying to earn your forgiveness, and I'm sure he'll succeed at all costs. The blonde boy would be the only one who realized that Natsuo was behind the door listening to everything, but he decided not to say anything. The white-haired man left the house unaware that he was being watched. Minutes later, the pro-hero emerged from the house with the boys. Endeavor. Thank you for dinner, daughter. Fuyumi. You're welcome, Midoriya. Izuku. See Fuyumi. Fuyumi. Thank you for being Shoto's friend. She gave a small bow. Izuku. There's no need for formalities, your brother is a good person, perhaps we're the lucky ones to be his friends. Bakugo. Speak for yourself, nerd, walking away. Fuyumi. Ah, and good luck with the Yaoyorozu daughter, Shoto told me you liked her. Izuku. What did Shoto do? The green-haired boy would turn furiously towards Shoto, who was already in the car hiding behind Bakugo. Izuku. You damn loose mouth. After that, everyone got into the car, which was driven by Endeavor's personal driver. Driver. Since when do you let kids ride in your car, sir? Endeavor. I don't know. Izuku. You rude bastard. Driver. What did you call me? After a few minutes of fighting, Endeavor silenced his driver, while Bakugi and Todoroki stopped Izuku from killing him. The driver drove for a while until a villain appeared in front of the car, trapping Natsuo and forcing the driver to stop the car abruptly. The number one hero quickly got out of the car and found the villain trapping Natsuo in some kind of floating bandages. Ending. Do you remind me of Endeavor? Endeavor. Unfortunately for me, yes. I captured you 7 years ago for committing multiple murders, your name was. Ending. You remember me. I'm Ending. This time I'll ask you please. Kill me. The young heroes would jump out of the car, ready to fight. Driver. You forgot this, you obstacles. The car trunk would open, releasing briefcases which would be caught by the young men by putting on parts of their suits. Izuku. So you do have manners, huh, you animal. Endeavor. Let go of my son. The hero launched an attack, but the villain, using his quirk, managed to ensnare several passing cars, lifting them into the air. The green-haired boy leapt high above the cars, ready to grab them with his black whips. But as they emerged, they were accompanied by small bubbles. The boy managed to ensnare a few cars, but some remained airborne, so he summoned to the world, who produced more whips, securing the remaining cars and bringing them safely to the ground. While this was happening, Shoto unleashed a burst of fire at the villain, forcing him to release Natsuo, who was then captured by Bakugo. Meanwhile, Endeavor delivered a powerful right hook to the villain's stomach, defeating him. Bakugo. Lowering Natsuo. Hey nerd, how are the civilians doing? Izuku. They're fine. A total victory. A lot. Endeavor. Natsuo. Are you alright? Natsuo. Don't come near me. He stepped back a little, avoiding his father's help, turned to leave, but the hero spoke. Endeavor. Natsuo, it's okay if you don't forgive me. It's not like I want your forgiveness, I just want to improve and redeem myself for my past actions. I'm just doing it for you all. I want you to know I'm not the same, and, if you're willing, we can try to make our family work. The scene was seen by everyone present, although the most expectant of all was Shoto. Natsuo. Oh okay, I don't forgive you, but I want you to change. Once you've completely changed, I'll be able to feel safe with you. Ending. Damn it, you were supposed to kill me. Endeavor, angry. Izuku. Shut your mouth. You're ruining the moment. The villain would look intently at the freckled boy, smiling instantly. Ending. It's you, you're Izuku. Everyone was confused by these words, especially the one mentioned. Izuku. You. How do you know my name? Ending. Someone told me about you. You are the grandson of Dio, the nephew of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. You are a Brando, your true family is coming for you, and once they do, Dio's will be done. And his children will ascend to heaven. The freckled boy was in shock at what the villain had said. How did he know so much about him? Todoroki. Midoriya. What does he mean by Brando? Izuku. You're wrong. I'm not a Brando, he shouted angrily. Ending. The sooner you accept it, the easier it will be. His stand, his personality. You must be who you are destined to be. Are you truly a hero? Or will the day only come when you are? Izuku. He couldn't continue asking questions because his stand suddenly manifested, punching the villain in the face and knocking him unconscious. Bakugo. Izuku. What do you mean by your real family? Todoroki. And the nephew of the horseman of the apocalypse. Izuku. I don't know. Seeing the world, the stand clenched its fists tightly, but its gaze was one of utter concern. The next morning, Endeavor summoned the young men to his office. Izuku. What did you need us for, Mr. Endeavor? Endeavor. As you may already know, these internships were something like your final exam for the first year. Once you return to UA, you will be second-year students. The reason for the schedule is that before leaving, you have to patrol the streets as if you were already professional heroes. This time, each of you will go separately to cover a specific sector. Put on your suits. After what the hero said, the boys went to their rooms to put on their costumes. Minutes later they were already at the entrance ready to leave. Endeavor. You know which areas you have to cover. When your shift is over, you'll have to come back here. Good luck, all 3. Yes. After that, the 3 young men separated, each going to patrol their respective areas. The green-haired boy walked calmly through the streets, alert in case anything happened. There weren't many people around since it was still early. Several people greeted him or asked for photos and autographs, nothing out of the ordinary for the freckled boy, who happily obliged. Everything was peaceful until, when there were almost no people left in the area, a somewhat desperate man approached him. You're a hero, aren't you? I need your help. My friend is being attacked by a villain. Izuku. Where? Follow me. The man started running, followed by the boy. The man led the boy through some dark alleys. The green-haired boy began to get a little suspicious until the man stopped. Izuku. Why are you stopping? Now Rikiel. Before the boy could react, he felt something hit his shoulder, feeling a current run through his body. Izuku. What the hell? Changed. The boy tried to activate One for All to attack, but he was greatly surprised to find that he couldn't use his quirk. Before he could ask any more questions, a pink-haired boy appeared out of nowhere, hitting him with a metal bar and leaving him on the ground, his vision becoming blurred. Rikiel. Look at him. He's holding on like a champ. Ungolo. It is resistant, give it another one. 2 more blows struck his head with force, leaving him unconscious and with a trickle of blood falling from it. Rikiel. Good job attracting him. Ungolo. Thanks, we have to take it to the car, you left it more messed up than I expected. Both brothers would carry the freckled boy's body, putting it in the trunk of a car and locking it inside as they got into the car. Rikiel. Donatello will be happy to know we have him. Starting the car. Ungolo. Maybe he'll give me my pills again, I really need them. Rikiel. You need to stop that crap, you're going to end up killing yourself. And so, without being seen by anyone, they left in the car with the green-haired man. Hours later, the freckled boy was beginning to open his eyes, somewhat disoriented. When he opened them fully, he saw that he was in a kind of cell with metal bars. He tried to activate One for All, but for some reason, it didn't respond. He also tried to summon the world, but it didn't appear. The boy was starting to despair. He didn't know where he was, and he couldn't use his quirks. But before he could ask any more questions, the door to the room where he was trapped opened, letting in 3 extravagant-looking men. Izuku. Who are you? Where am I? He shouted excitedly. Donatello. Relax, kid, you're home. It seems your father didn't tell you about us. His death was a shame. We regret not being able to be there. He really was a nice person. Rikiel. Speak from experience, he commented somewhat angrily. Izuku. Why you met my father? Ungolo. Boy, we are your brothers. The news had hit the freckled boy like a bucket of cold water. Were they his uncles? He remembered those words Ending had said, nephew of the horseman of the apocalypse. Many things were going through the boy's mind until the blonde broke the silence. Donatello. I know this is probably a lot of information for you, but... Izuku. You're lying. You're nothing to me. How can I trust you if you kidnapped me? Angry. Donatello. You want proof. Fine, we'll give it to you. The three men would lower the left shoulder part of their shirts, revealing a mark, a star mark. Izuku. Gee, that mark. Incredulous. Ungolo. You and your father had it, right? It's part of our family. Our other brother has it too, but let's just say he doesn't want anything to do with us. Izuku. So, is it true? He was completely shocked. What he had feared most had finally come true. His past had caught up with him, his ideals were being put to the test. Donatello. We need your help. Originally, we were going to ask for your father's help, but he died. You're part of our family, the Brandos. We want you to help us achieve our goal. Izuku. What is your objective? Donatello. We used to plan to conquer the world, but that would be foolish. But when we learned of our father's motivations, your grandfather Dio, we decided to accomplish what he couldn't. We're going to ascend to paradise. We'll have power superior to everyone else's, power that will make us gods. You're a key part of this. As you probably already know, you possess our father's stand. If we can evolve it, you'll be able to accomplish what our father couldn't. Are you with us? It was too much information for him, he seemed overwhelmed. Ever since he learned about his father's family, he had feared that his lineage was tainted with murderers and villains, and unfortunately, that seemed to be the case. Izuku. If I do that, will I become a god? Rikiel. Absolutely, you will become the supreme being and we will be with you. Ungolo. You'll have everything you want, women, drugs, simply everything, especially drugs. Izuku. Really? He looked astonished. Donatello. Totally. The brothers' provocations seemed to be working. The green-haired boy appeared willing to cooperate with them to achieve their goal. Ungolo. What are you saying, Izuku? Are you with the family? Izuku. Me him. Rikiel. What? Exalted. Izuku puso un rostro serio. Izuku. One of the things I enjoy most is giving a resounding no to those who feel powerful. The simple reason I won't help you is that I'm a hero. I'm not trying to be a god. If I helped you just for the sake of power, I'd be betraying all my values. You're nothing but idiots who think you're powerful just because you're the children of a bastard like Dio. You're nothing but stupid fools who feel superior to others, when you're nothing more than sewer rats. Rikiel. Why you? What are you saying? Izuku. At first, I was afraid I'd be like him, like Dio. I was afraid my bloodline would be like him too, but seeing them made me realize what kind of shitty people he created, and if this is all our bloodline has to offer. Then I reject my Brando heritage. Both Ungolo and Rikiel were astonished. They really expected the boy to accept the proposal, but to their surprise, Donatello remained calm. He slowly approached the cell, coming face to face with the boy, who would not kneel before him. Donatello. You're an idiot. We offered you all the power in the world and you threw it away just to be a hero. You don't deserve to wear the name Dio on your suit. Izuku. I've changed the meaning of Dio. I'll become a symbol of hope. You, for your part, can keep playing God, but deep down you're just a sad man trying to fill a void. Underworld emerged from the blonde boy's back, surprising the freckled boy who couldn't even react when the stand gave him a brutal blow to the stomach, making him spit blood, while Donatello opened the cell door and entered, seeing the boy lying on the floor. Donatello. You're the only rat here, Izuku Midoriya. He would begin to brutally kick the young man in the stomach while he could only spit blood and was tortured by the man until he got tired, leaving the cell and closing it again. Donatello. Rikiel. Keep an eye on this son of a bitch, Ungolo. You can get high if you want, I don't care anymore. The blonde guy and the drug addict left the room, leaving the pink-haired girl and Izuku alone. In the area that Izuku had to patrol, two young people and a hero had just arrived. Todoroki. He still hasn't answered me. Lowering the phone. Endeavor. Investigate the area, he has to be around here. The young people would start investigating the area, trying to find something that would give them a clue to the whereabouts of their friend. Bakugo would enter an alley, finding an O, which belonged to the freckled boy's helmet, and next to it a small bullet. Bakugo. Damn it. Endeavor. The man and the bicolor quickly approached each other. Endeavor. Did you find anything? Bakugo. Look, it's the O on his helmet, and a bullet castle. The hero would look closely at the bullet, identifying it as one of the bullets capable of erasing quirks. Endeavor. I think we have a problem. Location. Florida, 1 year ago. In a small cafe we can see a green-haired man enjoying his coffee while on TV the winner of the UA Sports Festival was shown. He excitedly took out his phone, calling someone. Inko. On the phone. Did you see it? Hasashi. Did I see it? It was incredible. He managed to control his power in an amazing way. Inko. I told you he would become a great hero. My little Izuku, he wishes you were here to see it. Hasashi. It's a shame I'm not there, but at least I'll be able to go for a while. Work is consuming me, but in a few months I'll be able to go and see you both. Inko. Yes, I can't wait to see his face when he finds out you're coming back. He's always the most excited whenever we talk about you. Hasashi. I know, I can't wait to be there. Well, I have to go. Goodbye, love. Ink. Goodbye, love. Hanging up. He was about to take another sip of his coffee when he noticed a police chase outside the place. Hasashi. Oh my god. Duty calls. He quickly put on his helmet and sped out of the cafe, but not before leaving a few bills on the table. The police were trying to chase a mysterious hooded figure on foot. Hasashi paused for a second to prepare himself. Hasashi. Scary monsters. His feet transformed into those of a velociraptor as his skin became covered in scales. He quickly overtook the police officers, who stopped upon seeing the intervention of a hero. The criminal turned into an alley, passing between several people, thinking he had escaped from the police. Tired, he reached a metal door, quickly touching it only to have it opened by a blonde man. Donatello. You're an idiot, Rikiel. You drew attention all over the damn city. It was just a stupid errand. Rikiel. I'm sorry, Donatello, but I have them. From his pocket he took out a mysterious box. Upon opening it, it contained 3 quirk-nullifying bullets. Donatello. Snatching it away, at least you were good for something. Hasashi. You. The two turned to look at the green-haired man in amazement. They hadn't expected to find him patrolling there. Donatello. Hasashi. It's so good to see you, brother. Hasashi. I'm not your damn brother. You're under arrest for arms and illegal drug trafficking, as well as misuse of your quirk. Donatello. You're so boring, Hasashi. I liked you better when you were on our side. Hasashi. That was years ago when I was a young idiot, but now I have people to worry about. Rikiel. What a shame. You came out just as scared as Haruno. Hasashi. Ha, I really wish you had the guts to tell him to his face. Oh, I remember now, you did, and he left you in a coma for a month. Rikiel. Damn broccoli. He lunged at his brother, who knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Ungolo, seeing the noise outside, came out of the house and found Hasashi on top of Rikiel, but he was so high that he didn't even know what was happening. Donatello, meanwhile, left a gun in the box on the ground as he walked while his stand formed. Donatello. Don't say we didn't invite you to the party. Hasashi. The party's over. With a headbutt, he knocked Rikiel unconscious. Underworld launched a flurry of punches, which, to his surprise, were evaded by the green-haired man. With great agility, he used his dinosaur tail to sweep Rikiel's feet, knocking him to the ground. He pierced Rikiel's abdomen with his claws, making the blonde man scream in pain, until he heard a gun being cocked. Looking ahead, he saw Ungolo pointing it at him. He slowly got off the blonde man, who spat out a little blood. Hasashi. Ungolo, don't do it, you're better than that, even you know Donatello is using you. Rikiel stood up slowly while smiling, but no one noticed that Ungolo was trembling, not from fear, but because he was so drugged that he didn't know who he was pointing at. Rikiel. That's it, Ungol. Shoot your brother. His smile vanished completely when he saw Ungolo point the gun at him. Rikiel. No Damai enough. He couldn't finish speaking because the impact of the bullet on his shoulder made him fall to the ground before the shocked gaze of Hasashi and Donatello. The pink-haired man slowly stood up angrily. Rikiel. You idiot Ungalo. Who the hell do you think you're shooting at? Don't mess with me. Seeing Hasashi distracted, Donatello sent his stand to take the weapon from Ungolo. Once he had the weapon in his hand, he pointed it at Hasashi, who couldn't help but react to the shot that hit him in the torso, knocking him to the ground. Donatello then drew his brothers away, preparing to leave. Donatello. You're all useless. You've made me waste 2 bullets already. To make matters worse, siren sounds began to blare. Donatello. Just what I needed. Let's go. The 3 of them started running away from Hasashi, who slowly watched as his skin returned to normal and his consciousness began to fade. Back to the present time with Izuku. He was leaning against the wall with some blood on his suit while being watched by the pink-haired boy who was sitting in a chair. Rikiel. You should have accepted, kid. Donatello will most likely come back and kill you. Izuku. I don't care anymore. Why can't I use my quirk? Rikiel. We used one of Overhaul's bullets, it's one of the temporary ones, but I don't think that'll do you any good. After all, you're going to die. Something clicked in Izuku's mind. He remembered his father's words. But the bastard turned a corner and 2 more appeared. There was a small fight. A stray bullet hit him as well as me. The 3 of them managed to escape. Izuku. How long has it been since you shot me? Rikiel. 2 hours. You like asking questions, right? Izuku. Not as much as you like being your own brother's slave. This caused Rikiel to make an angry face. Rikiel. What are you talking about, brat? Izuku. Please, it's obvious that the blonde guy. What are their names? Rikiel. Ungolo and Donatello is the blonde one, the other one is, forget it. Izuku. It's clear Donatello is the leader. He's just using you and Ungolo to further his plans. Or do you really think you'll still be useful to him once he ascends? Once he does, you and your brother will be nothing but a hindrance to him. Rikiel. You'd better shut up or. Angry shout. Izuku. What? That time my father lost his quirk, he told me someone else got shot. And judging by your submissive attitude, I assume it was you, Rikiel. They were very limited, and I don't think I would have given 1 to 3 idiots who need the help of a 16-year-old to feel strong. I yelled angrily. Rikiel. I won't fall for your provocations, kid. Izuku. What provocations? I was just stalling. You said you shot me 2 hours ago, right? Those bullets had an effect of 2 hours and 20 minutes. Did you notice there's a clock behind you? The pink-haired boy turned around, looking at his watch and realizing that the effect of the bullets had already worn off. Rikiel. You son of a bitch. Scared. Before the man could speak, a humanoid figure began to form with some difficulty behind Izuku's back. When it was fully formed, it revealed the world in all its splendor. The stand quickly grabbed the metal bars, opening them with ease and freeing the freckled boy. The pink-haired boy tried to attack with a punch, but it was quickly dodged by the green-haired boy, who, with OFA at 10%, delivered a knee strike that sent Rikiel sprawling to the ground, spitting blood. Izuku. Without your quirk you're nothing. You should have trained your physique. You became too dependent on your power and now it's catching up with you. The pink-haired boy lay on the floor, powerless, weak once more. Without his quirk, he was nothing, and the green-haired boy had just humiliated him without even trying. This enraged Rikiel. He wasn't about to lose now. He wasn't going to let Donatello down. Donatello was the only one who had ever supported him. He owed him a favor, and he was going to repay it. The pink-haired boy began to feel stronger, as if he were whole again. He was about to leave the room when he started to feel faint. Izuku. What? Rikiel. This feeling. My stand. He's back. Izuku. What the hell? She collapsed to the ground, weak, feeling as if something were being ripped from her body. Izuku. How is this possible? Weak. Rikiel. I've even conquered my own heart. Never again will I panic. I will reclaim my life, with my own hands. I am Apollo 11. Small white organisms traveled through the air almost imperceptibly, The green-haired boy did not understand what was happening until Rikiel began to speak. Rikiel. These are the rods at my stand. Sky high. Allows me to control them. They travel at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. They feed on body heat. That's why you feel weaker. Your body will be prone to getting sick. You're dead, idiot. He got up with considerable difficulty, summoning his stand to fight, while blood flowed from his mouth and nose, feeling his body lose fat. Izuku. The world. The stand launched an attack, attempting to strike Rikiel, but before the blow connected, the boy spat out some blood, falling back to the ground, causing his stand to disappear. He clutched his chest tightly, feeling his lungs contract forcefully, making it difficult for him to breathe. Izuku. Damn it. I can't even get up. If I keep going like this bastard is going to kill me. I can't see the rods, they're going too fast. Looking at Rikiel, who was serious, he's concentrating. He can't use his stand unless he's in a state of extreme concentration. I have to use this to my advantage. With difficulty, he pulled 2 knives from his suit and quickly threw them at Rikiel, who lost his concentration trying to dodge them. He managed to dodge one, but the other hit his shoulder, causing him to lose focus completely and giving the green-haired man enough time to stand up and attack. Riki. Demon. The world. Muda. The stand would deliver a powerful right hook to Rikiel's face, causing him to lose a tooth, but not stopping there. The green-haired man would get close enough to grab the knife that was still in the pink-haired man's shoulder, burying the knife deeper and causing the man to scream, which was hidden by the world's blows. The world. Young, 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 hitting Rikiel. The blows were so brutal that the pink-haired boy was sent crashing into the cell unconscious and with several broken bones. Izuku. Yar days. I have to talk to the others. The freckled boy walked while staggering a little, finding a bag. Upon opening it, he found his phone as well as his helmet, which was missing the letter O. The boy took his phone and sent his location to Bakugo. Izuku. I can't stay here. Without doing anything, even though I'm weak, I'll fight them. The boy would put on his helmet, ready to fight against Dio's other 2 sons. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.